from the Utilita Bowl. It's a bright and sunny morning with plenty of blue sky, but still a little on the chilly side. I can tell you from a Southern Vipers point of view, who are playing the South East Stars up in Beckenham. The Vipers are batting first. They are 29 without loss in the 8th over. Ella McCacken is 15 not out, and Charlie Knott, the overseas player from Victoria, I think she is, a bit higher. Queensland, thank you, a bit higher. Is the not out on 12. Thank you, Charlotte Taylor, who knows far more about that than I do. Here's Abbott getting the game, or day 2 underway, and immediately Mosley pushes out on the onside for a single, and the Warwickshire total moves on by 1 to 341 for 4.
Yeah, Dan Mosley was in good form last night after play. He was wanted to chat about the rivalry between Birmingham City and Aston Villa, and there's a Villa fan concerned about the project where the new Birmingham owner is putting billions into a new ground, so that was quite entertaining. But he'll be hoping to make some runs today, and then Danny Briggs will hope to be a thorn in the side of Hampshire. He has a bit of a track record as a night watchman of hanging around in the morning after.
But bowls outside the off stump to Briggs, who leaves alone. Yep. So Central Sparks, I probably should just give that out as well, shouldn't I? who are playing at Edgbaston today. It's nice for them, isn't it? On the main ground. Central Sparks are playing the Blaze, and the Sparks are 15 without loss in the 8th. There we are. You doing some Sparks games this year? The double headers.
We'll look at the double headers, yeah. See what else we can do as the summer goes on.
Abbott comes in and bowls to Briggs, who pushes that out into the covers. Length ball there from Abbott. There was a bit of talk last night about Hampshire's performance in the field yesterday. I think it was felt that Carl Abbott just took a little while to sort of settle in. Bowled a little full, especially to Rob Yates in the morning. I think overall, Hampshire felt that as the day wore on, they bowled collectively a little tighter. Perhaps felt that they probably wasn't as tight as they should have been in the morning session. Taking nothing away from the batters, of course. They played excellently all day as Abbott bowls. Briggs is forward, goes out into the covers once more. solentcricket@gmail.com is the email today, as it is always here at the Utilita Bowl. At Solent Sport, I know Richard's got one or two other ways. If you are a Warwickshire fan and you refuse to get in touch with anything to do with the opposition, he'll give that out a little later. So Abbott's into his 19th over. Just the one wicket for him yesterday. Rob Yates caught just after lunch behind. Briggs drives pleasantly as that goes up to mid-off, where Mohammed Abbas fields. I have mentioned a stat a little bit. Abbott and Abbas have been prolific, we know that, for Hampshire over the last 2 to 3 seasons. But they are finding the start of the 2024 County Championship season a little more challenging. Going into this morning's play, between them they have 3 wickets for 330 odd. So they were looking to bring that down, that's for sure. Briggs is forward to another good length delivery there from Abbott, and that is the end of the over. Just the 1 run. So Warwickshire now 341 for 4, with Mosley on 9 and Briggs on 1. Yeah, a little bit of a comeback for Hampshire last night. They picked up just the 1 wicket in the first 2 sessions. Had to wait until just after lunch. Rob Yates, as I mentioned, and then Alex Davis, Will Rhodes and Ed Barnard. The 3 wickets to fall after tea. 2 of those to Liam Dawson, 1 of those to Mo Abbas. And it will be Mo Abbas to open up from the pavilion end. We're into the 16th, or will be shortly, 16th over with this second new ball. And just like last week here, wickets hard to come by here at the Utilita, even though we are bowling with the Duke's ball. And I have to say that for large periods of the game yesterday, it looked very much as though it was very similar to what we saw the week before against Lancashire, where bowlers really struggled to get the ball past the edge of the bat. Here's Abbas round the wicket to the left-hander Mosley. He prods forward quietly out into the covers, and there is no run. Still a chilly morning here at the Utilita, because it was chilly yesterday most of the day. Quite hard work up at the gantry here when the temperatures drop a little. It promises to be a little warmer today, and we hope so, but it's just taking a little while to warm up. But it's certainly bright, and there are very few clouds in the sky. As in comes Abbas again, bowls to Moses. Down the leg side, bounces again before Brown can take it. Doesn't take it cleanly, but that's one of those wicked deliveries down the leg side that when it bounces in front of you for a keeper, it's very difficult. All you do is just try and get your body behind it to make sure it doesn't go for byes.
I thought he might have a slightly sore knee after that one, the way it ricocheted off him, but he's okay.
Yes.
It bounced quite a distance off him in the end. Thought it might have hit something fairly solid.
First slip and a third slip for Abbas as Mosley pushes out on the onside. One thing that was said, I don't know what was said to you by the Warwickshire camp last night, Richard, but the feeling is that this wicket is very docile, it's very easy paced. I'm not sure Hampshire wanted it quite this easy paced. Sometimes it's not an exact science when you're looking to put a wicket together, but I think they were hoping for a little bit more pace. Maybe that's got something to do with all the wet weather we've had. It's going to take a while for things to speed up a little, but yeah, I think generally they just felt it was a little too easy paced. They certainly would have batted had they won the toss, that's for sure. Oh, bit of bounce there. Oh, towards the close of play, didn't we? Just the odd one bounced a little more. There was one. Just watching again on the, if you're on the live picture feed, Abbas bowls outside the off stump, and oh my word, that's bounced from nowhere.
I think he reacted reasonably well under the circumstances, Mosley, because there's not been a lot of that in this surface at all. You know, just as you were discussing the lack of pace, there's one that goes through with that bit more vim. He's bent his back into it, of course, Mohammed Abbas.
Every now and then, just one that does a little bit. It's been mainly from that pavilion end. Abbas bowls again. That's a length ball which Mosley tucks down towards fine leg for a single and goes into double figures. 342 for 4. There was the odd ball as well from Liam Dawson that just sort of gripped. Alex Davis was one that found that to his cost, edging to slip.
Yeah. Well, he said when he got out to that ball, he said, you know, I didn't want that to turn at the time. I wasn't very happy at the time, but then I thought, maybe. And that the only hope they're harbouring is that maybe this might turn on days 3 and 4. And now you'll tell me that these wickets tend to get more docile, but for there to be a result in this game, it might be that it would have to turn a bit.
Agreed. No, I'll come back to that. As Abbas bowls, always playing at that one a little. Briggs outside the off stump as it goes through to Brown. That's a good over, encouraging over from Mohammed Abbas. 22 overs, 1 for 44. Warwickshire have added 2 to their overnight total this morning. 342 for 4. I think what we saw from Liam Dawson, and we are only talking about the odd one gripping and maybe one turning a little bit out of the bowler's rough, that might become a little bit more regular, but you won't see things break up to a point where a spinner would be licking his lips saying, well, I'm well in here. It won't get like that, but they might get a little bit more purchase as the game goes on, but that's about all.
There's not many big turners of the ball in this Warwickshire side. They may have an array of spinners, but you know, Danny Briggs is more experienced, guile and a bit of drift.
Yeah.
As Kyle Abbott will continue, round the wicket to the left-handed Mosley, who's pushing him into the offside square. Point is out deep, so he'll come through for another comfortable single. He's 11, 343 for 4. Rob Yates does get a nice bit of turn now, and he's increasingly going to be bowling more. You'd fancy after a busy winter really practicing the art. And when I was speaking to him last night in the hotel, I just grabbed hold of his shoulder and said, I might need a bit of that in this match. And he said, after all the overs he bowled last week, he was going, oh no, not again. but yeah, Dan Mosley really is much more of a white ball spinner. He bowls very full. And then Jacob Bethel, who's a talented young player. So Briggs looks to guide this down towards third man, but it bounces into the hands of second slip. Took his first class wicket last week, as bowled a lot for England under 19s when he was in that age group. But Bethel is not going to bowl heavy overs, you wouldn't have thought, in the next few weeks.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Danny Briggs is well known in these parts, having grown up on the Isle of Wight and started his career at Hampshire. But as good a bowler he is, and he's a mighty fine bowler, I think the one thing that was levelled at him was he's not a huge turner of the ball.
Abbott in again to Briggs, who's forward, very straight bat, defends out into the offside, and there's no run. He has been a very good performer in Championship cricket. Certainly in fact, he's won a title with Warwickshire in a season where he took good wickets, bowled very tight spells which gave the seamers a better chance to rotate, and also made some vital runs, including in the final game, to get them the extra batting bonus point they needed. You know, he made a terrific impact in his first full season with the county.
I think it was 2 or 3 years ago up at your place. I thought he bowled terrifically.
Yeah. So he's looking to cut a ball here that might have kept a bit lower than he anticipated. I fancy that it's gone under the bat. We'll see it in the replay. Goes through to Ben Brown. The only other thing yesterday, just a couple of deliveries that kept low over the course of the day. Not so much that it would concern you too much, but just 1 or 2. Has that gone under the bat?
It's gone low, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm not sure Danny Briggs was in a great position to play.
No. Well, his feet were pretty much where they'd been at the start of the run-up, weren't they?
Yes.
Let's see if he gets the move into this next delivery. He takes one step back as it comes in, and then he whips the ball very neatly off his toes. There should be a couple to the fielder making his way round from long leg. They do indeed come through for 2. So Briggs with his first runs of the morning, he's up to 3. Warwickshire 345 for 4. They're on the fringe of their third batting bonus point. They will be very mindful of the fact that they'll want to get to 400 really, and it's getting tight for time, isn't it? 11 overs, they're going to have to score at 5 and over to get there against the 2 main frontline bowlers. So there's a little game within a game here. Abbott short, cut behind square, out towards the deep point fielder. Briggs to 4, 346 for 4.
Quite interesting actually, isn't it? I mean, Davis and Yates started really well in the morning, and for the reasons I mentioned earlier, that perhaps Hampshire weren't as tight as they could have been, but actually the run rate very slowly over the course of the innings is actually just dropping.
Yeah.
It was around 3.9, wasn't it, early on? 3.8, it went 2, and now here we are at 3.5 and over. So it's never increased, but then that's, to be fair, Warwickshire did start off at a fair pace.
This is where the calculations come in, don't they? You think of that, 54 from 11 overs to get 2 more batting points. But you don't want to surrender the advantage you've got on the scoreboard at 346 for 4. So you have a lot to weigh up, and I think it's all very well setting these targets, 450 and 110 overs, but in terms of winning a game, sometimes that's not the right route. I would have liked to have seen the bonus points brought back down 50 runs this season. I thought it was too high last year, still is this year.
It is quite high, isn't it? Seems a lot of work to get to 1. Here's Abbas over the wicket to Briggs. Briggs forward. Goes up to mid-off. Central Sparks have lost a wicket. Eve Jones has been bowled by the left-arm seamer Grace Ballinger for 12.
That's a combat between 2 players that we see quite regularly in the commentary box at Edgbaston.
Oh, there you are.
Eve Jones and Grace Ballinger, both great company. And I was only talking yesterday about Grace gets tremendous swing.
She does, yeah.
If the ball is doing anything in the air, Grace will extract it.
Yeah, I quite like watching the bowl actually. I quite enjoy it. Yeah.
Quite a slingy action.
Yeah. Abbas in the sunshine. Briggs off the back foot, steers that pass backward a point. Now there's a bit of a chase here for James Fuller. Will pick it up just in front of the rope. Just sort of falls over the rope, but pushes the ball, nudges the ball inside the field of play. And Briggs picks up 3, moves on to 7, 349 for 4. So Central Sparks are now 35 for 1 after 11 overs in their opening Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy game against the Blaze at Edgbaston. Chloe Brewer is 20 not out, and Perrin, I can't remember her first name. Davina Perrin is the new batter out there.
There was a moment about 10 yards from the ball there that James Fuller was thinking, I'm going to have to dive here. He wasn't keen on the thought, but I'm going to have to dive here to save one.
Come to the Southern Vipers update in a moment as Abbas round the wicket, steered up to mid-on by Mosley. The Vipers have started well, 51 without loss after 11 overs in their game at Beckenham against the South East Stars. Charlie Knott, the overseas player from Queensland, is 23 not out, and Ella McGacken is 20 not out. Abbas slowly walking back to his mark, taking a bit of time. I see South East Stars are many people's tip for the Charlotte Edwards Trophy, the 20 over trophy. I saw a few of the captains. Always down the wicket there, Mosley steers that to mid wicket. Yeah, there was an article on the ECB website I saw that all the captains were asked for their predictions. I think just about the majority went for the Vipers for the Rachel Hayhoe Flint, and why not, because the Vipers did the double last year. They've won 5 out of the 7 trophies on offer since 2020 when the regional system came in. Been a very dominant force. It's quite sad that the Southern Vipers will be no more. Well, as will the Central Sparks, and all the regional teams will be no more after this year. But what happens to the Vipers brand? Do they become the Hampshire Vipers? Big debate down here as that's pushed out into the covers and there's no run. Or do they become the Hampshire Hawks, just like the men's side? Or do they keep the Vipers brand? What does Sparks do? Will they just become the Bears women?
It could do. Could be the Bruins.
The who?
The Bruins are another type of bear, isn't it? Bruins.
Is it?
Yeah. Could be that.
All those debates, I'm sure, are going on amongst all the Tier 1 Women's county, isn't it?
I'm surprised the Blaze didn't win more things, because at times they feel like they've been the Harlem Globetrotters when they've got their strongest team out.
They should have done last year. I'm sure Charlotte Taylor will tell you more than I can about that, but for me they were the dominant team, but they won nothing. 349 for 4. We've not lost a wicket this morning in 15 minutes of play. Briggs is 7, Dan Mosley is 11. Richard Wilford will stay on, and from the Southern Vipers it will be Charlotte Taylor.
It's quite a start for the morning. Warwickshire, their accumulation continues. The question is whether it's in the back of the minds or the front of the minds whether they want to get to 400 inside the 110 overs. Hampshire will want at least 2 more wickets to try and claim a second bowling point in these next 10 overs. Mosley, his default setting is to want to attack, but he's just giving himself a chance to get in here. And I think Warwickshire might just have as their priority the desire to bat as long as they possibly can here on what has been a good surface. Charlotte stands on the the step of her stool to get a bit of extra height here as Abbott is in and goes past the outside edge of Danny Briggs. Very good morning to you, Charlotte.
Morning, Richard. Yeah, this is my standard position.
Okay. It looks quite precarious.
This camera gantry is not made for the small.
You've got a better sense of balance than I have, which is just as well.
I've practiced it over a number of years now, actually. I've performed the art of being balanced up here.
Excellent.
I think it's actually what's grown my calf muscles.
Okay.
So I managed to probably injure every other part of my body apart from my calf.
Yeah, well, we might have to...
I've got to thank Kevin James for that.
We'll have to have an update as to where you are in your recovery at the moment, as this one back of a length and trying to force it, again without much footwork, Danny Briggs into the ground, but it's snared on the bounce at point, and there's no run. So, in an ideal world, you'd be playing cricket today.
Yeah. The Vipers girls down at Beckenham today, but yeah, just recovering from a little, slip disc that happened to me in October. It was quite nasty. And it's not quite recovered just yet, so I'm playing the patient waiting game. Yeah,
you can't take risks with backs, can you? That's the thing of all the parts of your body to hurt. The most debilitating. Was just snurdled into the leg side by Briggs. He wasn't quite in control of that. Good delivery from Abbott out to the leg side, and there's no run. You go through all those phases, don't you, where you know what you want to do when you've got a problem with the discs in your back. Like just trying to put a sock on. You know that you want to cheat. You know that you managed it yesterday, but you can't remember how you did it.
Yeah, and you only get one spine. You only get one of everything, but your spine's arguably the most important.
Yeah.
So, and I don't want anyone to go in and touch it in terms of surgery, so you've got to be a little bit careful.
Yeah, no, surgery on an area like that when you're young, not great. So this is driven by Briggs behind square, and he'll get a single down to a wide third, and that will bring up the 350 for Warwickshire, so a third batting bonus point on the board, coming in the 101st over, so just under 3.5 runs and over. Just that question in the next half hour, 40 minutes as to whether they're going to go for the 400 within the allocated overs. So have you got a time for when you might be back playing?
I've got another scan on the 2nd of May, and then hopefully all that being clear, it might be a sort of an 8 to 10 week process to get me returned to cricket. Gosh. So that's what we're aiming for if we get good news on the 2nd of May.
As Abbott comes in to bowl and is pushed into the offside by Mosley towards extra cover, and there's no run. Well, the current loss for the Vipers is our gain. So have you on commentary, and you'll be doing some of their games as well, won't you?
Yeah, I've got a busy calendar over the next few weeks, which is exciting.
Good.
And I still get to watch some cricket and be involved, so I can't complain too much, especially when the weather's like this, Richard. It's not a bad place to be. I've got a couple of games at Wormsley, get to go there, which is quite exciting.
That'll be pretty. So, Abbott round the wicket to Mosley, who's trying to steer this down towards third man and plays and misses inside the line. It was an awkward looking shot, bit of a one-day shot from Mosley. Doesn't look particularly impressed with himself. He's 11, Briggs is 8, Warwickshire 350 for 4.
And it didn't quite get through to Ben Brown either. Died on its way down. Those ones that land just in front of the wicketkeeper, almost like a half volley, are the most difficult ones to take, so he's done well to pick that up cleanly.
You've already given me a masterclass this morning, which was fun, in terms of a shorter batter and the use of the wrists and the sort of
I've basically just given myself an excuse of how to use my wrists when I'm playing a sort of cover drive rather than stepping towards the ball.
But that almost slapping style of hitting the ball, it's a little bit like from a penalty corner in hockey a little bit. Those sort of flicks from the the striker of the ball, often a specialist. It's quite a similar angle, isn't it?
And I think that's why you see that come into a one day. It produces a lot of power. If you watch a lot of hockey in short corners, it does produce an awful lot of power. So I think that's where that's come from, and it's definitely more adopted nowadays with so much shorter format cricket. It's quite effective. So change of bowling here at the Utilita Bowl. Liam Dawson to start his day from the pavilion end. He's a couple of changes in his field. He's gone with a long off, to Danny Briggs in a deep cover, and one patrolling out at deep mid wicket as well. Slip in place. James Vince stood there as he comes around the wicket to Briggs. He's on the back foot and pushes that into extra cover, and there is no run.
So again, with the bonus points in mind, James Vince feeling that Dawson, who claimed 2 wickets, 2 of the 4 wickets to fall yesterday, is their best chance of getting breakthroughs between now and the 110 overs.
I don't disagree. And again, forward, outside edge. No, it's off the pad. Big appeal for LBW from the Hampshire fielders, but it's given not out. I thought it was an outside edge, but obviously it's come off the pad of Danny Briggs, who's pressing forward.
I got the impression it was bat first, you know. I got the impression it was bat first.
It did carry pretty much all the way through. James Vince just dropped in front of him. But again, dot ball on the back foot this time as Briggs a bit of an ugly looking slap to extra cover, and there's no run once again. He's just trying to find that gap out to deep cover, get himself off strike. Doesn't look as comfortable against spin. Dawson in again, round the wicket. Fielders closing in on him off the back foot. That time he hits the deep cover fielder, which is James Fuller. Runs round to his left, collects the ball. One more to the total. 351 for 4.
Starting to get the impression that Warwickshire are not thinking about the 400 here.
You've gone full circle.
Well, no, it's weighing up what they were going to do. I mean, last week they got to the 450 with a very short boundary at Edgbaston, and of course, I mean, they weren't losing any wickets at all. It was a very, very flat surface. This is pretty flat, but unless Dan Mosley really launches an assault here, they're probably looking to bat long rather than to score quickly.
Does feel that way. Liam Dawson to the left-handed Mosley pushes that off the back foot to deep mid wicket, and they just get one more. Played carefully. Mosley moves to 13, 352 for 4. Sorry, moves to 12. The scoreboard moves quicker than my eyes do.
It is quick, the scoreboard. They do a good job of that.
Dawson then big slap into the leg side, pulled nicely to the boundary by Danny Briggs. Picks up 4 more. That's a lovely looking shot. Middle and leg stump, and swept nicely into the leg side. An attacking shot, Richard.
Well, you see, just as you think one thing, the opposite happens. He pulls out the sweep, produces it perfectly, and cracks it to the fence for 4. So they've got 8 overs to score 44. It's not off. It's a real juggling act, isn't it? It's one of the curiosities of the point system, in that within the game you have these little mathematical quandaries. They don't want to lose 2 wickets cheaply chasing the 400 for the sake of a bonus point, but that bonus point, whether it be in a chase for a title or whether it be in a battle against relegation, could be really important.
Absolutely.
So there's sometimes a danger of falling between a rock and a hard place.
But that was an over-pitch delivery on middle and leg. I wouldn't say it was reckless cricket, just controlled and played in the right way.
Let's see what Mosley chooses to do against Abbott here, as he just pushes forward and neatly works it out towards point. And there's a single. Is it Middleton who's out there? Is that 19? Looking for the distance. You've obviously changed your glasses more recently than I've changed mine. That and having eyes that are 30 years younger. But yeah, Middleton and Fuller seem to have done a lot of the work in the field so far today. 357 for 4, just 17 runs added so far this morning in just over 6 overs. What is a beautiful morning for cricket. Full ball off the outside edge, or the outer half anyway, of Briggs bat down to third for another single. 358 for 4. Just the breeze, we're hidden from it at the moment. I think it's coming from behind us, but if you look at the left of the pavilion above the Warwickshire changing room where the bare and ragged staff is flying, That's billowing on that side of the pavilion.
It's almost coming across us, isn't it?
Yeah.
From behind the hotel, across the ground. And when that sun comes in here later, Richard, we're going to be in prime position.
I'm going to have to get my grubby cap out, because otherwise I'm going to end up with a red forehead. It won't be the look that I'm after. Abbott, full, driven by Moseley. Only as far as extra cover. That's where James Vince, the Hampshire captain, finds himself at the moment. Has a good look at the ball. Gives it a bit of a shine, and then he'll throw it to Fuller at mid-off. Had a couple of ball changes, so we knew we were back on the Dukes yesterday. Didn't see Kookaburras being changed in the first 2 weeks.
No. Definitely a couple of interactions between umpires, having a little look at the Duke's ball.
Moseley awaits again, and he's trying to drive quite extravagantly. The ball got jammed between bat and pad and plops out apologetically into the follow-through of Abbott.
I think it bounced a little bit more than maybe Moseley was thought it was going to. It's hitting quite hard on the bat in the end. A couple of that have just bounced a little bit more this morning.
Both championship innings for Moseley in the first 2 weeks resulted in half centuries. 62 against Worcestershire, 55 not out against Durham when the innings was closed, the declaration. Danny Briggs, his 14 not out, is his highest of the season. As Moseley again is looking to drive, and once more he picks out Vince. He doesn't field it cleanly, but does it cleanly enough. An extra cover. There's no run. As an off-spinner, are your fingers getting fidgety at this point of the season when you're not able to bowl, is it?
Yeah, a little bit. And watching Liam Dawson out there makes me even more fidgety. Just when you can't do something, it's even more irritating, isn't it?
He's never had a six-for in a major final, though, has he?
Oh, I don't know. I don't remember one.
Not in a final. Not in a final. This is a slower ball from Abbott. Coming forward in defence is Moseley. So just the 2 runs off that over. Warwickshire 358 for 4. And just to tell you, it is a bit nippy up here. Charlotte's got a woolly hat on. Looks like you're going to go skiing later.
Gosh, that's definitely something we're not allowed to do.
Yeah, no, exactly.
I would not be trusted to do that.
So, there are various exemptions within your contracts these days.
Yeah, skydiving, bungee jumping, skiing.
Do you want to do any of those?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
But being told you can't do something makes you sort of semi-consider it. No, I'm just joking.
You don't want to be banned from, I don't know, pizza, watching Traitors. I mean, these are the things that matter in life.
Watching Traitors does matter in life.
It really does.
Now that I know you're a fan, I'll pick your brains later on that one. Liam Dawson then to continue. Protection on the leg side for him. Back of a length delivery. And Briggs pushes that to Nick Gubbins, who's loitering at extra cover. There's almost 2 extra covers in place. One slightly closer than the other. We've got 2 out on the leg side protecting for that sweep that we saw from Briggs in the last over. Dawson bowling to Briggs, who's forward in defence that time. Gubbins again does the fielding. So 4 out of, if there was an inner circle, where it would lie. So protection for a potential attack off the back foot this time is Briggs out to deep cover. And Fuller does the fielding out there, and they pick up 1 more to the total, 359 for 4 Warwickshire.
It's looking less likely they're going to try and get to 400 in the allocation of overs, isn't it? It just... I mean, it could surprise me, but 39 balls to score 41 runs, it's looking less likely. Dan Moseley, if he hits the next one for 6,
you'll change your mind.
Yeah.
Slip in place for him then, Dawson over the wicket, and he does attack. He goes over the top of long off. 1 bounce 4 into the side.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? It was very measured, that, from Dan Moseley, in that he's got comfortably to the pitch of the ball, and he's not had to overhit it, as he's lifted it well and truly over mid-off. It's confusing, isn't it? I mean, genuinely, it's not a case of me changing my mind all the time. It's you just look at the scoreboard and think, well, it doesn't look like they're going to.
Oh,
Maybe they will, maybe they won't. Oh, it was 6. It was 6. Oh, so I said maybe he'll come down and hit the next ball for 6. Lo and behold.
he does exactly that. Decision changed by the umpire.
So the fielder, to be fair, has done a very honest job there.
Back of a length delivery this time. That was to be expected from Dawson. They scamper 3 for 1, do they? Yes, they do. Good running. Push the ball to mid-on. Liam Dawson can't do the fielding off his own bowling, and they pick up one more. 365 for 4 now. Mosley moves into the 20s.
Yeah, 366. It took a while for the scoreboard to update the 4 to a 6 because they have to go backwards on the system. The scorers, it was a nightmare for them.
Briggs this time driving to that fielder. Murbas there at long off. He collects the ball. They do collect one more. 367 for 4 Warwickshire at the end of the 104th over. And Dawson now bowled 28 overs in this innings. He's picked up 2 wickets, but he's leaked a few in that over.
He's not necessarily managed to maintain control in the way that he would like to. Southern Vipers are flying still, 70 without loss in the 16th over. Is it McCacken, you were saying?
It is.
Yeah, with 26, not 32, and a dozen extras. That's a really good start for them. Central Sparks 55 for 2 in the 16th against the Blaze. Brewer gone for 22. A wicket there for Kirsty Gordon. As Kyle Abbott will begin a new over to Danny Briggs, who leaves the ball alone outside off stump. I'm very confused as to whether they're going for the 400 or not.
1 minute they're leaving the ball, next minute they're trying to attack. Did look like from the last 2 overs of Liam Dawson that they might be looking to attack him a little bit more.
Yeah.
Mostly using his feet in the last over and Briggs sweeping to pick up boundaries. And
33 off 35, isn't it, to try and get another batting point. Yeah. Yeah, they're picking on the one, aren't they, rather than the other. Waiting for a loose ball from Abbott, who hasn't bowled too many of those today. This is full and driven by Briggs, but he can't beat a diving extra cover. Tom Prest it is, who scrambles to his left to pick it up. Elsewhere in Division 1, Essex still dominating Lancashire, 98 for 1. They're trailed by just 48. Coochie was out for 53. Cook, the night watchman, is still there on 11. Kent and Surrey delayed by rain. Kent 144 for 4, so they've had a lot of interruptions there. Don't know where they found some weather from.
yeah,
Wow, that's a bit unlucky.
it's very dark there. Yesterday I saw some pictures.
Abbott into Briggs again, chops down on it to backward point, no run. Somerset 129 for 2, trail Notts by just 64, but Sean Dixon is out for 72, a first wicket of the season for Luke Fletcher. At Kidderminster, Worcestershire 110 for 4, 134 behind Durham. Jake Libby is 49 not out, Jason Holder has 18. In Division 2, Leicestershire 190 for 3 at Derby. They had rain again there yesterday. Marcus Harris 86 not out, a couple of wickets for Sam Connors. Give you the other 3 in a moment. As Abbott bowls again to Briggs, short ball, steered off his hip, comfortable single down to long leg. 368 for 4. Yeah, the other 3 games at Lords, Middlesex 115 for 5, trail Yorkshire by 44. 3 wickets now for Jordan Thompson. Loyster Ploy is 41 not out. Morgan 236 for 8 against Northants. Ingram out for 82. Douthwaite for 50. Sanderson, an Oldham but a golden, 4 for 86. And Gloucestershire 367 for 8 at Sussex. Zaffer is 51 not out there. It's a decent score on the board. Ollie Robinson none for 83 in 21 overs. That's a rarity. As Abbott is in to Mosley, looking to chop it down towards third man. Bit of bat, bit of pad about that, and it squirts behind. And there's no run.
It's that angle of bat, isn't it? Like you say, chops down on the ball rather than using the full face.
It's not quite timing against the seam bowling at the moment. We saw that lovely lofted drive for 6 in the last over from Liam Dawson for Dan Mosley. He's not quite dealing with Abbott. And he just comes well forward now, pushes it out into the offside. And there's no run. That's the end of the 105th over, so 5 more to try and accrue any bonus points. Warwickshire 368 for 4. So they need 32 runs from 5 overs if they're going to take a 4th batting point. And Hampshire need 2 wickets in the next 4 overs if they're going to get another bowling point. For a moment I thought Mohammed Abbas was going to come back on, but he's just trudging gently back towards mid-off. As Liam Dawson has a conflab with Nick Gubbins and James Vince.
Be interesting to see now what the Warwickshire batters do, whether they continue to target Dawson a little bit more, or whether they decide to play it a little bit safer. Stands at the top of his mark, Dawson. Past the umpire he goes now. Briggs on strike, plays a back foot push into the offside, and they pick up 1 to the left of James Fuller out there.
Fuller's just starting to do some warm-ups. Sorry.
That's right.
Yeah, just starting to do some warm-ups. So whether he's going to have a quick go to see if his extra pace will get a wicket.
He is used as Hampshire's sort of attack bowler in that way. Well, the lofted 6 over mid-off has caused a field change for Hampshire. That fielder now goes out to the rope for Mosley, but a shorter delivery from Dawson pushed into the leg side for a single. So a double bluff potentially. 370 for 4. Mosley moves to 21.
It's such a tantalising calculation. I'm half expecting a 12th man to suddenly come out with a fresh pair of gloves and a message at the moment.
To say, here we go. Dawson bowls to Briggs, who's again on the back foot, and slaps one to Murbas at long off. Returns the ball nicely. 3 singles to start this over, so no real attack. 371 for 4.
Well, the field's offering them singles everywhere, isn't it?
It's very spread. There's only 2 fielders had a slip close to the bat. On the front foot this time is Mosley, another single. Kel Sapri. Ali Orr does the fielding at deep cover. It's interesting, they're not really trying to build any pressure. Almost
no.
Just allowing this to tick over for a minute.
If there was a nick one there, they'd probably suddenly surround the bat to try and get the 6th wicket. But
Dawson this time round the wicket, inside edge of the bat into the leg side from Briggs. Ben Brown rushes out towards square leg to do the fielding from behind the stumps. 1 more to the total. And obviously waiting for the attack, the big shot to come. Hence why the field is spread. But they haven't shown any signs of doing that so far in this over. 5 singles. Warwickshire just accruing. Field change now. Deep point comes in.
I wonder if he dares try and find that wide gap between the point or the cover boundary fielder and long off, whether he tries to aim for that, Dan Mosley.
We'll see now. Dawson, back of a length delivery, pushed into the leg side. Good fielding by Nick Gubbins, I think it is. Running round to his right from mid-wicket. A dot ball to finish, 373 for 4.
The ground fielding's been very good from Hampshire throughout the course of the first day and a bit of this game. You know, there haven't been any chances put down, there haven't really been any misfields. They've stuck at it resolutely on a surface that isn't offering a lot. James Fuller is going to come on to bowl the last 2 overs of the 110 from this end, from the B hotel end. Bowled fantastically against Will Rhodes yesterday. Bowled a bit of leg theory too, and Rhodes was caught in 2 minds a couple of times, whether to attack or just get out of the way. He was very unlucky to come up with no wickets in his 14 overs yesterday. Also put so much effort in, because there's not a lot of natural pace about this surface. Really bent his back.
He is that type of bowler, aggressive, likes to try and bowl quickly, likes to bowl at the body of the opposition more times than not. And he's a passionate guy.
Southern Vipers have lost their first wicket of the season. Knott has gone for 41. Court Franklin bowled McDonald Gay. 81 for 1 in the 18th over. So a lot of wickets in a couple of other games. Western Storm are 55 for 5 against the Sunrisers. That's not a good morning, is it? A couple of wickets for Grucock. And Thunder 69 for 4 against the Northern Diamonds. So it is Fuller to bowl for the first time today, and onto the back foot goes Briggs and jabs it down towards third man for another single. 374 for 4. So 26 off 23 if they want to get another batting bonus point. And Fuller will tend to tempt Dan Mosley, I think, into trying to play a big shot or two. That short mid-wicket boundary is going to be tempting. Fuller bowled most of his overs yesterday from the pavilion end, and he has a bit more protection with the longer boundary.
Will he take it on? Dan Mosley.
I think he might. He's round the wicket as well, Fuller. It's the one slip in place. As he's driven through extra cover, it's a good stop there and a shy at the stumps, but then overthrows, and it's going to be 4 overthrows. So that's a real bonus. It's going to be a 5 for Dan Mosley. And I don't think the run out was ever really on. It was a good scrambling stop, and I think almost in admiration of his own work, the fielder decides to hurl it at the non-striker's end, and it whistles past the stumps, and there's nobody backing up. So Mosley goes to 27. It's 379 for 4. And Nick Gubbins has accidentally given the visitors a little bit of a lift here in terms of the potential of getting to 400.
Yeah, it was a bit of a wild throw. Don't think the run out was on. You're right, Richard.
As Briggs defends back up the surface to mid-on. Mohammed Abbas fields.
I think he's now just defending himself.
Yeah, and to be fair, it's not unreasonable that somebody should have been backing up.
Just that awkward gap, isn't it, between what was mid-on and mid-wicket for the left-hander Mosley. It was just that gap that wasn't the angle that now Gubbins has stood at what was extra cover, is inviting it.
Driven by Danny Briggs with no timing at all. That would have jarred the hands a little bit. Mohammed Abbas comes around from mid-on again. 6 runs from the first 2 balls the over. This was an opportunity for Warwickshire just to make it all the more compelling, the chance to get to 400. I think they've kind of got to go for it now, because you reach that point, you don't want to miss out by on a point by 6 or 7 runs, do you?
No, not if it's calculated. I think there's enough on offer to be able to attack.
Haven't really had to take much of a risk so far. Briggs driving through the offside to backward point, and the man is out on the fence. So another single, 380 for 4, 22 to Briggs, who, as he's often done in his Warwickshire career, sticking around as a night watchman.
Yeah, he's been known to do that a fair few times, but I would never say that he's not handy with the bat at all. He's looked quite comfortable here this morning, and the same last night, with not many issues thrown his way.
Fuller round the wicket again, steered round the corner by Mosley. So they've taken 8 runs off that over, 381 for 4. 3 overs left of the allocation to try and get another 19 runs. And I think we're going to do a double change in the commentary box. Charlotte will be back soon, but Kevin James is going to be the next voice that you hear. And then once Kevin is up and running, he'll be joined by the analyst, Simon Hughes.
Thank you very much. Richard and Charlotte will be back shortly. The analyst is back. He's doing something rather special tomorrow, which we'll talk about over the next half an hour. Something, when he texted me, I did have a little chuckle, and you said, don't ask. But unfortunately, the best place to ask is when we're on air, so it's public.
Oh my God.
We'll come to that in a moment. How are you anyway? You all right? You good?
Yeah, fine. Lovely day, isn't it? I mean, it's a bit chilly, but it's still chilly to be a bowler, especially a spinner like Dawson.
I know, there's not much in the pitch for him at the moment, as that's turned away on the leg side by Mosley, and there is no run. So 381 for 4. Warwickshire beginning this morning on 340 for 4, so they've managed to keep all of their last 6 wickets intact, and they have added 41. Mosley drives past the diving short mid-wicket up to mid-on, and he'll pick up a single. 29, 382 for 4 now at Warwickshire. That will bring the night watchman Danny Briggs on strike. He's doing a good job. We all know here and at Warwickshire that he can bat. He's almost the perfect night watchman, Danny Briggs. 45 balls he's lasted so far. He was overnight just the one, so he's added 21 to his total. As Dawson comes in, fellow left arm spinner. Briggs is on the back foot. The ball just follows him a little bit, plays it back to the bowler, no run. What have you made of this morning so far, yours?
Well, it's a flat pitch, isn't it? And these guys have applied themselves well. I mean, I don't know what more Hampshire could do at the moment, really. It's been a good little partnership.
Certainly has. These two came together late last night, of course. That's why Danny Briggs came out. Ed Barnard, LBW for 27. That was 338 for 4. Deep mid on there is now. So there's a deep mid off, deep mid on. Man on the drive on the offside. Deep mid wicket and deep backward square leg. Briggs goes aerial just over the outstretched hand of Liam Dawson. Goes back up the top end of the ground. They'll come back for 2. Mosley just gets the skates on there for the last few yards. Comfortably home. 384 or 386, might be 386 for 4.
I suppose Warwickshire's aim is to get the 500, and probably they will.
Yeah.
At this point, it's hard to see how they're going to get a result because it just looks so flat. And the last pitch was similar and didn't really deteriorate, and of course ended in a draw.
Yes, it's following the same lines, isn't it? Not a sweep shot, and he's bowled. And the first wicket of the morning sees Danny Briggs trying to sweep. I think that might be the leg stump come out of the ground.
I think it probably is, yeah, even though it's standing on the offside.
Yeah, is the replay if you're watching the live picture feed in slow motion. Quite full, yours, isn't it? Yeah, he's showing leg stump there, isn't he?
It's what Shane Warne used to call the pickpocket delivery.
The what?
The pickpocket delivery,
right
outside the leg stump, spinning back round behind the batsman's, backside really, and bowling him leg stump. Well, a good little effort there by Danny Briggs. So he's departed for 29. 22. 24, yeah. I mean, he obviously looked as if he was going to start to step on the gas a bit with that previous ball, which he kind of rather ladled back over Dawson's head. Didn't really connect with it, but he was looking to try and be aggressive. And actually, he did also sweep one for earlier in the day in that direction. But that was just a bit fuller. Maybe we can see the replay again at some point. It was a little bit fuller, and I think it just sort of bypassed that attempted sweep and got underneath the bat. So a good breakthrough for Hampshire. 384 for 5 now is the Warwickshire score. I'm just trying to see who we've got coming out now. This is Bethel, isn't it? Coming out at
Jacob Bethel.
Bethel coming out at number 7. We can also wield a bat pretty handily.
Yeah, 20 years of age, so still very young in his first class career. This is only his 12th first class match. I did see something, and I know Richard's in earshot here, that I think he's being compared. I think he's the next Ian Bell, I'm told, with the bat.
Okay.
So
high praise.
High promising. I saw that. I read an article somewhere a couple of days ago that they're quite excited about this guy. They think he's the best thing they've seen with the bat since that, potentially.
Even though he's left-handed.
Well, yeah, left-handed Ian Bell then. There we go, which is a little hard to imagine.
Yeah. Paul Collingwood tells a great story. Why is it left-handers? He always said to me, why do left-handers always look more graceful than right-handers? And I'll tell you a story about that after this ball, actually.
Right. 384 for 5 then, so we've got 2 left-handers out there in the middle at the moment as Dawson comes over the wicket. Bethel's on the back foot and off the mark straight away as he punches that up to deep mid-on.
Nice shot, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, it's 385 for 5.
So Paul Collingwood said he was batting, he was in the gym in the West Indies during a tour and running along on a treadmill, and there was a mirror in front of him, as inevitably there are in gyms. So he's running along on the treadmill with a mirror in front of him, and the mirror was showing a cricket match behind on the telly. There was the highlights of a game. So he was looking at the highlights in the mirror on the telly behind him, and he saw this left-hander playing beautiful shots. And he said, wow, why is it that left-handers look so graceful? And he turned round to see the TV properly, and it was him batting. Who has never been known as a graceful-looking player, Paul Collingwood, a bit crab-like, but he said even he looked graceful. Bethel, who defends up to mid-off. Were you ever described as a graceful? You were a left-handed player, weren't you?
I was described as a lot of things. Graceful, good, weren't probably one of those.
Scrappy.
Scrappy and...
Yeah, actually, you were quite a graceful player, I reckon.
I think so.
You had a bit of style, yeah.
Well, you saw enough
style,
of me.
definitely.
Thank you, it's very kind, thank you.
Yeah. A bit vulnerable outside off stump.
Well, that's true.
I tell you,
that's true.
You had a nice style about you, definitely. I reckon right-handed you wouldn't have looked as good. It comes for a good delivery, past the outside edge of the left-handed Bethel and through to the keeper. No touch there from the batsman, but that was a good delivery. Just have a look at that. I like Fuller. We were talking about him off air just now. Actually, he's really improved as a bowler. Yeah. He's got a bit more pace. He's got a bit more consistency. Got lovely rhythmical action. And excellent delivery, that from round the wicket. So difficult to play, angling in from round the wicket and then sort of just veering away across towards first slip. I reckon have another slip in with this new batter here. The ball's not that old, the second new ball. Here comes Fuller again, bowled full that time and steered down to third man. Actually, I think he's got 4 for that. It's skewed off a thickish edge down fine, wide of the first slip there. I just said he should have a second slip. Wonder if that would have gone anywhere near him. What do you reckon?
It's off the bottom of the bat more than anything.
Yeah, it's wide of second slip.
Wasn't a great ball, was it?
It wasn't a great ball, no. I suppose that's been his overriding issue, is that he's just not been that consistent. But I reckon he's got the potential here to be a really effective all-rounder. But the fact he's able to bowl with that extra bit of pace as well and maybe go to the leg theory occasionally is a big asset, especially on these flat pitches. He bowls again, that's a bit fuller and straighter this time. Nicely driven by Bethel, but straight back to the bowler.
The thing is, apart from that ball before, that went for 4, consistent is actually something that he's added to his game, because I wouldn't be unkind to say that when he first arrived here, his bowling was a little bit all over the place. I've said it many times, and I'll say it again because you can't say it enough, that Graham Welsh, the bowling coach here, has done a magnificent job with him and turned him into a bowler that actually you want in your side now. Last year, 24 wickets at 25.
It's good. Yeah, it's good. He's bowling again round the wicket, and Bethel defends nicely, going up on his toes, just riding that little bit of extra bounce. It's 389 for 5, the Warwickshire score. The loss of 1 wicket this morning, Danny Briggs, but both Bethel and also his partner Dan Mosley, 29 not out.
So tomorrow.
Yes, tomorrow.
You're not here tomorrow,
I'm
which
not.
I was quite disappointed when you texted me, because you've last couple of games you've become very much part of the commentary team here, and we've enjoyed it, and many people have messaged to say they've enjoyed it, but not here tomorrow. So because
I'm cheerleading for the Samaritans at the marathon, actually, which sounds a bit sort of also non sequitur in a way, doesn't it? Nicely bowled by Fuller, and they've set the men back there to give Bethel the strike, give him a single, and he took it. Happily took it, so he keeps the strike at the end of that over, 390 for 5. Actually, my girlfriend is doing it. She's sort of volunteered to be a supporter for the Samaritans. Anybody running on behalf of the Samaritans, and anyone else actually who's running for the marathon, we're just going to go along, stand near the embankment and cheer for anyone who's making the effort to do it, whether they're dressed in normal running gear or like a kangaroo, I suppose, or whatever else people wear. Do you remember there was one? I remember the marathon one time. A waiter ran the entire marathon with a tray of drinks.
Oh right.
Yeah, all the way. How do you do that? I mean, they must have been glued to the tray, I suppose.
Yeah.
And I guess he lost a bit of the drink on the way. But yeah, it's an amazing.
Still, to have your hand out for 26 miles must be
exactly.
My shoulder must be a bit.
Yeah, when England won the Ashes in 2010-11, Andrew Strauss's team, they went on this camp to Germany before the tour.
Right. Come back to that, because Dawson's just ready to start over number 110, I think this is, of the innings. That goes out on the offside, and there's no runs. So Bethel's facing. Yep.
And these German army commanders made them do all sorts of horrible things in the forest. I mean, kind of physical things. And one of them was carrying a brick in each hand for 4 hours.
Wow.
And apparently it's one of the most painful things you can ever do.
Can imagine. Bethel's on the back foot, keeps a little low, steers that to short mid-wicket. I'm just looking, actually, this is the last over of bonus points. Warwickshire could or try and get another 10 for 1, but it doesn't look like they are. Well, we await the next instalment of that story.
Yeah, it's a good spot, actually.
Yeah.
So, they need another 10 runs off this over then, do they, basically?
I just don't think they're going to look to do that. They aren't.
Yeah.
No, they're just going to look to bat long. So what do you do? Do you sort of wait for somebody who's running for the Samaritans to run past and go, "Hey, Samaritan,
I suppose so. I don't know. I mean, I'll report back on Monday. I don't actually know.
You don't know what you're going to say?
No, but I'll just be a cheerleader. It's all right. I don't mind. I might have to wear a Samaritans T-shirt.
Right.
I'll just, it's sort of good cause of support. So
Sounds
great.
fun.
Yeah.
I mean, do you have a list of who's running on behalf of the Samaritans?
I presume we'll get one.
And a number, so that
they've got these fairly distinctive T-shirts as well. Those running gear.
Right. So you could go 10 or 15 minutes, and no Samaritan runners run past you, and then all of a sudden, couple.
I think that's right.
Dawson over the wicket again. Bethel's forward, definitely not playing for this extra bonus point.
I don't know if I'll have any voice left by the time I come here on Monday. I'm shouting for 6 hours, but maybe that's a good thing.
Well, you might not be much use to us if that's the case.
Okay, well.
And here's the silent Simon Hughes, which I don't think you've ever been described as.
I get it from my mum. She could talk to a tree, basically.
There is a short leg coming in for Jacob Bethel here. I think Hampshire have realised that they're not going to try and push the scoring rate along. Happy to just keep batting. Put Hampshire under more pressure. Dawson bowls. Bethel's on the back foot. Forces that away on the onside. Fuller is out there at deep mid-wicket. A little square. Comes round well. Even though he's bowling, he's still quick out of the blocks and keeps it down to a single. 391 for 5, Warwickshire.
Where do you get your radio talk ability from? Does that come from your parents, or is that something you always had?
I don't know. I don't know, actually, Oz. I suppose sometimes I can be quite quiet at home. I don't know. Sometimes you sort of just want to be quiet. I'm not sure, actually. Maybe I'm just one of those that when the red button goes on, so I turned away on the next side, I turn into something different to what I normally am. I don't know. Do you find that?
No.
No, you're the same. You've always been the same.
No,
actually.
Just talk too much.
Yeah.
Basically. Yeah, I can't help it. It comes from... My dad was an actor, my mum was an actress for a while, and then she was a great conversationalist, and my sister, she loves talking. Bethany Hughes, the historian, TV historian, she loves talking as well. It's probably a Hughes trait, I suppose. You're naturally on
performing, whatever.
I think
from the moment you wake up to the time you go to bed.
I suppose so. Yeah.
And maybe even when you're asleep, you might still be performing.
It must be exhausting to live with, mustn't it? It's probably why I've had about 8 wives. Henry VIII. No, not quite as many as that. Right, let's have a look at this game here anyway. Let's try and talk some sense about this. 391 for 5 is the Warwickshire score. It's Fuller bowling, and it's Bethel defending out to short cover, but he gets a single there because the cover point fielder's back on the boundary. So still quite a defensive field from Hampshire, even though they've got a new player at the crease. 2 left-handers, of course. And I like the way that Fuller wants to bowl round the wicket. It's something that a lot of right-arm bowlers now do, of course, to left-handers, which, in our day they didn't really do, did they? I don't remember many times bowling round the wicket to a left-hander in, 15 years of first-class cricket. It's been something that's happened much more recently, probably the last 10 to 15 years. Nicely driven by Mosley that time, but straight to extra cover.
Well, the reason being,
would you have faced many right-arm over bowlers bowling left-handed? Right-arm bowlers bowling round the wicket to you as a left-hander?
I think sometimes. I think if you were in for a little while, bowlers would try something, but generally they're going over the wicket. I mean, mainly because I think we used to be told by coaches that it takes the LBW out, doesn't it?
If you bowl round.
Because the minute the batter comes half forward, he's outside the line, so you're taking that mode of dismissal out.
All the angles going down the leg side.
Yes, and we lose that natural...
Now, the umpires are coming together here briefly, by the way, to have a look at the ball, probably, because the players the Hampshire players have complained about it. Maybe it's gone slightly out of shape or gone soft in one portion. It looks like they're going to change it again. usually a tactic to try and get the ball to move around more as well. So yeah, they're changing the ball. It's not that old either. It's only what 20 and a bit overs old. So how many overs have they bowled? 102. So it's 22 overs old, is it? But roughly.
They didn't take it on 80.
Okay.
They took it on 82, I think.
Right,
they
so
did.
20 overs old. So not that old. So yeah, because we were taught, weren't we, to play as a right-arm bowler to a left-handed batsman to try and swing it into the left-hander to try and get him LBW bowled, and that was the traditional way of getting left-handers out. But again, sort of similar to what we were talking about yesterday, with swing being less prevalent as a sort of way of getting wickets, and seam being more common, especially in England. Perhaps that's another reason why they go round the wicket and try and create the angle, a little bit of movement away to get wickets that way.
Yeah, I mean, I see Abbott and Abbas bowl a lot, of course, a lot more than anybody else, and they predominantly come round to left-handers, they angle it in, pitch, straighten, and that's dangerous for a left-hander. Because they have to play it because of the angle of the ball.
I remember looking at some stats about it actually, and Alistair Cook, in his last 3 years as an England player, his average went down about 10 runs. So his overall average was mid-40s, but his last 3 years, roughly, it was down to about 30 odd, 31, 32 in his last probably 20 tests. And that was partly, almost mainly due to more right-arm bowlers, the likes of Morning Morkel, Steyn, whoever, Aussies, going round the wicket to him. Okay. And he just struggled with that.
Yeah, because you're always, as a left-hander, looking to play more balls, whereas right-arm over, you're looking to leave it.
Yeah. Fuller, round the wicket, bowls, driven by Mosley, straight up to mid-on. Well fielded there by Carl Abbott. So Mosley just remaking his guard, doing a little bit of gardening actually, just tapping at the crease, tapping at the pitch a bit. I'm not sure there's much to pat down. It's an absolutely blemishless surface so far. We've only seen about one ball do anything in a day and a half, or day and a quarter.
Less than last week.
Yeah, exactly. Fuller bowls again, full and driven out to deep cover. Good bit of retrieval there by Tom Prest. Gets it, keeps it to 1. 393 for 5, Warwickshire.
Yeah, I mean, just going on that theory alone, it's interesting how, how thoughts have changed, isn't it? Thought processes and what have you. How what's acceptable and should be done now wasn't a few years ago, and vice versa. I mean, the reverse sweeps, obviously. God, if you played a reverse sweep a couple of decades ago, you wouldn't go back to the dressing room if you were out.
Here comes Fuller, bowls, and that's a nice delivery actually, well played by Bethel there, just riding that little hint of movement, dabbing it out on the offside. Looks a well organised player. Gets the length up early and gets into good positions so far anyway. He's only on 8 at the moment. Mosley has 30, Warwickshire 393 for 5. Actually, is it not? Wait a minute, isn't it 110 overs to the bonus points?
That's right.
So they've got another 5 overs.
No, it's 110.5.
Is it? I can't read.
The last over was 110.
Oh, I thought it said 105.5. Yeah. Obviously, need my eyes tested. Fuller bowls the last ball of the over, and Bethel leaves that alone. Oh, so Mosley leaves it alone, and through to the keeper.
You were talking about Mosley just now.
Yes.
Last year, 571 runs at 30, which actually slightly better than his career overall, which he averages 28. So he did slightly improve last season. Obviously looking to kick on this year. Made a half century, 62 in the game against Worcestershire, first game of the season. And he made 55 not out last week, also at Edgbaston against Durham. So he started the season pretty well. A couple of decent innings, Chris. As all these Warwickshire players have all come in, and that was mentioned last night actually, Yoza. Down the wicket comes Mosley and hits that into the deep extra cover area where there are a couple of fielders for Hampshire. 394 for 5.
Just looking at the replay there of Dawson, I'm just interested to see where he's bowling from. See there, he lands quite wide of the crease. We might look at that again. He's bowling to the left-hander. But one thing I think he could improve, he's a good bowler, don't get me wrong, excellent, but I just think he could maybe vary his position on the crease a bit. Well, he's coming over the wicket now to this left-hander.
It's quite close in there, isn't he? As that's turned up to
That's
short mid
that's
wicket.
fine to the right-hander. Sorry, to the left-hander over the wicket. When he's round the wicket here, particularly to the right-hander, he's very wide of the crease, and he's quite wide of the crease to the left-hander as well. It's a nice shot, actually, that. But the point I'm going to make after this ball
Quietly played out on the offside, no run.
is that someone like, I always think Ravi Jadeja is a great role model for left-arm spinners, and one of his greatest assets is he bowls from very close to the stump, so he's always wicket to wicket.
Yeah.
So LBW is always in the equation all the time because he's so straight and direct.
Dawson comes in again. It's a length ball which played back to him by Mosley.
You'll notice with Jadeja that he bowls a lot of balls and his front foot is only just outside the leg stump at his end, and he's very close to the stump, so he's bowling absolutely darts, wicket to wicket all the time, getting the odd one to turn, forcing batsmen to play, giving them no angles to work with.
Sure. Dawson tossed up this time. Again, it's just quietly played out on the offside.
It's a technical point, but it's one of the reasons why he's so effective. And I actually was watching quite a lot of Tom Hartley bowling for England in the winter as well, and he started bowling very wide of the crease, and the Indians found him quite easy to play.
Okay. Dawson from that pavilion end in again, and again it's foolish, but worked up to mid-on this time by Mosley. Pick up a single, 31 he moves on to, 394 for 5.
But I noticed that Hartley, over the series, watched Jadeja, and he even talked about watching him, and actually started varying his position on the crease and coming in closer to the stumps, as well as the odd ball wide of the stumps, wide of the crease. And I think that's already made him a more effective bowler because he's able to vary his position, but keeping the option of having that closer to the stumps. And I've watched Dawson bowl a lot, and I don't ever see him vary his position, not very much anyway.
Right.
He always bowls from quite wide with that front foot almost on the corner of the return crease and the side crease.
When he's coming round the wicket.
Crease, when he's coming round the wicket to the right-handers
Yeah.
or left-handers. So something that he could possibly just enhance his game a bit is, it's not always easy to do, is it, to change your position on the crease, but it is valuable to just create that slightly different angle.
So why would he do that, do you think?
Why would he do it? Well, to take more wickets. To bring LBW into the equation, the thing about, especially if you're playing Test cricket, DRS is such a massive thing, the decision review system, because as soon as a batter's hit on the pad, there's a chance of getting him out. Even if the umpire doesn't give it, the bowler's going to possibly look to review. Driven this time out to deep cover off the next delivery from James Fuller by Bethel, gets a thick edge down to that sort of deep, wide third man position. Single results, 395 for 5. It's so the idea of bowling close to the stumps is going to bring you more rewards because it means you're bowling directly at the wicket as a spinner, and they've got more chance of those LBWs from DRS. Obviously in counter cricket they don't have DRS yet, but I think it's coming actually. I think it will come. Pulled away by Mosley out to deep square leg, ball banged in a bit more by Fuller, and he picks up a single. Actually the sort of the thing that we're doing here, the cameras that we brought in for the Hampshire stream, the fixed cameras around the ground, will eventually be adapted for DRS. So we could have DRS in county cricket before long, I'd say.
Because the umpires have got cameras now,
The
haven't
umpires
they?
have got cameras,
But I'm not sure that's making any difference, is it? It's just, what is it doing? Just recording bits in the middle in case anything...
At the moment, and that's nicely steered down to third man by Bethel this time, and he picks up another single, so 3 singles of the first 3 balls this over. It's essentially for performance review at the moment. They're wearing GoPros. The GoPro, I was talking to a guy that operates this system actually today, and the GoPro on the umpire's sort of breast pocket communicates with a dummy mobile phone in their pocket and sends a message to the central sort of analysis computer, and then the coaches and other people can look at it and use it for analysis purposes. Full of bowls, driven straight back to the bowler, a shot at the stumps, misses. Good bit of action for no actual productivity that time. 398 for 5 is the Warwickshire score, and the idea is to feed it back to the performance department and look at bowlers' consistency. You can do pitch maps, you can do speeds, look at bowlers' speeds, look at their accuracy, things like that really. And I'm looking to try and use some of that material to get it on the stream as well.
Yeah.
So we can have a sort of Hawkeye, a sort of simple version of Hawkeye on the county stream eventually. Good delivery from Fuller that time, and actually Mosley was a bit lucky there. He was late on that, and it nearly bounced onto the stumps. It just bobbled down around the crease area and then bounced, or probably over and just to the side of the off stump. So a little bit of extra pace from James Fuller there. Just got Mosley into slight problems, but still the 6th wicket pair intact. Do you like that idea? I mean, or
yeah,
not?
I do. Yeah, I like seeing things from a different angle from time to time. You get it in one or two other sports, don't you? I think is it Six Nations they had something on the camera.
Fuller to Bethel drives, and it's fielded at extra cover. That's the end of the over. So 398 for 5 is the score. No, one more over.
Yeah,
398 for 5.
I think Six Nations Rugby, they had the referee cam from time to time, which it's you don't want it on all the time, but it just gives you a different view. I think actually that would probably be better for cricket when you're right there in the middle, because you're so far away from the action.
There is a camera angle which you may have seen on Instagram a little bit. Some of the county feeds are taking clips from this GoPro, which films the bowler from the umpire's view. So you can see the bowler come past the umpire and deliver the ball, and then obviously he goes down the other end. It is quite nice to see that from another angle.
Agreed.
At the moment the picture quality is not that good, but with all these things it's getting better.
Yes,
so
definitely. It looks like Liam Dawson is having a break, or is he? Yes, it's Tom Prest, the off spinner. Well, batter off spinner. We haven't seen him yet this innings. We've seen a little bit of leg spin from Nick Gubbins, but Presto bowled a handful of overs last week. We'll get his first go with the ball in hand. I've been a little bit neglectful on the messages this morning. Mike Martin tweeted a little earlier at Solent Sport. Morning, he says, I was hoping to celebrate my 60th birthday with a day at the cricket, but have bronchitis. So watching with you on the live picture feed, enjoying the new man and the match voting system on Twitter. It's that man with the ball in his hand, Tom Prest. Oh, he's wrapped on the pad there immediately as Jacob Bethel, but it's going down. There was a question asked to the umpire, but he said no. Tom Prest was a worthy winner for his work last week. I think Hampshire ran a poll of their, man of the match or whatever, and Tom Prest won it.
Good
that was with the
ball,
bat.
Wasn't it? Good first ball. You're right, it was going down the leg side.
It's round the wicket with his off spin. That's turned away by Bethel to a slightly fuller delivery. And Bethel moves on to 12, and it's 399 for 5. Just the one wicket that's fallen so far this morning after 47 minutes of play. Night watchman Danny Briggs, bowled by Liam Dawson. It was a full delivery on leg stump. Briggs went to sweep. It was 2 full, and he was out for 24. He shared a 46-run partnership for the 5th wicket with the man facing the next ball, Dan Mosley. Kevin James and Simon Hughes with you. Well, in fact, only for the next 4 balls before there was a double change in the commentary box. Oh, he's coming down the wicket. He must be stumped. Surely, no, he's got back. How on earth has that happened? Because Mosley came down the wicket, kind of overbalanced. The ball went through to Ben Brown, although maybe there was a slight delay. Let's have a look on the live picture feed with that one. It was all over the place, was Mosley.
He just fumbled it, didn't he? Ben Brown, I'm afraid. He fumbled it and the batsman got back. He had time just to scramble back. So that was a missed chance. And that's a bye as well as he goes for the sweep. And I don't think there was any contact with the bat there. Ball before and has allowed 2 byes to go through. So the score goes past 400.
In the 114th over. I mean, how on earth a batter can be laying flat out on the floor and yet still get back in time and not have the bails taken off in the time that he gets back behind? You're right, it was a bit of a fumble there from Ben Brown. Sweep shot is bowled, leg stump, identical dismissal that Danny Briggs suffered, and Dan Mosley's tried to sweep one that's a little too full. It's clipped the leg stump, and Tom Prest has picked up a wicket in his first over. It's 401 for 6.
Yeah, it's another pickpocket delivery from the off spinner to the left-hander, bowled him behind his legs, and the batsman making the fateful error there not to use his pad as a second line of protection. So he got his pad too far across towards the offside, allowing a little glimpse of that leg stump. I don't think it turned really. I just think it's probably the length that deceived him or got under the bat, and so he departs. So good bowling change that from James Vince, with Tom Prest causing initial problems. Should have had a stumping, and then he has got a wicket. 401 for 6 is the score as Dan Mosley trudges back. What did he make? 36, was it?
He made
32.
63. Oh no, sorry, I got that wrong.
32.
32.
32.
Or was I put down 63? 32.
401 for 6 then. So Hampshire sort of gradually winkling out the Warwickshire batsman.
Where has he been for the previous 112 overs, some
Right.
people are saying.
Yeah.
That's only his 4th first-class wicket as well.
Oh.
Tom Prest doesn't bowl that often. He's working on his off-spin with Graham Welsh. I know he did a lot of work with it last summer, and I presume during the winter. I've not really had a chance
See
to
how he
talk to him
got
about
his
that.
pad too far across there, the batter. He got it onto sort of middle and off even, and allowing the ball to sneak past and hit him on the legs, hit the leg stump. So a bit of technical adjustment required for Dan Mosley so to have a look at in the nets when he next goes for a sweep against an off spinner.
You've got to pick the right length when you're sweeping.
Well, you have, although, I mean, these days these guys can sweep any length, can't they? They can sweep a full toss, paddle sweep, or you see them ramping Yorkers and obviously length balls. You're right. I mean, a good length is the one that you're looking to sweep.
Yeah.
But these days, batsmen are so good at those little paddle sweeps as well to a full ball.
They are. So the wicketkeeper, Michael Burgess, will face his first delivery. Almost out, caught behind first ball as he tried to cut that away on the offside. Taken cleanly by Ben Brown. Good first over from Tom Prest. He has 1 over, 1 for 1. Double change in the commentary box. Thank you, Simon Hughes. Back this afternoon. Looking forward to that very much. The next voice you hear will be Richard Wilford from BBC WM. And then after that, he'll be joined by Southern Vipers injured bowler Charlotte Taylor.
That's not a description that anybody wants, is it? Injured bowler. I think the notion of being injured has worn off on Charlotte somewhat as well. Give her a chance to get herself balanced on the halfway up her stool. Fuller is going to continue from the hotel end. 401 for 6, Warwickshire. And a thick outside edge from Bethel down to fine third for a single. He's to 13. It's certainly been Hampshire's morning. They've kept a pretty decent curb on this run rate so far this morning. It's just over 3 and over. But if they want to try and get Warwickshire out for 450, then they're kind of going the right way about it. Bit of interest for whether there might be an increased amount of spin as the game goes on, which certainly interests Charlotte as an off-break bowler herself.
Certainly does.
Fuller comes in, flicking behind him, short ball to greet Burgess. First ball he's received from Fuller, and he just lowers his bat away from it, and it goes through to the wicketkeeper Ben Brown, who will be rather relieved that the missed stumping didn't cost them anything.
Yeah, definitely. The moment that missed opportunity happened, do you think how much, well, how many, should I say, could that cost Hampshire? But in the grand scheme of things, it was nothing.
Exactly. And the first time in his 3 innings this season that Dan Mosley has failed to reach a half century. And so Burgess, with a very straight bat on the back foot, plays out into the offside. And there's no run. Southern Vipers 134 for 2 in the 27th against South East Stars. McCacken was out for 30, not for 41. Adams 29 not out, Elwes 22 not out. Good platform, I think they'd say, for that one.
Yeah, ready to build on from there.
Should be a decent score. Give you the Central Sparks score in a moment as Fuller is in once more to Burgess, who's cutting in front of square, and that's a good shot from Burgess. Gets off the mark with a 4, He's timed that beautifully. He hasn't seen much time at the crease so far this season, just the 1 innings, and he was out for 7. But off the mark in fine style with a little back cut there.
It's a lovely piece of timing from Michael Burgess. Causes a field change as well, so we're going to see a deep third and a deep point in place now. James Fuller's seen enough of that after 1 ball.
Yeah. Central Spartans 93 for 4, by the way. They've just lost Campbell for 13. Nobody's really made a score for them yet. Fuller in again, forced out into the offside for a single. 407 for 6. Marie Kelly has just taken the most recent wicket, that of Amy Campbell. It seems weird seeing Marie Kelly playing for the away team at Edgbaston. But,
yeah, Warwickshire girl.
Abby Freeborn is 21 though. Actually, she was in very good form pre-season, so they're going to need her to make a big score there.
Yeah, both her and Eve Jones scored hundreds in the last game.
Very different players, those two.
Yeah.
Eve rather more elegant. Abby can strike a long ball. Very powerful player. This is driven up towards mid-on by Bethel for a single. Picked his fielder quite well. Carl Abbott was never going to be hurtling in at that. So the scoreboard ticks over reasonably well in that over for Warwickshire. They get to the end of it on 408 for 6. Bethel has 14 and Burgess with 5.
Prester's going to have another one. I wonder whether it was just going to be a one-trick wonder or 1 over spell, get the wicket and come off, but he's going to have one more.
It might be the golden arm now.
He would hope so, definitely.
It wasn't just the wicket ball, he caused problems during that over.
Yeah.
And just makes you wonder whether there is going to be a little bit in this surface. Often calms down, but whether it is going to turn.
He's round the wicket to the left-handed batter. He's off the back foot and slaps that to deep cover. He gets one more. He moves on to 15. Warwickshire 409 for 6 now. It's just accumulating slowly for Warwickshire. Batting nicely over the wicket this time. Yorker length from Prest. And all Burgess can do is dig it out. Where do you think they'll be looking to finish up today, Richard?
They'd want to be on 500, but it's no gimme, is it?
Just defending this time. Burgess back to the bowler. No, definitely not.
So it's the bowlers after this, Miles, Hassan Ali and Hannon Dolby. First 2 of those could come out in either order, really. Hassan Ali likes to give it the blade.
Be exciting to see. Driving this time, Burgess out to deep cover. James Fuller out there does the fielding. One more collected, 410 for 6.
So this is the last recognised partnership between 2 batsmen. Bethel at a very early stage of his career. His only first-class 50 was when he was briefly on loan at Gloucestershire.
Press this time, back foot cut by Bethel. It's to the left of the fielder and it's gone for 4 through deep cover. Fantastic shot. Didn't think he got all of it initially, but it's raced away across the surface to the boundary. He picks up 4. Bethel, 19, it's a good looking shot. 414 for 6, sorry.
Lovely balance, isn't it? Because his body's slightly fading away from that ball, but he's caught it very well and he's picked out that spot between the 2 boundary fielders.
It's a brilliant shot. Fuller this time, and at the stumps from Press, needed to adjust, did so very well. It's the end of that one. 114 for 6. And 6 off the over from Prest, his second. No wicket for him in that one.
Bethel getting an opportunity in these first 3 weeks of the season because of the unavailability of Sam Hain. He hasn't played yet this year as he's dealing with some personal issues, so he'll want to capitalise. It's only his second innings. He made 12 in the first match, didn't bat last week, took his first-class wicket, so that will have settled him in terms of his bowling. But this is a real opportunity here on a decent surface against an attack that have done a lot of work. But it will be interesting when he's back on strike how he does now against Mohammed Abbas. He took about a bowler of great experience here who may not have had much joy in this match so far, but there's always the threat that he will. He got the wicket of Will Rhodes late yesterday evening for 81.
Like you say, only bowled 2 overs this morning, Richard, as we discussed earlier. So with a semi-fresh pair of legs after 21 yesterday. See what he can do from this
Every chance he might get 4 or 5 overs in here as Burgess gets nice and high in his stance, and with the full face of the bat drives the ball into the offside, picked up there by Vince. Still quite a strong breeze, judging by the Warwickshire flag. It's not quite billowing as much of it, just dies down a bit as I mention it. Oh, don't notice me.
Don't talk about me.
The Hampshire one is slightly more limp as Burgess plays the ball down to third for a single. Third's quite wide. There's not a lot of pace in this. Not going to be that likely to be beaten on the inside unless somebody plays a late cut. We did see a couple of late cuts yesterday, which tells you a bit about the surface. You're able to wait on the ball and just use your wrist to guide it down.
Yeah, there's no real pace in it. Just got to accumulate slowly. That's what they're doing. Warwickshire very nicely. 415 for 6.
Mohamed Abbas round the wicket to Bethel. Well forward and defends. This is the sort of battle you want as a 20-year-old now, up against a bowler well into the 30s, international quality. Maybe hasn't got as much pace as he used to have, Mohamed Abbas, but he's going to test you. He's going to make sure you know where your off stump is.
With probably, arguably, one of the most repeatable actions in the county game. Sometimes has it on a bit of string.
Yeah. Cricket is full of these individual challenges as Bethel is in behind. I mean, the equivalent is for you is if, you know, played a match against, say, a Nat Siver Brunt, who certainly played the best innings I've seen by a woman that I was watching last year. Just exceptional performance. It was at Grace Road against the Central Sparks, and just everything about it, the power, the placement, all that sort of thing. As a bowler, you've got to try and relish that challenge, haven't you? Coming on the ball off breaks.
And sometimes it's not all about getting her out, it's trying to keep her quiet for a few overs and see if she manages to make a mistake. Which is what Hampshire are going to try and do here.
Mohamed Abbas back of a length, and he'll be able to steer this behind square for a single. Bethel, he goes to 20, 416 for 6. It's a real microcosm that game last year. It was the Blaze against Sparks of just the change in 10 years. Because of professionalism, because of the opportunity to practice your profession every single day, and the entertainment value of the cricket was just off the chart. But her innings stood out. Yeah,
and that's why she is one of the best in the world, if not the best all-rounder in the world.
Abbas in again, driven up towards mid-on, end of the over, 416 for 6. She's another one of these cricketers, and whatever form of the game now, this 360-degree hitting, it's insane, isn't it?
And lucky for the Central Sparks, she's not playing today.
yeah, well that's
against them.
It's not quite such a globetrotter side. It's still a very strong side.
Yeah, Blaze are a little bit weakened because of course there's also the European the World Cup qualifiers going on in Europe, so I think Scotland are there, which takes out the Bryce sisters.
Yes. It was a brief flurry from Tom Press, wasn't it? 2 overs. But he produced the golden arm moment. He got the breakthrough. He got Dan Mosley. Almost got him twice.
And now they've given the ball back to Liam Dawson. And he's got 3 wickets to his name so far. Bowled 32 overs in the innings across both days. He stands at the top of his mark. Slip in place, James Vince waiting there. Jacob Bethel on strike. Who's on the back foot playing that back to Dawson. And there is no run. Acres of space on the offside specifically for Bethel. Just encouraging that drive. And the slip waiting forward. Drive comes and he drives that to mid-on this time, does Bethel. One more collected by him. He moves to 21. Warwickshire 417 for 6.
All things being considered with this surface, if Hampshire can get off here with Warwickshire scoring under 500, I think they can be pretty pleased, because it just looks chock full of runs, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Not necessarily quick scoring, and I think the quick. It's interesting. The quickest scoring session was yesterday morning, but it does look like a place that if you bat properly,
you can bat for a long time.
Yeah.
Dawson this time round the wicket to the right-handed Burgess, who's forward in defence, and plays that back to him. Yeah, it does seem that way. There's conversations going on all the time. You can see the players getting together, talking about how they might take a wicket, how they can get their pads on. The Hampshire boys would want to do that. Forward in defence again as Burgess. No run as Nick Gubbins collects the ball, shines it and passes it back to the bowler. Just trying to find the best way to get this over with as quickly as possible. Driving this time, Burgess still doesn't find a gap. Gubbins does the fielding extra cover. But I think you're right, if they can go in taking a few more wickets and having the score under 500, they'd definitely take that.
Yeah.
From here. Driving nicely is Burgess, again finding Gubbins, who dives to his right. It's a good piece of fielding, ground fielding being good by Hampshire. 417.46, get my words out at the end of that one. 118 overs bowled, half an hour to go before lunch.
So we've seen 77 for 2 in 22 overs. They've been going 3.5 and over. But those 2 wickets, for me, it is still Hampshire's session. I would say the over rate is not special again. I think they're very lucky that they're only on -1 for yesterday when it was 40 minutes late, even with a 5-minute rain delay. But I would say you're looking at probably only a 29 over session again here, which is a bit below where you want to be. Should be 32, of course. Mohamed Abbas into Bethel, chops him down towards third, and he's beaten the man on the inside for 4. Diving attempt at the end, but it was always going to be a little bit too late. Fletcher Middleton trying to reel it in, but that was always doing him on the inside. 4 for Bethel. That was neatly played. He's on 25, 421 for 6.
Yeah, that was nicely played. For half a minute there, I thought, well, he did get there actually. Fletcher Middleton dived to his right-hand side nicely and would have been able to claw it back in because he did all the leg work, but in the end dived over the top of it.
He's got a good hand on that, hasn't he?
I didn't think he did, but just watching the replay off the live picture feed, it did get there.
Mohamed Abbas in again, left alone outside off stump by Bethel. I mean, we're 170 yards away from where that boundary rope is, and the cut of the grass doesn't help where that ball went over the rope, where there's a darker section. But for all the world, it looked like he hadn't got anything on it from here. I'm glad it wasn't just me. It's quite reassuring, really.
Yeah, it's not just you. The pair of us.
Kevin,
I was going to go.
Kevin would have had it. Kevin would have been right. Kevin will be back with you in about 10 or 12 minutes when I disappear to do some updates as the ball is fended off the back foot by Bethel. Spat up a little bit at the field, and as a result it was very tidily picked up.
And just as we were saying earlier how good Hampshire's ground fielding was, a small mistake.
Yeah, it's harsh, isn't it? It's certainly not a full mistake in that he's made 20 yards on the inside and he's thrown himself at it and he's got a hand on it, but the natural spin on the ball just enabled it to carry on in its own sweet way. He's frustrated. Bethel awaits again, this one into his pads, guides it up to mid-on. Abbott quickly in position, does the fielding.
So after that boundary on off the first ball, 3 dots have followed. Just putting a little bit of pressure on Bethel. He's made his 25 in good time though, 38 deliveries. He's looked good. How old did you say he was, Richard?
He's 20, Jacob Bethel.
Really young.
Former England under 19 sort of co-captain. He and Tom Press know each other pretty well. As he plays and misses outside off stump here. I think it bounced a second time before it went through to Brown. But that was a proper play and miss outside off stump. He just pushed the ball a bit wider, Mohamed Abbas, and lured Bethel into following it.
He went 2 or 3 straight at the stumps. Excuse me. And then one a bit wider. Almost set him up for that drive. There's a man on the drive, Nick Gubbins waiting there, and Liam Dawson at first slip as well. So good bowling from Abbas.
Yeah, beautiful wrist position behind that seam of the ball when you released it. As he's in again, and Bethel is able to just again steer it down towards third. Gets a single to keep the strike. He's 26. Warwickshire 422 for 6. 25 minutes to go till lunch. Plenty of cricket left here today if you want to come down to the Utilita Bowl. And should be a chance to see Hampshire get going in their first innings. Weather for the weekend set fair, but bring a jacket.
And a woolly hat.
I see, I've not found the need for the woolly hat. And I've got no protection on my head either. So.
But if you do forget it, there's club shop is open and available. Plethora of kit to be worn. New bucket hats this year.
Oh, they're still in bucket hats?
Yeah, they're still in.
Have you got one?
I do. Not sure I'm a bucket hat type of wearer, but I do have one.
I think my head is too large. I'm not using the word big. I think my head is too large for the bucket hat.
Dawson to continue then from the pavilion end. On the back foot is Bethel, plays that into the leg side. No run is taken.
In schools cricket, I used to field with a bucket hat before, at a time that they really weren't trendy. And then eventually I got the big wide-brimmed floppy. I like that.
You can never go wrong with that. None being sported by the Hampshire fielders today. And that's on the back foot. Half an appeal as the ball clatters into the pads with Bethel. Maybe a little inside edge as the appeal wasn't sustained by Dawson, Brown or anyone else for that matter. Dawson has it again then, bowls to Bethel, who's on the back foot and pushes that back to him. No runs taken. 3 dots to begin this 120th over. The Warwickshire innings, 422 for 6. Just rebuilding a good partnership here between Bethel and Burgess. Again off the back foot, picks the gap this time. Does Bethel. Vince running round to his right, didn't quite get there at mid-wicket. And a single is taken, 423 for 6. Bethel moves to 27. Be interesting to see how Burgess plays from here. He's on strike now, forward and defence. He is. No runners taken once again, as Gubbins does the fielding extra cover.
I think he might see a sort of a two-phase innings. I think he'd probably like to get through to lunch first, and he then tends to be very positive.
Yeah, well, that's what I've seen of him. Definitely a positive cricketer. Dawson this time. He's kept a bit lower that time. Burgess defending to Gubbins. Another dot ball to finish that one. 423 for 6. Dawson now bowled 34 overs. He has 3 wickets to his name.
The Rachel Hare Flint Trophy, Southern Vipers 160 for 3 in the 32nd. Adams out for 33. Elwes has 29 and Kemp 9, so they're going pretty well. Central Sparks 110 for 4 after 33 against the Blaze. Freeborn is 29 not out. Western Storm all out for 114 against the Sunrisers. So that would point to a likely away win, you would think. 3 wickets each for Hancock and Grucock.
Yeah, Nick Hancock come over from Brisbane.
Having a bass around the wicket to Bethel, who tries to puncture the leg side field, but picks out Vince mid-wicket. And for completism, the Thunder at Northern Diamonds, 116 for 7. Smale with 32, the highest scorer. 2 wickets for Glenn. So a couple of reasonable scoring games and a couple of low scoring games in the competition today. Looks that way. James Vince is whirling his right arm. I don't think with any intent to come into bowl, but he's having a good whirl with it. As Bethel steps forward, a large stride forward, and defends the ball out into the offside and no run.
Yeah, I'm not sure Mr. Graham Welch will be saying, yeah, Vincey, you're the one. He's now also shadow batting, so he's really preparing for all eventualities. James Vince. But he would like to be batting at some point this afternoon. Sooner rather than later. I can assure you of that.
As And he comes again, and he's driven up towards mid-on, and there's no run. I had a tweet, so I was distracted by a tweet. It is relevant. Because Jonathan Collett saying, enjoying the commentary, but Dan Mosley is pronounced Mousley. His nickname is Danger, as in Danger Mouse. Jonathan, he absolutely insists that his name's Mosley. I've asked him more than once about this, most notably when he played very well in a one-day cup game at York 3 seasons ago. And his nickname came because other people were pronouncing his name wrong. As the back foot, Bethel drives it up towards mid-off, and it's picked up by Fuller. So there was a player who played both for Warwickshire and then for Sussex years ago who was always referred to as Steph Pilot. It was P-I-O-L-E-T. His brother insisted that the family name was PLA, which it probably was,
yeah.
but Steph was more than happy to be called Pilot.
More interesting.
You can't win, but Dan absolutely wants it pronounced as Mosley, even though the members of his own team don't necessarily do that. As this is left alone outside of stop. We have those who call him Mousley, those who call him Mousley.
And he prefers Mosley.
He does.
Give the man what he wants.
Well, I wouldn't go as far as that.
He probably wanted another half century to his name today and didn't quite get that.
Undoubtedly. Well, he said you can interview me tomorrow when I've got 150. Like he said yesterday.
You're going to bring that up this evening if you
No,
give him another chance to have a chat.
I won't be bringing anything up with him unless Birmingham City win today, because I'm only going to get grief. Mohammed Abbas in to complete his over, and Bethel defends again up to Fuller at mid-off. Maiden over from Mohammed Abbas, 26 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 54, going at 2.1 runs per over. That's fairly standard fare for Mohammed Abbas. At the end of the next over we'll do a bit of musical chairs, because Kev always likes to be on the left. You know what he's like.
Yeah, that's okay.
So you'll move to where I am, he'll move to where you are, and I'll go for a jog up and down the length of the commentary position.
Warm yourself up. Why not?
Yeah, this is the coldest bit of the box where we're doing this.
It doesn't help with these open window panes that we've got in front of us. Obviously need to be able to see, but lets the cold breeze in when it's there. Dawson to continue then from the pavilion end. Off the back foot is Burgess. Good bit of fielding by fine leg if it's clipped off his hip. I thought it might have been a leg bye, but not signalled by the umpire. One more to the total, 424 for 6. There's a left-handed Bethel on strike, so field change happening for the left-hander.
When you've been in the field for 120 odd overs, that was a pretty good stop. That was quite nimble.
Absolutely. The back foot is Bethel, almost finds the gap at mid-wicket. James Vince does very well round to his right. They've still got some energy out there for the Hampshire boys. Ground fielding has been, on the whole, pretty good for the last day and a half. Dawson again into the wicket this time. It's hit the back leg of Bethel. It's not in line with the stumps at all, so no appeal, but it's caught him off guard a little bit there.
He's done him in the flight, hasn't he? He's had to change his shot altogether, Bethel.
Good bowling by Dawson. Again off the back foot as Bethel plays it back to Dawson. Mohammed Abbas is waving frantically to the bench for something or other. I'm not quite sure what that is. Dawson again then. Again off the back foot in defence is Bethel. Plays it gently into the leg side. Dribbles towards Nick Gubbins, who collects the ball. Just a single and 4 dots. This Dawson's 35th over. Can he get something to happen here with his last? Bit more flighted, full toss in the end to Bethel. Plays it to Gubbins into the leg side. No run, 1 run from that over. 424 for 6. I'm going to shuffle along, Richard.
Yeah, you shuffle along. I'll hold the fort for 15 seconds. Kevin will then come in. He's after a beverage, is Mohammed Abbas, elderflower cordial or similar. Somebody will provide, but he'll have to bowl another over before he can get his hands on it. 424 for 6. Rejoining Charlotte now is Kevin James.
Thank you very much, Richard. Danny Briggs for 24 and Dan Mosley for 32, the 2 wickets that have fallen this morning. I take my lead from the BBC WM guys. They know how to pronounce names. I did see that tweet as well earlier. Mosley. So 2 wickets in the session. I suppose we should be grateful. There was 3 last night, but only 6 wickets to date in the 122 overs that have been bowled in this game. Abbas has taken 1 of those yesterday. Bowls to Burgess, who plays it up to mid-on. Now, Charlotte, I want to ask you, because as we've been mentioning throughout the morning, it's the start of the Rachel Hayhoe-Flint Trophy. Western Storm didn't start too well. No. But anyway, that's another story.
Just gloss over that one.
Yes, we'll gloss over that. But the county women's competition starts tomorrow, doesn't it?
It does.
And it's fairly new, this one, isn't it? Because we've been used over the last few years to having just a very short, sharp T20 tournament.
Very short and sharp.
Yes, as Burgess punches that out into the covers, and there is no run. But it's slightly different tomorrow because it's the start of a 50-over tournament, isn't it?
Yes.
What's that all about?
So, great question. I think they just wanted to get more. It's a great question that I don't really know the answer to. Well, because of all the changes that are now happening within the professional women's game, and Hampshire winning Tier 1 status, which was great news, along with 7 other counties in the country, that this will be the last year of county cricket as we know it. So,
and Bass runs away from us, cut away by Burgess. There's a man at fairly square deep point. I think that's Liam Dawson himself, to 425 for 6.
So, the county women's game as it stands for 2024 season introduced a 50-over competition and a T20, and I assume that was to replicate what would be the Rachel Hayhoe-Flint and Charlotte Edwards Cup next year when it goes into professionalism. Replicating that format, albeit, filtering those regional teams around to those 7 sort of constituency counties that are Tier 1 status, with the rest of the counties with Tier 2 and Tier 3 status alike. So I assume it's just to replicate what's currently in the professional game.
Right, so it's to get things ready for next year, as that's pushed out into the covers by Jacob Bethel, who's on 27 currently. So I don't have the info for Warwickshire, but I can tell you that Hampshire play Surrey tomorrow, don't they? Where's that game?
It was meant to be at King Edward's School,
which is in Southampton, yeah.
But the pitch wasn't ready, so quick fire change to Reigate CC in Surrey, so we've reversed the fixture. Okay. And you're currently looking at big news. I don't even know if this has been announced. Hampshire women's head coach, right in front of you, right here.
Are you really? For the first half
of the games, yes.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
There's Abbas. Oh, is he edged through to the keeper, and there's Abbas's second wicket, and it's Bethel who's just tried to drive that one outside the off stump, and it's straightened up on him. It's caught the outside edge, and Ben Brown takes the catch, and that is wicket number 7 with Warwickshire 425 now, the 3rd wicket of the morning.
Yeah, he's been almost set up a couple of times by Mo Abbas as Bethel goes straighter, and then the wide one that he's chased. He chased one in the previous over, and it didn't get an edge on it, but that one did, and a great low catch to Ben Brown's left. And that's the end of Bethel. He played nicely for his 27 or 57 deliveries, but he's had to go now. And Hampshire will be really trying to dig into this tail now and see if they can get themselves a bat sooner rather than later after lunch.
Yeah, I think you're right there, Charlotte. Just sort of teed him up there a little bit. Just as we were talking earlier, actually, when Simon Hughes was on, how the bowlers come round the wicket a lot more now to the left-handers and angle the ball in, and then just get the ball to straighten a little bit. You draw the left-hander into the shot. And if he's not completely in the right position, which he wasn't, and you'd know that as a new head coach at Hampshire, then you run the risk of getting the edge. So, congratulations on that. I haven't seen an official announcement,
no,
so
I don't think there has
that's
been
an
really.
exclusive.
Yeah, it is a little bit of an exclusive. Yeah. You're welcome.
So, you're looking after the Hampshire women tomorrow. Who have you got in your side that we would know?
You would know. Who's going to be playing tomorrow?
I presume you know your 11.
I do, right. But lots of them are young academy girls. So Eve O'Neill, Caitlin Chisel, Bella Mitchell. None of our sort of Charlie Dean Boucher still resting. Of course, big Hampshire players. Probably won't see a lot of them this summer. Danny Ransley, Emily Windsor also resting, but you all know Finty Trustler, Alice Monaghan, all due to play tomorrow. So yeah, down at Reigate CC. If you want to make a little trip to Surrey.
Shall I tell you why I knew Emily Windsor was resting? Even before you said it. Here's Mo Abbas then to Hassan Ali. He's playing his first game this year for Warwickshire. He's played out into the covers because she's on commentary with us tomorrow.
And I was going to say that, and I thought, no, well, she doesn't even want to come watch. She'd rather watch Hampshire. I don't blame her.
Get over there from Mo Abbas, who now has 2 for 55 from 27 overs, and we are just under 10 minutes away from lunch. Yeah, Emily Windsor with us here for day 3. And as I say, I don't know who Warwickshire are playing, but I can tell you that Dorset down this way, Dorset are playing Devon in the 50 over county. Now, the other thing as well, which is peculiar, and I touched on this with Melissa last week actually, that you don't play everybody once in the group.
No. It's really amazed me as well. Dawson then to continue, pushed into the leg side. That's a good looking shot. It's running away from the fielder who can't quite catch up with it, Ian Holland. It does go for 4. Brilliant shot by Burgess. Richard was saying earlier that he likes to attack, and is he now thinking that he's batting with the semi-tail, that maybe it's a chance to get on with it a little bit more. So 4 off the first ball, Warwickshire 429 for 7. Yeah, you don't play everyone in the group, which obviously means that some teams will miss out playing stronger teams and all the rest of it. But the main point is that there's 50 over cricket, which we haven't had thus far in a formal capacity. Just clipped off the legs to Burgess this time, into the leg side, picks up one more, goes to 14.
So I'm going to press you more on this, because every county, I guess, plays 4 matches, and yet there's 7 or 8 in the group, or some groups are bigger than others, aren't they?
Yeah.
So
and
what
it's
happens?
Semi-regionalised as well, so you play teams that are close to you.
So what happens after you've played 4 matches? Is that it?
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
And
It's just a little
try
bit of extra cricket. It's really challenging with the calendar and trying to fit games in, and you want sort of your players to be playing county cricket, but also regional cricket. Just forward in defence this time is Hassan Ali for his second delivery. No run is scored. So yeah, I think it's just to get a little bit more county cricket in the calendar rather than, making it a big league or whatever, because you want it to be quality as well. Inside edge of the bat, does Burgess, they're going to get 1. Carl Abbott comes in to do the fielding. It's good running. 1 more to the total. 4-3-1 for 7. Hassan Ali is off the mark. So yeah, I think it's just purely getting a little bit more county cricket into the calendar.
Which is fine, isn't it, really?
Yeah, in preparation for next year when everything changes once again. It's good running again. Dabbed down into the offside by Burgess. Ben Brown's half interested in appeal as he whips the bails off. But Swear leg umpire says no. 1 more to the total once again. 4-3-2 for 7.
Yeah, and the T20 women's competition starts next month, I think, doesn't
Yes.
it, for all the counties. So, look out for that. Paul Williams tweeted a little earlier at Solent Sport. I was talking to Simon Hughes about coming round the wicket. Oh, sorry, it's you. Still the over, sorry.
That's all right. Dawson, last ball of Dawson's over, and Hassan Ali just pushes that into the leg side, but there is no run. You now can talk, James.
Yes,
4-32 for 7.
Thank you for your permission.
At the end of the 124th over.
Sorry, I just looked up and I thought they were obviously changing around for the batters. Paul Williams, who tweeted a little earlier, I was talking to Simon Hughes about coming round the wicket, as we were just saying there about how that worked for Abbas in that recent dismissal of Bethel. He said, would you think Graham Welsh would join you to talk about the modern bowling tactics, i.e. right-arm bowlers bowling round the wicket to lefties? I'm not sure. Obviously I haven't asked him yet, but I might record something with him, actually, and we can talk about that as well, and I'll put that on Twitter at some point. So leave that with me, Paul. I'll work on that, and it'll be interesting to hear what Graham Welsh thinks of that theory. Here's Abbas. Bowls. Bit of extra bounce. Cut down to, I think that's still Dawson out there, isn't it? It might not be actually anymore. Down at deep backward point, and it's 4-33 for 7. Burgess moves on to 16, which brings Hassan Ali back on strike. No, that wasn't Dawson down there, was it?
No, Dawson's at first slip, I don't know.
Yeah, he's gone back to, that would be was it Prestel or Ali War? We'll have a look in a moment. It might have been Ian Holland. I'll get there eventually. It was Ian Holland. If I mention every single name...
one of them's about to be right.
That's for sure. Not a bass though, of course. Here we are. Ben Brown. Oh, that's a nice flick. Fine. And that should go for 4. Don't think anybody's going to catch that one. What's the umpire signalling? Leg byes. Just a slight wrong line there from Mohammed Abbas. Takes the Warwickshire total on to 437 for 7. It's difficult to see where Hampshire are going to win this game from here now. Once the side gets this many in the first innings, it's very difficult to see. And Warwickshire, of course, will be looking to get as many runs as they can now and hope for early wickets against Hampshire and really put them under pressure.
I know, back to Graham Welch and his fast bowling knowledge. I'll come back to it in a second.
Abbas over the wicket. Bit of extra bounce there to Hassan Ali, who pushes that out on the leg side.
I have a feeling... So Keith Barker has a podcast that he runs called the Bowlers Union. He runs that with Chris Wright.
All right.
And I have a feeling that Graham Welch was a guest on that podcast at some... Can't find the exact episode, so he might have divulged a little bit of information during that episode. I now can't find it, so I could be completely lying.
Okay, well, let's steer in Paul in some direction here.
Definitely Keith Barker will have some knowledge on fast bowling from that podcast, Fast Bowlers Union.
Okay, length ball again to Hassan Ali, who pushes out to mid-on, fielded by Abbott. So that's the podcast. Have a look at that. Scroll through. I know Charlotte's trying to concentrate on the game as well as do that. So if you're just concentrating on trying to find that sounds hopeful, actually.
Yeah, it's on all your usual channels that you would find your podcasts on.
Yep.
And obviously Keith Barker worked very closely with Graham Welch at Warwickshire and now at Hampshire, so I'm sure that there'll be enough little nuggets of information to take forward from there.
That's for sure. I'll be honest with you, when you say about usual channels and podcasts, because I'm not that good finding things, I actually have no idea what that means. As that's pushed out square of the offside for a single. Honestly, when people say that, download it from your usual podcast provider, I say, I haven't got a clue who my usual podcast provider is.
BBC Sounds would be one, potentially, if it's
right.
available on there.
Yeah. Which I guess it wouldn't. That particular one wouldn't.
No. But obviously I'm not going to mention where you'd find it.
Well, you can. You just say other podcast providers available or something.
Spotify. Other podcast providers are available.
Yeah, that's easy enough. It's easy done. So you just say something, and then when you realise it might be a commercial advert, you just say, well, other available. And you get away with it most of the time. That's pushed that square on the offside. And there will be another single because the man at point is deep. And Burgess has 17 now. Hassan has 2. End of the over. And Abbas has now completed 28 overs, 2 for 58. And Warwickshire are 439 for 7. And I'm looking at the clock. I think we might just have this as the last over.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think it just ticked to 58.
Yeah.
So this probably will be the last over before lunch. Liam Dawson to bowl it. From the pavilion end. He's bowled well this morning. He comes round the wicket this time to Burgess. He slaps that off the back foot to deep cover and he picks up one more to his total. 439 the Warwickshire total. Burgess moves to 18. Does play that sort of like back foot slap shot quite often, as we've mentioned a couple of times, on and off of it this morning. And that's nicely played by Burgess, by Hassan Ali, sorry. Runs that down to third. Abbas is chasing, and they collect 2 more as the throw comes back in to Ben Brown. Well placed, 4-4-2 for 7 now.
I think that shot will guarantee this being the last over before lunch.
1 minute to go. Female fielders close to the bat now, trying to pick up a wicket. And that's hit on the pad high. It looks like Dawson half appeal. Ben Brown not really interested at all. This hits Burgess on hits Hassan Ali, sorry, on the back pad. Down the wicket he comes this time, plays it up to mid-on, and no run is taken. Really trying to squeeze, see if they can just burgle a wicket just before lunch. Hampshire. Dawson's racing through this one there, obviously keen to get off the field at this stage. Forward in defence again is Hassan. Just needs to play out one more delivery. They wouldn't like to lose a wicket now. Slip waiting. Dawson in, flightier deliveries, tried to lift it over mid-on and doesn't get it. Hassan Ali has been caught at mid-on. Not quite sure who has caught that. I think it might be Ian Holland. It is Ian Holland. 4-4-2 for 8. Lost a wicket just before lunch, Kev.
Well, I can't believe that. The last ball before the break. And he's played a shot like that.
It doesn't make much sense, does it? He's
No.
tried to do something really sort of, against the grain. He hasn't looked like, playing an aggressive shot since he's been out there, really, Hassan Ali. He just tried to lift it over mid-on and didn't get any of it. Went straight into the hands of Ian Holland. He's dismissed for 4. Dawson's got his 4th. And Hampshire go off having burgled an extra one just before lunch.
4 wickets in that session. We had 3 last night, so the game is starting to slowly but surely move forward. And that is Liam Dawson's 2nd wicket of the morning. So 442 for 8 means that Warwickshire added 102 this morning for the loss of 4 wickets. Well, that was a real gift, wasn't it, really? That's, I have to say, very last ball before lunch. Anyway, so the wickets this morning: Danny Briggs for 24, the night watchman; Dan Mosley for 32, Jacob Bethell 27, Hassan Ali for 4, 2 for Liam Dawson, as I mentioned, 1 for Mo Abbas, and a 4th first-class wicket for Tom Prest with his off spin. And that's the situation in the game. Mohamed Abbas now has 2 for 58, 4 for 140. Now Liam Dawson off 37 overs. Another marathon effort to go with his 49 overs that he bowled in the one Lancashire innings last week. Right, I think we're going to run off and get some lunch. Thank you, Charlotte. Charlotte Taylor back this afternoon, as will Richard Wilford, and also the analyst, Simon Hughes, and myself, Kevin James. Join us just before 20 to 2. Afternoon session on day 2 of this County Championship Division 1 match between Hampshire and Warwickshire. Yes, Warwickshire are still batting in their first innings. They are 442 for 8. They added 102 runs this morning for the loss of 4 wickets. And right on the stroke of lunch, that 4th wicket fell. Hassan Ali tried to hit Liam Dawson over the top. It was literally the last ball before lunch, and he was caught at mid-on by Ian Holland. Before that, Danny Briggs was the first of all. After 47 minutes of play, the night watchman was bowled by Liam Dawson trying to sweep. Lost his leg stump. He was out for 24. Dan Mosley was bowled by Tom Prest for just his 4th first-class wicket for the off-spinner. He made 32. Jacob Bethel was out in the same way as Danny Briggs, sweeping. What am I saying? Dan Mosley was sweeping. Oh, it's their first wicket after lunch. It's 2 in 2 as a team. This could be a team hat-trick as the middle stump of Michael Burgess is completely knocked out of the ground by James Fuller, and that is his first wicket of the innings, and Burgess goes for 18, and 442 for 6 becomes 442 now. For 7, sorry, becomes 442 for 9.
Yeah, wow. We weren't expecting that, were we? You were mid-summing up, thinking we were going to ease back into it, and middle stump of Michael Burgess goes cartwheeling out the ground. But it just looked like he missed a straight one for me, if I'm being honest. Kevin, I saw it once live, and then I saw it once on the live picture feed, but it just looked like he picked the wrong line, unfortunately for him, and he's had to go. And that brings Mr. Hannon Dolby, a tall Mr. Hannon Dolby.
Yes. As
he strides. I stood next to him yesterday for about 2 minutes, and then I briefly moved because I just look so small next to him. So as he comes to the crease.
Yes, a team hat-trick on the cards here for Hampshire. Wicket either side of lunch. 442 for 9, and James Fuller, I think, has deserved that because he's bowled well, there's no doubt about that, and he'll feel that that's some justice, because he did actually have Alex Davis out for 64 on day 1, but it was a no ball, had he bowled off an inside edge out. Of course, Alex Davis went on to score 149, so it's been a long time coming for James Fuller.
Yeah, he's deserved it though. He's bowled well across both days so far. He's been attacking. He's attacked the stumps again today, and Hampshire will now be very excited. We said about an hour or so ago, Richard and I said that if they could be batting just after lunch and Warwickshire not having made 500, they'll be in a pretty good position.
They would. Right, here's the team hat-trick ball as Fuller comes round the wicket to Hannon Dolby. Bowls, length ball, Hannon Dolby leaves it outside of stump. It's not quite straight enough, and the ball bounced a couple of times, just died as it hit the wicket. And Ben Brown didn't take it quite cleanly, but took enough pace off the ball, so there's no bias, nothing like that.
It didn't hit the helmet that's poised behind it, which is even better.
If you don't want that, do you really?
No.
The Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy, which is going on today for the first time. Southern Vipers defending their trophy are 261 for 9 against the South East Stars at Beckenham. Freya Kemp has just gone, actually. She was batting quite nicely. They are in the 49th over there. We'll come to the Central Sparks game in a moment. As Fuller comes round the wicket again to Dolby. That's straighter, but a bare bounce, and Dolby plays that quite well. Hannon Dolby just dropped the hands.
Nonchalantly.
Yeah, let it go past. No problem there. So, Central Sparks, they are playing at Edgbaston today. Nice opening fixture for them against the Blaze. The Sparks are 202 for 8. They are in the 48th over there. Abby Freeborn, top scorer there with 53. Katie George made 32. Former Hampshire player.
Yep.
Here's Fuller bowls. Hannon Dolby gets hit on the arm there as he sort of ducked and just took his eye off the ball fractionally. Izzy Wong's out there, and is it Fracknell? Rhea Fracknell?
Rhea Fackrell.
Rhea Fackrell, that's right, yeah. Those two are batting there down the order. Other games going on. I know Western Storm haven't started too well today. 114 all out. Sunrisers 29 for 1 in reply after 10. 50 overs of side games, of course. Thunder 165 all out against Northern Diamonds. Those are the other games going on. And the next round is this Wednesday, isn't it?
It is.
There'll be live commentary of the Southern Vipers at Wormsley. And that's hit on, I think, on the hand this time of Hannah Dolby. I think that's Central Sparks, actually, this Wednesday.
It is.
So there you go. There will be live commentary, not only on the picture feed, but also on the BBC Sport website. And we will be there, myself and Charlotte Taylor, who's injured at the moment. Richard Wilford's also here. He'll be on a little later from BBC WM. And the analyst, Simon Hughes, is still here. So that's your commentary team this afternoon. I didn't have time to get that out, did I, when Michael Burgess lost his middle stump?
It all happened a bit too quickly.
It did happen so quick. So, yeah, plenty of ways of watching and listening on Wednesday. That's again 2 bounces through to Ben Brown as Hannah Dolby leaves that one. So Fuller now has 20 overs, 1 for 74. Wicket maiden for the Hampshire pace bowler.
And it got the applause it deserved.
Correct.
From the crowd.
Certainly did.
Just finished their lunch, I would assume.
So how cold is it out there when we were just walking over the
Yeah.
other side and back again? It is
cold.
freezing out there. There is a game going on the nursery ground at the moment. It is a pre-season friendly between the Hampshire Academy and South Wilts, who are a club side near Salisbury. For those that aren't local and not quite sure where. Apparently it's another couple of weeks till the actual league season, which I'm sure is the same up in West Midlands.
Yeah, it's usually about the first week of May that it starts.
Yeah. As I walked past, I spoke to 1 or 2 of the coaching staff, and they said South Wilts were about 100 for 4 at that stage.
Yeah, there was no scoreboard to be seen anywhere, so I don't know how they know that.
Well, they said about.
Oh, okay.
Which is
Right.
ridiculous.
Liam Dawson then to continue his work from the pavilion end, and just forward in defence this time is Miles. And there is no run. There's a short leg in play, and a slip to attacking catches round the bat, putting pressure on the Warwickshire lower order. Dawson in again and driving this time nicely to the fielder at cover. James Fuller, the wicket taker, does the fielding, and there is no run collected.
How can you have a game with no scoreboard?
Yeah, well, I don't know. I think the scores are available online, so probably people that are watching can check that, but the poor players have no idea what's going on. But there we go. Liam Dawson round the wicket then. Forward in defence again is Miles. Nick Gubbins does the fielding, shines the ball and tosses it back to Liam Dawson.
So nobody can be bothered to sort, because there is a little scoreboard thing.
The thing is, you can't ever see that from when you're actually on the pitch. It's
can you not?
completely useless for the players, yeah,
Oh.
unless you've got binoculars. For eyes, back of a length delivery, making room was Miles, but again no run. As Fletcher Middleton does the fielding at cover, just trying to make a little bit of space for himself there. Could get himself into trouble if that straightened on him. 4 dots to start this 38th over that Liam Dawson has bowled. Driving this time, bit of a hack as he gets 1 out to deep mid wicket this time. 4-4-3 for 9. Miles is off the mark, he's got 1 now. And the left-handed Hannon Dolby, see what he's like against spin. He played the seamer okay.
Yeah. Like the way he dropped his hands.
Yeah.
Proper batting.
And then he did that and got hit.
Yes.
There you go, that's the classic number 11 batter, we love that. He waits patiently here, tall stature, back of a length delivery, plays that nicely down in front of him. No runs collected. Solid in defence, Hannon Dolby, 4-4-3 for 9, Warwickshire. At the end of that one, sun's come back out again. Looks lovely when the sun's out, doesn't it? But then you just know that it's not that warm.
I know.
So the sun's out, but it doesn't mean anything really.
It's a false picture, isn't it, from where we are.
Gives you false hope.
It does. The scoreboard is showing Hampshire with 1 point, but I've got a feeling they've got 3, haven't they? Bonus points, 9 wickets down. That's not been updated yet. Warwickshire have 3 according to the scoreboard. We've given you the updated Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy games, but of course in the County Championship Division 1, let's keep you up to date with that one. Essex 182 for 1, replying to Lancashire's 146 all out. Dean Elgar, more runs for him, 76 on 8. Do you see that catch that he took yesterday to get rid of Josh Bohannon?
No, I don't think I did.
Liam Dawson took a screamer at first slip.
Diving
to get rid
left-handed
of,
low.
Yeah, low. I forget which. I think it was the overseas player at Lancashire. I can't remember his name off the top of my head. Hurst, was it Hurst? I can't remember. Elgar's was similar. Diving low to his left, caught it one-handed. His Fuller, short. And Miles ducks underneath that one. Yeah, it's a cracking catch. Elgar, for me, is the best signing during the winter. So runs for him already, and he's keeping going. Kent, 195 for 6. Hasn't been too much play in that game against Surrey. Bill Drummond made 70. So not a great amount of play there. Somerset 209 for 4, replying to Nottinghamshire's 193 all outs. Here's Fuller again, and hits high on the bat there, and somehow Miles squeezes that out on the offside for a single and doubles his score onto 2. 444 for 9. Banton is 28 not out there for Somerset. And in the other Division 1 game, Durham 244 all out. Who batted first? I can't remember. I think Worcestershire batted. No, Durham batted first. 244 all out. Worcestershire had been bowled out for 184, with 3 wickets for Paul Coughlin, Potts, and also Ben Rain. There we go. Up to date in Division 1. Up to date Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy. Up to date here.
You're just on it.
Yeah, we are. And that's another shortish delivery, which again, OHD. Just sort of sways inside, and minimum of fuss lets the ball go through to keeper Ben Brown, who I'm sure.
Is that his nickname, OHD?
I think they all say OHD, isn't it? Because Oliver Hannon Dolby, by the time you've sort of said
Yeah.
it a few times, it's
Getting a bit tedious.
a bit much. Yeah, it does. And sometimes he's already bowled by the time you say Oliver. Plays. I remember. Was it Rhiannon MacDonald Gay? You go
Yeah.
RMG.
ADR.
ADR. And Davison Richards. Oh, that's a little closer, and they're appealing for a caught behind. I think it may just have flicked his chest as it went through to Ben Brown. There was certainly no, not from here anyway, suggestion that he hit the glove or the bat, because his hands again were very low. Watch on the live picture feed. Comes in. Yeah, it was nowhere near it with his gloves or bat, was he really?
No, he's now holding on to his arm.
Yeah.
That suggests that right at the top of the bicep there.
Several ways to watch and listen. BBC Sport website if you want to listen to this game. Live picture feed via the Hampshire Cricket website and the free to download app. That's going back to the Warwickshire Cricket website. And we're around the ground with live commentary for the first time this year. As for the bowls, he drives it out into the covers. So, well, we actually had the live commentary on the ground last week, but what I'm saying is obviously it's introduced for the first time this summer. Somebody came up to me, a couple of people came up to me at lunchtime and said they're really enjoying the commentary on the ground in real time, which was nice.
We're here to entertain.
We are. We try.
And then please get in touch on solentcricket@gmail.com. We are waiting patiently
we are.
for any interactions, any questions, any stories.
Any stories?
The stories are my favourite, personal favourite, personally.
Right, here's Fuller. That's pulled away by Hannon Dolby. That's a good looking shot all along the ground. That's 4 runs. Well, it was like he was waiting for it, but it doesn't matter because he actually played that superbly and moves on to 448 for 9. Jo was just texting me on the ground because she's always on the ball. She said Hampshire only got 1 point because they only had 3 wickets after 110 overs, so thank you very much, Jo. I should have realised.
No, he did play that well. I think he was waiting for it purely because they have pummeled him with short delivery since he's come out.
Yeah.
Potentially sensing a weakness, but didn't look like there was one there. Just rocked back on his back leg, swivelled with the ball and smashed it into the fence. 4 runs.
Certainly did. I know Warwickshire fans like to say OHD sort of sticks around a bit, and he does from time to time.
He's doing it now. Dawson in again, flicked off the legs. There's Miles, and Kyle Abbott does the fielding. Short fine, no run collected.
But he only averages 8 in first class cricket, so you wouldn't expect too much damage, would you?
We will see. See if he can beat his average today. Pushed into the offside, good fielding. Ground fielding has been excellent. Fletcher Middleton scampering round to his left, cuts off the single.
Whereas Craig Miles averages 15 with the bat in first class cricket.
Prolific. Dawson in again. Couple of steps by Miles, and that's 4 more of them. 2-3 bounces and a roll into the advertising board. That's a good looking shot. Gone over mid-on. And positive cricket being played here. 450 now up for Warwickshire in the 130th over. That was a good looking shot, Kev.
That was a very good shot. I know, I've been admiring it while I was listening to you describing everything. It was a very good shot indeed.
So Miles moves on to 6. This tail wagging a little bit for Warwickshire. Just worked into the leg side this time. On the legs of Miles. And doesn't find anyone but Carl Abbott. 452 for 9. Dawson looking for wicket number 5. Can he get it? Long off goes back. Couple of field changes. James Fuller's just being pushed round to a backward point position. And Fuller this time missed by Miles, but misses everything. And Ben Brown doesn't take it cleanly, but it doesn't matter. Dot ball. Just waiting patiently now. I just feel like there's something brewing. Dawson again bowls and worked into the offside of the back foot. Miles just makes a little bit of room for himself. Picks up one more. 453 the total for 9. Miles moves on to 7. And Dawson still can't find his number 5.
No. I think that was a little arm ball there, wasn't it, really? Miles played that particularly well. And did exactly what he was looking to do.
I feel a bit stressed when players do that, though. They make a lot of room for themselves, and I think if that is an arm ball, then that could go on, quite easily go on to smash into your stumps. But as long as you watch it, it doesn't matter. As long as you hit it, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's the whole idea. It's like you when you bowl your off spin.
Yeah, the constant arm ball.
It's that drift. I do love that drift of yours, always did. Won you the player of the match final in the Rachel Hayher Flint Trophy 2020 against Northern Diamonds at Edgbaston. Full of bowls, it's short, nicely whipped away by Miles. The square leg is fairly deep, so they've come through for a single. And Miles moves on to 8, 454 for 9. Yeah, 2020, 6 for 30.
4. Yes.
36, 30,
34.
34.
Yeah,
First year
4 years
Rachel
ago
Hayher,
now.
yeah.
I was a young pup back then.
Yeah.
Not
remember
anymore.
that drift? I remember that drift there.
Turned 30 in February, Kev.
Do you really?
No, I did.
Oh, you
I'm
did?
past. I'm over the hill now.
Is that quite old in women's cricket circles?
It is quite. I think we were just listening off air to a comment made by George Adams.
Outside the off stump, and Hannon Dolby leaves that one alone.
So 30 seems old at the minute, you know, in inverted commas, not old, but older. But I actually think it's going to become the norm. I think players are going to be playing for a longer, and therefore players making their debuts later, because these players are staying in the game longer and they've got a career. Sometimes you have to come out of cricket as a women's cricketer to find work because the money wasn't there for you to survive. So you kind of had to come out of cricket and find other avenues to earn money, you know, start a family, whatever you wanted to do. And now that's not necessarily, you know, a necessity.
Yeah. Yeah, we were chatting at lunchtime a little bit as well on all that subject as OHD plays that out into the covers off the front foot, fielded by Gubbins. It seems as though now with these Tier 1 counties, which come in next year, that it's going to very quickly mirror, the women's game's going to mirror the guys, isn't it?
Yeah.
And I mean, within sort of a few years, you're going to have 12 teams. That seems to have changed from the original bid process, but whatever. So you aren't going to quite as many teams as the counties, but as you say, with longevity of careers,
Absolutely.
and the scramble for contracts, and if you don't get one, you've got to move somewhere else, which of course the players have done for a while. As OHD plays that nicely into the gap off the front foot. That's a nice looking shot for a single. He moves on to 5, 455 for 9. Yeah, I think very quickly we're going to see the games mirroring each other, aren't we?
Absolutely, and I really like the idea of having these counties that have got Tier 1 status, about, you know, having one club but 2 teams within that, and, you know, the 2 teams here, so the Hampshire and men's side of the game and the Southern Vipers, we do have a lot of interaction, you know, in terms of sharing facilities here at the Utilita Bowl, and sharing of staff and experiences. Like, we talk to all the players, and there's a real family feel here anyway, so that to be that replicated across the country is just really exciting, and yeah, long may it continue, really.
Yeah. Round the wicket, James Fuller to the right-handed Craig Miles. There's a short leg and a man on the drive at mid-wicket. That's down the leg side, and I'll see if a spinner bowled that would be called a wide, but as it's a seamer, he gets away with it. Stephen Clark has emailed solentcricket@gmail.com You were saying about hopefully we're entertaining everybody. He says, yep, all of us over here, Neil, Chris and Steve, are loving the entertainment from the box, interspersed with very knowledgeable and informative commentary.
You're welcome.
That's very nice. Thank you from the SW stand. Kev, that's the Shane Warne stand. I think the other week I said it was a Southwest stand, and then as I was saying it, I think, where is the Southwest stand? But it's actually the Shane Warne stand, and it's obvious now you say it. Thank you, Stephen. That's wrapped Miles on the pad. There is a leg slip in there as well. And that completes Fuller's over. It's a dot ball. And Fuller now has 22 overs, 1 for 81. Warwickshire 455 for 9, having started the day 340 for 4.
Yeah, he's really extracting every element of pace that there is in this wicket. James Fuller will find it. He's got his hands on his hits now. I think he's feeling the effects of it now, because he's really putting everything into this to try and get the bounce and the carry through slip, leg slip, through to the keeper. So he's really trying to force players on the back foot and challenge them. And he's doing a good job for Hampshire. And that's Liam Dawson's turn. He didn't get a lot of break with Liam Dawson bowling rapidly through his over at the other end, which probably doesn't help him. But that's cricket. Liam Dawson then over the wicket to the left-handed Oliver Halland-Dolby that plays that nicely into the offside, and there is no run. I'm also going to say OHD now. I've just jumped on the bandwagon. I just said it once and almost thought I was going to lose track of what I was saying mid-name.
Yeah, it's too long.
Yeah. Dawson then to OHD, played nicely into the offside. I don't know why you're giggling, you started it.
I know, well, it's nice to hear somebody else say that, because I think I've got used to us saying it.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I got to Edgbaston and then down here, but it's nice to hear you say it.
Okay,
yeah.
You're welcome. Dawson again then sweeping, he is this time hit on the pad. Half an appeal really. Looks straight enough, umpire saying it's missing off stump. Or pitched outside off stump. We'll have another look at it now on the live picture feed. Halland-Dolby was down in a sweep. Takes him a long way to get down. It did pitch outside. And did hit him on the back pad. Good decision. Forward and defence this time he is. No sweeping on that occasion. 2 full to do so. No run collected. 4 dots so far.
It didn't feel close enough, did it really? Didn't. It's not one of those where you go straight away, you go, oh, that could be out.
Well played by OHD into the offside. Ben Brown comes from behind the stumps and goes to where point would be to collect that one. Again, no run. Liam Dawson forever searching for this 5th wicket. He's going to come round the wicket for this last delivery. Slight field change. Big gap on the offside. If he wants to be drawn into that drive, it's available. Packed leg side field. With a short leg, 2 mid-wickets and a deep mid-wicket. James Vince just patrolling his fielders, getting them into the right place. As he's in now, Dawson round the wicket then. Bit of a back of a length delivery, pushed back to the bowler by OHD. A maiden for him, Dawson. No wicket and no runs. So another good over for Hampshire, putting the pressure on. 455 for 9.
40 overs, Liam Dawson, to go with the 49 that he bowled last week.
Could you imagine bowling 40 overs?
I think I heard him on the County Cricket podcast, which is available to download. Test match. Where you
get all your usual podcasts.
Where you get the that's right, usual podcast provider, whatever that is. And he was on that. Talking to Kevin Howes, Emily Windsor was on that. Driving back from, I think you guys had a pre-season game against Western Storm or something, and she was on that driving back. Well, she wasn't driving; it was another driver. I don't know who would have been driving that. Or Charlie Dean, but she wouldn't have been there.
No.
She? Fuller bowls, playing and missing outside the off stump. It's Craig Miles, bit of extra bounce there from Fuller. Who would drive Emily Windsor around?
Charlotte Edwards.
Oh right, okay, right. I
think there was a group that went from here, from the Utilita Bowl.
Right. They recorded that a few days ago, and Dawson was on it, and basically saying, I think he said, even after last game, he says he's already bowled more overs than he did in about the first 7 weeks of the championship last year. And here he is with another 40. He's got 8 wickets so far this season, though. Here's Fuller bowls. Length ball. Miles plays that neatly to Kyle Abbott, who's wide-ish mid-off. And last week, his 4th wicket took him to 300 first-class wickets, so he's got 4 more today. So
he's had a brilliant career, isn't he?
Player of the season last year, wasn't he? The Professional Cricketers Association Player of the Year, Male
Yep.
Player of the Year.
George Adams picked up the female one, so it was an all Hampshire collection.
Oh, I'm not dominating it down here again.
Yeah.
We dominate
It's what we
everything
do.
down here. I know.
It's just what we do.
Here comes Fuller. Runs away from us and bowls to Miles down the leg side. Good take. Nice carry through to Ben Brown. Leg slip is James Vince. First slip is Liam Dawson. I think Fuller's just going to go just short of a length here, trying to get the ball up.
Well, I did prefer the field when he had round the wicket. That ploy, he only tried it for one ball, maybe two from the last over, and he's automatically gone back to over the wicket. But I didn't hate that idea, coming round the wicket and bowling at the ribs of the right-handed Miles. But
ditched very quickly. Still good weather here. A few more clouds around than there were this morning, but it's still nice but cold. It's driven back to Fuller delivery this time. Still the crowd. Well, it's funny, I didn't think it was great yesterday, but I know you were here at other parts of the ground. You said you didn't think it
I
was that
sat in
bad.
the CIM stand for, I don't know, about an hour or so yesterday, and it felt quite full over there. The sun was out. It was nice for a Friday.
That's good. Well, the sun always shines down this northern end of the ground. If you're watching at this end, you get the sun most of the day. It's full of bowls short, and he's had to duck very low there. Craig Miles didn't actually get up that high.
Yeah, only just got through to Ben Brown on the full.
There's the sun at the northern end. That's the end of our commentary. The far end at the pavilion is shady for most of the day, so probably more in tune with about sort of June, July. But this end of the ground, if there's any warmth, northern end, that's where it is. That's where those spectators are enjoying the sun.
In the summer months, people start sitting under the sort of the Shane Warne stand end, and they end up over here to our left.
It's pushed out into the covers by Craig Miles. Maiden over from James Fuller. His third maiden over from the 23 overs that he's bowled. He has 1 for 81.
People chase the sun. I always find that sitting towards the left of the ground, as we look at it now, towards the groundsman's facilities, you always find that the sun ends up setting right in your eye line. So we haven't brought any sunglasses.
On the west side of the ground, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, you often see.
Really squint.
That's right. To our right, as we look, is where the sun goes, and it's quite often, isn't it, late in the day, and even early T20 games in the evening, the ball goes up in the air, and the players sort of do struggle a little bit with it, don't they?
They do.
There's one or two enjoying the sun and a bit of food as well, if you're watching the live picture feed.
Good stuff. Happy to see everyone here at the newly revamped Utilita Bowl. Liam Dawson then to continue from the pavilion end. A couple of steps from Anand Dolby. It's hit his leg stump. That'll be the end of the Warwickshire innings. It was almost stuck around OHD. He made 5 before he was bowled. Came down, sort of hurtling down the wicket. Tried to loft it over the top. Was unsuccessful in his attempt. Liam Dawson has 5 wickets. He's bowled well, especially this morning. And that is the end of the Warwickshire innings. They're bowled out for 455, and Hampshire will be very happy with that, Kevin, I think, to start their chase. There you go, Liam Dawson, 5 for 146. And the last wicket to fall, that of Hannon Dolby. He went for 5 off 20 deliveries. And Hampshire will now be in a very good position going forwards, having Warwickshire only added 115 to their total since they started the day. 340 for 4 and end it 455 all out.
That is Liam Dawson's 10th 5-wicket bag in first class cricket. He's playing his 190.
Why do they call it a 5-wicket bag?
I have no idea, but somebody that might know would be Simon Hughes.
Okay.
I think he seems to know everything. 40.1 overs there for Liam Dawson. Standout bowling figures, a couple of wickets for Mohammed Abbas. And Liam Dawson getting a warm round of applause from those spectators at the far end of the ground. And the Warwickshire innings, which has lasted into its 134th over, has finally ended. I think we'll take a quick break, and we will be back with you in a few minutes' time when the Hampshire innings gets underway. Alex Davis, top scorer with 149, 229 balls, and Will Rose with 81. Rob Yates, the first wicket to fall just after lunch yesterday for 69. And Dan Mosley out this morning for 32, the chief scorers for Warwickshire. Join us in a few minutes.
Find me.
Oh, they couldn't find you. Well, I could have told them you're here.
Yeah, no, I knew where I was. I was pretty certain. But yeah, been Hampshire's day, hasn't it? I mean, the last 6 wickets there going down for 71. Lower middle order didn't function for Warwickshire. 1 or 2 slightly disappointing dismissals, I think, along the way. Great persistence from Hampshire. Stuck at it. And probably might have felt today they were going to be facing a total in excess of 500. So 455. Good fight back today.
Yes. Yeah, the wickets are starting to fall a little more regularly for whatever reason. I'm not sure there's too much more in the pitch today than there was yesterday. But maybe, I don't know, sometimes you find that, don't you, as you go further down the batting order, then things just change a little bit. Yeah. Second day, what have you. I've got an email here from Dave, sonandcricket@gmail.com. He says, loving the commentary, really adds to the day. One question, when you say that Hampshire are in a good position, have I said that? I don't know if I've said that.
Did you say that?
I'm not sure anybody said that.
It's going to be Hannon Dolby to take up the attack for Warwickshire from this hotel end. First ball is guided towards mid-wicket by Ali Orr. And there's no run as the fielder comes round from square leg. Looks like that's Danny Briggs. Is it? No, it's Dan Mosley who's there. Briggs is wrapping his arms around him to keep himself warm at mid-on. But yeah, a couple of players missing out. I think Mosley and Bethel will both be disappointed the way they got out. It's Hannon Dolby full outside off stump. 3 slips outside Michael Burgess as it's left alone by Orr. And Hassan Ali, very Hassan Ali way to get out. Final ball before lunch. Wants to make an impact. Wants to hit it over the top. Absolutely clothed it.
Not good cricket, that, was it?
No. I mean, the reaction in the changing room would have been, oh, Hass, come on. Be interested to see whether it's him or Miles who gets the new ball here, or even Will Rhodes who took it last week. Be very interesting.
Who's your bet?
I think it might be Hassan on this occasion. We'll see. Hannon Dolby full, and that just angles back a little bit, maybe off the seam. Just enough to incur a bit of interest behind the stumps. There'll be plenty of oohs and ahs initially. First target for Hampshire, 306 to avoid the follow-on. But it looks a good enough surface, and that shouldn't be too much of a problem. Getting paler, isn't it, with a bit of sun on it today?
Yes, it looks like that little green tinge is disappearing. And there wasn't much.
Barely a tinge. As pushing forward and missing is Orr. Good line this from Hannon Dolby. talked a lot when Simon's on you, and Simon talked about right-arm bowlers bowling around the wicket. Almost as a default setting these days against left-handers, but that natural angle across the left-hander is still quite potent if you get it right.
Especially early on in the first innings. But yeah, I mean, I know Abbott and Abbas go straight round the wicket. I don't know how much Hannon Dolby bowls round the wicket during the course of a day's play.
He's reasonably reluctant on the whole, as he's driven off the inside half of the bat up towards Briggs at mid-on, and no run. Looks to be in decent rhythm in this first over, Hannon Dolby. I'm having a little look at the crease, so whether the umpire suggested he's close to the line or whether he feels the footing isn't quite sound. It's pretty dry out in the middle, so not seeing any problems with footholds for Hampshire in 130 odd overs. And he's in to complete the first over in the innings, and a slightly extravagant leave there from Orr, but good first over that from Hannon Dolby, maiden.
Yeah, looks like there's a slight hint of the ball straightening, just a hint. But it's a nice tight line, and certainly in that over asking a few questions of Ali Orr. Had a good season last year, Hannon Dolby, didn't he? 54 wickets at 19.
Oh gosh, shows how much I know, isn't it? Will Rhodes is going to take the new ball.
Well, that's an interesting one. Why does Hassan Ali not like the new ball too much?
I think he tends to be first or second change in his time at Warwickshire, and Miles now is used a bit more in the fuller role. So in the absence of Chris Rushworth, Rhodes less pace than the other two. Probably no less pace than Chris Rushworth, mind you, if anything a bit more. And he's bowled reasonably well so far this season. He's taken 3 wickets at 33 apiece, which in the Kookaburra era, the first 2 rounds, and the runs that were scored at Edgbaston is not bad.
Yeah, he is with his right arm medium pace, and Fletcher Middleton immediately drives strongly up to mid-off, but can't find the gap. I think both Abbott and Abbas would take 3 for 33 at this stage. Not too shabby a figures so far. But yeah, very much in the medium pace role, and yeah, I mean, for me, this is a new line of attack for Warwickshire, with Rhodes opening the bowling. But as you say, with Rushworth injured.
Well, at times as captain he was reluctant to use himself. Alex Davis sees him as a very, very useful addition as a weapon.
Into Middleton on the line of leg stump, clipped away. This may just about go for 4, not completely timed. It is a relatively short boundary on that tunnel side. That's the left as we look, and Fletcher Middleton is off the mark. Now both these are young players for Hampshire, and both looking really to get their season underway. Neither made much of a contribution last week. Ali Orr 10 and 13 against Lancashire here. Fletcher Middleton 6 and 1. So a new look opening partnership for Hampshire this year is yet to make its mark. Ali Orr from Sussex during the winter caused a few problems from a Sussex end. 1 or 2 resignations because of that move. Fletcher Middleton drives along the ground, but it's a thick edge. Wasn't where he was aiming, but that's going for 4 down to third. 2 fours in 2 balls.
Well, he certainly threw his hands at that, didn't he? Which gave him the best chance. He's gone hard at it. It's all along the deck. It's a foul shot. You can see one hand coming off the bat as well there. But it gets him off to a bit of a flyer. And Rhodes will err on the full side.
Yes, well, he's that sort of pace. He's got to sort of pitch the ball up anyway, isn't he, really? I suppose he's trying to get the ball to swing a little bit and seam. He's got the best chance with the new cherry in his hand. So Middleton has all 8 of Hampshire's 8 so far. Remember, 306 is the follow-on target for Hampshire. Rhodes from the pavilion end bowls. That's on the line of middle and leg. Clipped away just in front of square this time. And that may just go for 4 as well, and it does. It's an expensive over. 3 fours in a row.
Almost a carbon copy of yesterday morning. Kyle Abbott, second over of the innings. 3 boundaries. And we've got 3 boundaries in the second over of this innings. So history repeating itself. Interesting to know, I wasn't at the game last week for Warwickshire, but Rob Yates standing at second slip rather than first slip. He's took best part of 30 catches at first slip last season. Jacob Bethel is in at first. Second slip would ordinarily be the area that would house Sam Hain, currently unavailable, so Yates in at second slip now.
Comes in again, does Rhodes, and bowls to Middleton. That's a better length, just outside off stump, and Middleton leaves that one alone. So, good start from the youngster. Fletcher Middleton's first season last year, 610 runs at 25. Showed much promise in the first half of the year, just tailed away a little bit after that, but has shown enough promise that he could be Hampshire's opener for a few years to come. Ali Orr has made the switch along the south coast. I think Hampshire are very much looking to see this be an opening partnership for the next few years. Here comes Rhodes, bowls. It's a length ball to Middleton. A little bit of extra bounce on that final delivery from Rhodes, but 2 overs have yielded 12 runs. 3 balls in that over yielded all those runs. And Hampshire are 443 runs behind. Contrasting overs between Hannon Dalby and Rhodes.
Yeah, so remarkable the similarity between the start of this innings and the start of the Warwickshire innings. I think there's a single off the first over and then the 3 boundaries off the second over yesterday for Rob Yates. Got himself off to a flyer. So you've got Hannon Dalby in the Mohammed Abbas role of keeping it tight and probing it off stump, and he'll try and do so again as he comes in. Right arm over, just holds that one back a little bit, pushed into the offside, up towards mid-on. Alex Davis does the fielding. So Kevin's going to try and get your report done while still here. That's okay. It's okay. He's got an update to do. He's keeping an ear out. He's very diligent like that.
Well, there's going to be a double change at the end of this over anyway, so I think that might be timely.
And Dalby goes back to his mark, comes into bowl, and that's left alone outside off stump, angled across, a little bit of movement after it had gone through. I noticed on my walk back from lunch that Felix Organ was having a net.
Oh right, yes.
There were plenty of throwdowns in the nets just by the nursery ground where the academy are playing.
I'm going to bring Charlotte Taylor in for the rest of this over, and then Simon Hughes will take over from Richard Wilford.
Okay. I'll get to the end of this over from OHD. As he comes into bowl now to Orr, left alone outside off stump. It's not going to give anything too easy at the moment, Hannon Dalby. Bears with 5 seamers. You've got Hassan Ali, Craig Miles and Ed Barnard to come after this. In the spin department, Danny Briggs and Rob Yates and Jacob Bethel. And then a little bit of Dan Mosley. So Alex Davis, the only player out in the field
non-bowler.
It was a total non-bowler. Given that Michael Burgess had an over last week, every season he seems to have an over here and there in a dead game. This again is pretty full, angled outside off stump and left alone through to the wicketkeeper. Alex Davis said last night, if he ends up having a bowl, then we know that Warwickshire are in trouble.
Just looking at the height difference between the two of them down here now.
It's a couple of years ago that Michael Burgess got his first class wicket, a game at Northampton that was dying. Craig Miles was keeping wicket until the catch. It's another full ball outside off stump, and Orr is not being lured into it. Hannon Dalby just going to stay patient with the new ball. Do you want to take a risk?
I think he's just being a bit watchful, isn't he? Hasn't made a massive impact so far in this county championship, so he'll be wanting to make a good statement. He's being watchful outside his off stump at the minute. Hannon Dalby obviously a great threat.
And once more, and it's just blocked up towards mid-off. No run, end of the over, a second maiden for Ollie Hannon Dalby. Hampshire 12 without loss, replying to Warwickshire's 453.
Thank you, Richard. So, state of play here at the Utilita Bowl. Hampshire 12 for naught, chasing down Warwickshire's 455. Just a touch over 300 to avoid the follow-on. And they are watchful at the minute at Hampshire. Middleton slightly more aggressive approach than Ali Orr. You can see Rhodes continue from the pavilion end, a back of a length delivery that Fletcher Middleton plays into the leg side. Lots of noise from the Hampshire fielders. Welcome back, Simon. Hello, Simon.
Hi, Charlotte.
Just watching when the sun shines here. It's so lovely, isn't it? Just almost glistens over the ground.
Yeah, I actually love the way the ground is set slightly low as well from the surrounding area. So it is actually truly a bowl. It's very good.
Rhodes to continue then, tight to the umpire. Forward and defence is Middleton. And there is no run.
What's it like out there playing out there? I've never played here actually.
It really feels, so when you've got a full, I mean, it's a little bit different with the crowds a bit sparse like it is today, but if you've got a full ground here, it really feels like they're on top of you. So you get that real home advantage if you're, if you play for Hampshire or Southern Vipers or Southern Brave. But if you're in an opposition and their ground's full, and you really feel like, especially if you're in a bit of a pit, you do feel that. So I feel like there's a real home advantage here.
You can see that on the pictures there actually, the way it's just set into the ground a bit.
Absolutely. Shorter delivery this time from Rhodes, and Fletcher Middleton is right in behind that one. No run to be scored, he just goes down and prods the wicket.
I love the fact there's a second pitch as well behind the stand there, behind the scoreboard. You've got the nursery ground or whatever. And there's a match actually going on today. I think is it the Hampshire Academy possibly playing there? But it's a lovely looking little ground. I love the fact that you've got that option as well. Very well designed.
Right next door, and obviously the net's available. As that one goes through to Michael Burgess from Will Rhodes, left alone by Middleton. Yeah, I think future sort of years down the line, I think they're planning to build, an indoor facility. That's what I've heard on the concourse there, to separate just above the groundsman's facilities.
Yeah, you've got the nets there as well. We're just looking actually at some people pushing their kid around the boundary, and then that's the ground, the second ground plus nets and everything over in the distance.
Rhodes in again, tight to the umpire once again. Again left alone, good carry through to Michael Burgess. It's much better over from Will Rhodes. 5 dots so far.
Do you feel, as a Southern Vipers, do you feel like this is your home?
Yes.
Yeah,
definitely. And I think the Tier 1 status coming out this week, that Hampshire have won the bid for Tier 1. I think we all felt quite happy about it. And, we do have a mixture of mainly Hampshire and Sussex players with our associate counties feeding into that. But I think having spent, the last 4 years here, I think we'd be very sad to leave. Rhodes it again. Fuller this time from Fletcher Middleton, dug it out. He was quite far down the wicket then. Gets no run, well fielded in the point region by Warwickshire. It's a maiden over for Will Rhodes. Good comeback after conceding 3 boundaries in his first.
So what about the naming of the new team then?
Yeah, that's still up for debate, I think. I think we want, as a team, we'd love to keep our Vipers brand. I think we've built it, and I think the sort of the community here and the fans here have come to know us as the Vipers. So whether the Hampshire Vipers is where they go with it, it's sort of up for debate.
Makes sense.
We'd be sad to lose our sort of brand that we've built, and we've spent 4 years and the Super League before that building, such a brand here. So whether we'll be able to keep the orange and black is another question.
This is Hannon Dalby bowling his third over, nicely driven through the offside by Ali Orr there. That's going to pick up a boundary. The outfield has quickened up here actually a bit over the last week or so. Last week it was pretty slow against Lancashire, but now that's glided through for a boundary to Orr, his first boundary, his first runs actually. 16 for none is the Hampshire score.
Yeah, he's been watchful so far as Ali Orr, and that raced away. Some used pitches to the right as we look.
That helps, doesn't it?
Yeah, just skids off those.
I find Hannon Dalby interesting to watch actually. He's got an unusual method. I actually think there's just a hint of Bob Willis actually about the movement of his right arm sticking out to the right as he bowls, and he delivers that one or defends. Great Bob Willis, Warwickshire of course, Warwickshire stalwart for so many years, and his right arm used to jerk out to the side I think that's why they called him Goose. His nickname Goose, because he sort of ran along a bit like a goose. But also partly because his legs were very, very thin as well. And if you haven't got the stream on and you're just imagining it, it's a bit like a man running for a bus with a briefcase, with a briefcase in his right hand, as he comes in there to bowl, and it's a good delivery just outside off stump, and defended by Ali Orr.
It's quite funny because he doesn't start that way, I've noticed. He starts, like he's a 100-metre sprinter,
he does.
arms close to him, and then about 3 or 4 steps in, he decides to that arm.
Yeah.
It's almost like a choice to then come out wider with his right arm.
Yeah. What a sight Bob Willis used to be, blimey.
Yeah. I'll never forget that image of Sir Alistair Cook doing an impression of him in a test match. That's one of my favourite sort of visions of when I remember Alistair Cook playing for England. You normally imagine for his, double hundreds and all the rest of it. I should remember him for that.
Here's Dolby again, bowls outside off stump, and Orr leaves that one alone. Is that the game in which he got a wicket?
Yes.
He got a wicket. He got someone. I think it was Ishant Sharma, someone like that, caught down the leg side. Alistair Cook in the last over of a drawn test match, getting a wicket.
Yeah,
it's his claim to fame because he's got a better test bowling average than Jimmy Anderson, 1 for 12 or something.
It's brilliant, isn't it? It's what cricket gives you. Entertainment at all levels and of all different varieties of the game's played in.
Dolby bowls again over the wicket to Orr, who tucks it into the leg side. A sharp piece of fielding at mid-on by Danny Briggs denies him a run. He was thinking about setting off for a single there. Actually, it's often the great batsman's biggest thrill is bowling or taking a wicket or whatever. Because I know Harry Brook, bowls are actually decent little medium paces. I mean, his highlight of last year was bowling a maiden to Steve Smith, not the 100 in a Pakistan Test match or a 80 not out in the Ashes, but a maiden to Steve Smith at Edgbaston. Here's Dolby again, Hannah Dolby bowls, and that's a good delivery, but nicely, solidly forward from Ali Orr and up to mid-off, and that's the end of the over, 16 for none.
That's a good over from OHD.
Did I hear you ask a question? I've been told in the press box that you asked a question about why is a 5-wicket haul called a bag of 5?
Yeah, like why is it called a 5-wicket bag? I asked Kevin and he didn't know, but he said that you would.
Well, I had thought about it. I've had to think about it. I don't know the answer, actually, to be truthful, but I suppose it's like putting 5 wickets in a bag, and you often say bagged them, he bagged 5 wickets.
Oh yeah,
it's
that's
like
true,
putting it in a bag, really.
Will Rose then to continue. Nice looking drive from Fletcher Middleton. One bounce into the hands of Will Rhodes in his follow through.
What I do know is, this is something that people won't know. What is the origin of the term hat trick?
Okay.
Now that's quite an interesting story, and it has a Hampshire connection because in the 18th century, 1700s, there was a cricketer who played for Hambledon, so not that far from here.
Nope.
Called David Harris. He was the sort of Victorian, not the 18th century version of Shane Warne, because he was a spinner, but he obviously bowled underarm in those days.
Come back to that in a second. Simon, Will Rhodes forward in defence that time. It's Middleton.
There's a lovely description of his bowling by a famous author called John Nyren, who was one of the first cricket writers, who says that this particular David Harris bowling his underarm, he said, first he stood erect like a soldier, upright, then with a graceful and elegant curve he raised his fatal ball to his forehead and drawing back his right foot set off on his left. There's more to come.
Will Rhodes in again, left alone by Middleton.
He would bring the ball from under his arm by a twist and nearly as high as his armpit, and with his action push it, as it were, from him. So if you can imagine, he was sort of almost cradling the ball under his armpit with his right hand and then would sort of push it towards the batsman, putting spin on it, underarm. And he was an absolute demon, taking wickets. And the reason why a hat-trick is called a hat-trick, I'll tell you after this ball.
The suspense is killing me. Will Rhodes in again. And that's solidly a back foot defence from Middleton. Plays it nicely into the offside. No run taken.
Because in one game, and he was an absolute master at finding the right patch of grass to bowl his underarms on, with molehills and so on, because you could choose your own strip if you're the home team, and he could land the ball on a molehill and all that. But in one game, he took 3 wickets in 3 balls and was presented with a gold-laced hat.
Oh, right.
As a reward for what he'd achieved, and that was the origin of the term hat trick.
Amazing. Thank you very much. It's a great quiz question if you know the answer. Again, defence, solidly in defence as Middleton plays it to mid-on. And there is no run once again.
So that was about 1780. And, you know,
it's
no
just
one
amazing how all these things stay
it's
in.
Origin, isn't it?
You know, you still use them, and that's probably in, you know, all walks of life. These things crop up and then they just stick with you. And there's things you think, why do we actually say that? And it's so interesting to find out the meanings behind these things.
So, of course, it's become common parlance in all sport now, isn't it?
Absolutely. But it originated in cricket. And another good, solid defensive shot from Middleton. Another good over from Rhodes. Another maiden for him. He started well after conceding 3 boundaries in the first. Or in his first, should I say. No more runs added to the Hampshire total thus far. As these batsmen being watchful in their defences. 16 for no loss as they chase 306, I think it is, for the follow-on, which hopefully they can avoid. Good flat pitch here at the Utilita Bowl.
Yeah, it is good. I mean, this is the problem. You sort of do think it's not going to be easy to get a result, because no demons in it, and no demons bowling on it really either, with due respect to the likes of Hannon Dolby and so on. I mean, they're good bowlers, but they're not world class who are going to make something happen from nothing.
You'd probably feel like the batsmen are going to get themselves out.
You sort of feel like that, don't you? Hannon Dolby bowls or defends, getting well forward, using his reach there to deny that. I don't think have we had one get past the edge yet? Or, you know, play and miss? I don't recall it in this innings.
No, not in this innings, no.
No, it's early days, I suppose, but you'd hope with a new ball, a Duke's ball particularly, you'd hope that something would have done something in the first 5-6 overs, but nothing so far. 16 for no wicket is the Hampshire score. Warwickshire made 455. Here comes Hannon Dolby bowls. Fuller driven and half stopped by the bowler actually, and fully stopped by mid-on. So good combination of fielding there from Warwickshire.
It's a long way for Hannon Dolby to get down, isn't it? He's done well.
How tall is he?
Well, tall enough. I said to Kevin, I stood next to him in the nets yesterday for about 30 seconds, and that was enough for me. I felt really quite small. I am small. I'm only just a touch over 5 foot, but he was a good.
Oh, I didn't realise you were standing
on
a.
Yeah, I'm standing on the chair.
Standing on the bar of the chair.
I'm definitely not this tall. I wish I was at times. Reaching things on the top cupboard of in my kitchen will be a lot easier.
Yeah. Yes, kitchen cupboards. They're always put too high up, aren't they? And then you try and get something that's almost out of reach and it nearly falls on your head. So a short mid-on now for Hannon Dolby as he bowls, and that ball's hit straight back to that fielder, trying to induce a little uppish drive maybe. Yeah,
it's a position that I've obviously thought that there's a catching opportunity there as Bethel stands right in the batter's eye line. It's a really distracting position, if nothing else, to say I'm here.
So sunny afternoon, but people well wrapped up in the crowd here. It's a pretty chilly wind. Hannon Dolby bowls over the wicket to Orr, and that's an LBW shout, and he's given him. He was well forward there. I think that probably hit him on the back leg, because he did get quite a decent stride out, but the ball must have nipped back a touch, and he was fired out there by Rob Bailey pretty sharply. So that must have been pretty straight. So the first wicket for Warwickshire, just when I said nothing had beaten the bat, that did. Got through Orr's defence, and he's LBW to Hannon Dolby for 4.
Yeah, another somewhat failure for Ali Orr. Not made too many impacts in this county championship so far since his move from Sussex to Hampshire. He's had to go for 4. and Hampshire find themselves 16 for 1, and it just looked like it maybe straightened a little bit, but you know, again, just playing the wrong line possibly, but again, probably the batters getting themselves out, and you know, their mistake rather than you know, a brilliant bit of bowling by Warwickshire. Good bit of bowling though, and one wicket that Warwickshire definitely needed. They had a bit of a tail off at the end of their innings, so to start well here is important for them. And it does bring Nick Gubbins to the crease, who has had a good couple of years for Hampshire, and I'll be wanting that to continue for sure.
Yeah, I mean, he's sort of has well, it's certainly in the first couple of weeks of the season, he's had to come in fairly early. They haven't managed to get a decent opening stand going, Hampshire, so far, with two quite youngish, inexperienced openers. So Gubbins has to be ready, and he's taking guard.
And he's made
He got a couple of 50s in the last game here. Played well actually. Got
50 and 69 not out.
Yeah, got a nice not out actually in the second innings to see
that always makes you feel better, doesn't it?
Yeah. I mean, you know, he's got a nice average of over 100 at the moment. It's always nice to start with. So he looks around the field. 3 slips a weight and 3 in a ring on the offside. 2 men saving a single on the leg side. Here comes Hannon Dalby to bowl to Gubbins, and wide outside off stump, just not that wide actually. Good leave from Gubbins. Good carry actually through to the keeper, Burgess. 16 for 1 Hampshire. Gubbins at the crease with Fletcher Middleton on 12.
Partnership required between these two. Hampshire need that, avoiding the follow-on 306.
So here comes Hannon Dalby to complete his over. Bowls to Gubbins, who defends into the offside, and it's fielded a backward point. End of a good over from Hannon Dalby. Every ball there asking a question. Good line and length. Not great pace, but enough to get a little bit of carry through to the keeper, and that was a wicket maiden. 4 overs, 3 mains, 1 for 4. Hannon Dalby. I've seen that bowling stat from him before.
Just an update for the Rachel Hayflint Trophy. Southern Vipers, they made 273 for 9 off their 50 overs at Beckenham against South East Stars, and the South East Stars are 35 for 0, it's just ticked over.
273, did you say?
Yeah.
That's a good score.
And South East Stars 35 for 0 after 8 overs in reply. Bryony Smith and Tash Farron opening the batting there. Interesting pairing.
Tash Farron's a bowler, isn't she?
Yeah, she's opening the batting today for the Stars. I'll just continue that with the Central Spark score in a minute. Change of bowler Hassan Ali from the pavilion end, taking over from Will Rhodes, and Middleton is forward in defence, and there is no run. Central Sparks are playing the Blaze at Edgbaston. They made 213 for 9, did the Central Sparks, off their 50 overs, of course 50 over competition, the RHFT. And the Blaze, they've started poorly. They're 8 for 2, so the Central Sparks well on top in that game. They've got Marie Kelly and Teresa Graves back in the pavilion. Back of a length delivery from Hassan Ali. He's got 3 slips in place here. Fletcher Middleton just being a bit watchful. He's 12 not out. Hampshire 16 for 1.
Sorry, I held the radio up to the microphone then. I didn't mean to do that.
That's okay. Hassan Ali over the wicket. Just an inside edge onto the pad of Fletcher Middleton. A couple of shouts from the slips, but no real danger. I don't know who that fielder is. You probably know better than me, Simon. I'm not sure. The fielders when they're that far away from me. The fielder at square leg for Warwickshire.
Don't ask me that. No idea. Sorry.
Well, whoever they are, they're doing some aggressive walking in.
Oh, right.
I don't think I've ever seen such aggressive walking in.
Okay, let's check it after this during this ball.
Over the wicket again from Hassan Ali, and forward in defence again is Middleton. It was even more aggressive, the ball before that. It was almost like he was running in.
Yeah, I'm trying to see actually. He's got his... he needs to turn round. He's having a good chat to Rob Bailey actually, square leg.
Good chat about something, but it was quite. Just caught it at the corner of my eye, almost running in. He was trying to keep warm, maybe. He's not doing it anymore. Forward and defence again is Middleton. Back to the bowler Hassan Ali, no run.
It's Danny Briggs. He's marching off to square leg now. Doing even more. He's still going to take a sort of run up towards the square leg position. No, he's heading down to deep square leg.
Oh, it's just
I can't see the name on his back, sorry.
That's okay. I'm sure it will come to us, or if anyone in the crowd wants to let us know, silentcricket@gmail.com. Again, clipped off the legs of Middleton. Try and pick up 2 at least here. Turns nicely. And it will just be 2. Good running between these two. 18 for 1 Hampshire. Middleton moves to 14. That's 8 overs gone of the Hampshire innings in reply to Warwickshire's 455 that they made after putting on 115 runs today so far.
I'm surprised that Hassan Ali didn't open the bowling, actually. Not quite sure why that would be, unless he's one of those bowlers who might prefer just a little bit of the shine taken off the ball, but because some bowlers actually don't like a new. Alan Donald, actually, a great Warwickshire bowler, didn't always like the new ball. He had to bowl with it, but he found it sometimes quite hard to control. Whereas when you've got shiny side on one side, it's a bit easier. Here comes Hannon Dalby, bowls, and that's a good delivery to Gubbins, who I think played at that, but maybe didn't follow the line a bit once it went a little bit away from him. Perhaps he left it. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt. He went through to the keeper. But Hassan Ali, he opens the bowling for Pakistan in 50 over certainly, or shorter formats. So, or can do. I'm not quite sure, unless he wasn't ready, unless he had to do some repairs or something before he got out there. So Hannon Dalby again from the Hilton Hotel end bowls. That was an inviting delivery, but Gubbins decided to ignore it, just outside off stump, quite full. Could have had a drive at it, but early in his innings, so decided it was better to let it go.
Yeah, just decided against it, didn't he? But it had that bit of tail back in.
Yeah.
As it passed the stumps, Michael Burgess, the keeper, took it to his right, suggesting it tailed a little bit back towards the batter. But getting good movement here.
Yeah, he's bowling well. Good line as well. Over the wicket he bowls, driven by Gubbins. Not fully timed, but he's got it past a mid-off fielder, and it's coming down to the boundary, and it's going to make it to the rope. So although it wasn't cleanly off the middle, he got the line, the angle right between bowler and stumps and mid-off. Picks up 4. 22 for 1.
Yeah, it was a lovely drive, wasn't it? On the up. And Alex Davis, obviously not the tallest player on the pitch, just couldn't quite cut that off. Diving full stretch to his left. He looks like he might have winded himself now. He's holding his chest. Yeah, been killed over.
Oh yeah, he does. He's looking too happy, is he?
It's one of the worst feelings when you land on the wrong part of your chest and it just takes all the wind out of your
Have you ever
sails.
dived on the ball? I mean, that can hurt as well.
On legs, but never on chest.
On your hip.
Yeah.
Imagine if you fall on the ball on your hip. That really hurts. Now he's round the wicket, Hannon Dalby. Gubbins' defence. I'm surprised he's gone round, actually. He was bowling pretty well over the wicket. But he's decided to go round, and Gubbins had to just slightly realign his stance, etc. So 22 for 1 Hampshire, midway through the second day of this game, just coming up to 3 o'clock. So another hour or so before tea, and then a longish final session. As Hannon Dalby bowls again, and that's a bit of bounce outside off stump, good carry, but not requiring a shot from Gubbins.
So our aggressive square leg fielder was Mosley.
Yes, and we've had a few tweets about pronunciation, and a kind correspondent said that his name is supposed to be pronounced Mousley and that his nickname is Danger. But according to many sages, including our own commentator Richard, the correct pronunciation is Mosley, and apparently that's the way to ask the player himself, and that's how he pronounces it. Another defensive shot from Gubbins to complete that Hannon Dalby over, which conceded 4 runs. So 22 for 1. the Hampshire score after 9 overs.
Just got a little bit more overcast in the last couple of minutes. Sun's just up behind a cloud, a few more clouds overhead.
Actually, a lot of cars I noticed in the car park today, but I don't know where everybody is, because there's not a lot of people in the ground, really, are there? There's actually probably more cars here, or at the back, than there are people, but whether they've gone walking into the forest or...
Well, I don't know, just on
in
the
stand,
lower... Yeah,
inside, maybe. They're sheltering
in the Rob
inside.
Bransgrove Pavilion, you can just sort of see a few heads
Yeah.
inside.
Yes.
The sort of the suites there.
Actually, it's funny, but I don't know if you're a golfer, but you can often turn up to a golf course and the car park is packed. You think, oh God, I won't have a chance to play today. And when you get on the course, you can't see anybody. There's nobody. It's deserted.
Interesting, isn't it? Are they all in the bar? Hassan Ali then to continue from the pavilion end as Middleton prods that one to the point fielder, who's just lurking on the offside. There is no run taken.
I love the fact that there's a golf course here as well. You know, that you can, on a day off or, you know, rainy day even, if the play's called off, you can nip out and have a few holes. It's brilliant.
Yeah, it's really a nice place to be. Well, one of the sort of drawbacks of the Utilita Bowl is that it's nowhere near anything else. So at least there's a few things to do on site, and that's down the leg side of Hassan Ali. Fletcher Middleton just lets that go past him. So they say it's not really anywhere near a train station or sort of a city centre to go out for a meal or something afterwards. There's not a lot in the vicinity, so to have the availability of a golf course and obviously the second ground and the hotel here, there's a bit to do on site, which helps, makes it feel like there's a little bit going on, albeit if it's not inside the city centre of Southampton. That one's left alone. Good carry through to Burgess. Middleton being very watchful here. 14 from 27 he is. Hampshire 22 for 1. In pursuit of Warwickshire's 455 that they made in their first innings.
Did you see that brilliant story? There's a great story in the Times today about a local girls' football team in Bournemouth who are under 13 girls, and they've won a boys' football league.
That's amazing.
It is an amazing story, actually.
Hassan Ali in again, and that's clipped off the hip of Middleton. It's nicely played in between two fielders. One was at mid-wicket, and the square leg fielders in pursuit. They're going to come back for at least two. Good fielding, pulled back in by Dan Mosley. The ball's returned. 2 more to the total. Hampshire 24 for 1. Do you know the name of the team?
Yeah,
Simon?
I do, actually. I was just trying to call it up. It's I have got it, actually.
Congratulations.
I took a photo of the article and sent it to my daughter, who's always interested in this kind of thing. And I can't find the photo now.
In again, past the umpire. Quick arms. He's got through his delivery. And that's pushed to mid-on by Fletcher Middleton.
I think there were QP something, QPL or... And they're... I'm not picking up the Wi-Fi here. Hold on, I'm just going to reboot my phone and then I'll be able to find it. They are the Queen's Park Ladies under 12s. I think they're from the Bournemouth area.
Oh well.
Yeah.
Well done them.
Bournemouth Youth Football League under 13s.
Congratulations to them.
They're known as the Invincibles because they haven't lost a game. They've played 18 games. They've won 12 and drawn 6, I think, and it's all boys apart from their team.
Amazing.
All the teams are boys' teams, and they got promotion to the next division. So well done to them down the road.
Perfect. Congratulations.
So what are we here? 24 for 1, Hampshire.
Just the wicket of Ali Orr to fall so far. He fell for 27, and Hampshire was 16 for 1.
And here's Hannon Dalby to bowl his 6th over. Runs in round the wicket, bowls to Gubbins. That seems to bounce a little bit. And Gubbins to just readjust there slightly across outside off stump and dab it into the offside. So Hannon Dalby trying to get that ball to sort of angle in and then move away towards the 3 slips.
And he's obviously changed his attack here as well, coming round the wicket. It's the first time we've seen this from him today. But on a flat wicket, you like to think they keep changing up, providing different options and different lines of attack.
Dalby again bowls and full, and Gubbins ignores it, lets it go through to the keeper. Good use of the angle so far. Hasn't bowled anything down the leg side actually. Very good control. But I suppose, you know, he's not getting a lot of movement, and this is what I suppose Rob Key wants to see. Is the director of cricket wants to see bowlers tested rather than just landing it on the seam and the pitch doing the rest.
Absolutely. Having to really work for your wickets.
Yeah. And Dolby bowls past to Bailey, and it's turned into the leg side this time. Fielded at mid-wicket.
Like you say, that's probably what makes a great bowler stand out from just a good one, potentially. If you saw a great bowler bowling on this type of surface, they'd be able to extract anything out of it, cause real problems.
Well, I mean, pace for a start. If you've got a 90 mile an hour delivery in your locker, you are going to rush people, whatever the surface. That almost takes the pitch out of the equation.
Just purely by pace alone.
Yeah.
That fielder comes back into the eye line.
I mean, you do, when you're facing that sort of speed, you are batting on instinct a lot of the time. You haven't got time to think at all. Dolby bowls, and Gubbins, who does have plenty of time to play that sort of pace, defends, gets a nice, good stride in. You don't have time to move your feet much against 90 mile an hour either. You've got to kind of just basically put the bat there and hope your feet follow. You haven't got time for a big stride.
And actually, that sometimes works in players' favours when they don't have to think and they don't have to time to get themselves out in a way. And then other times it's detrimental for players. It can really go one of two ways.
So, and Dolby bowls again round the wicket. Gubbins again defends and really looks back at his technique afterwards and sort of examines, did I get my feet in the right place? Am I right over the line, head over? And I think he was. Couldn't have improved on it really. And he moves away from the crease just briefly. It's that method of not having to be switched on all the time, just clearing your head in between balls. And now thinking again about the delivery, focusing on the bowler. Brief of field change here as Hammond just moves his fielder at mid-wicket, short mid-wicket, a bit squarer. So that's in his eye line, that's in Gubbins' eye line now, that fielder. And he steps across and back, and that was a good bit of bowling actually, because it made him think about the mid-wicket fielder and then bowled one outside off, which just moved a fraction and got a play and miss, but no wicket. Good delivery, 24 for 1.
Okay, we're going to have a double change here. Simon, if you just want to step off for just a second, and we'll wait for Richard to come in, and then he'll be joined by Kevin James in about 30 seconds' time. That's the end of the 11th over. Hampshire 24 for 1. Fletcher Middleton on 16. Nick Gubbins on 4 as we welcome back Richard, and I'm going to make way for Kevin James.
Okay, Charlotte, thank you very much. Been an excellent spell from Ollie Hannon Dolby. 6 overs, 1 for 8, and he's tested them with his line. Hassan Ali sprinting in from the other end. That one angles back a little bit, but it was always to be above stump height and allowed through by Fletcher Middleton. The score remains 24 for 1. Busy afternoon of football. I have to have a quarter of an eye on that. I can't not.
I have no eye on it.
No, I know. But mood of my household can be affected by it, because you end up reporting on the same team all the time. As Hassan Ali back of a length, nicely into position, Middleton, whose virtue, certainly the first part of last season, was this willingness to bat long. And that's something that Hampshire have been craving from an opener for some time. It's not necessarily about scoring at 70 runs per 100 balls, as much as international cricket these days suggests that's what's wanted. If he can bat through till lunch tomorrow, then he'll have done a huge job for Hampshire in this game. He waits now, the sun glinting off the back of his bat when he taps it in his crease and hits it square on the leg side. That's a good tumbling stop though, sharp from Mosley, just in front of the square leg umpire, and no run.
I'm just, Charlotte's in earshot. Were you guys talking about some old terms, you and Simon Hughes? All right, I've got an email about that. Did you read it out? Right, I'll read that out in a minute. Old terms.
Like a bit of on-air production. That was good. Yeah, because there was the derivation of hat-trick I know they were talking about.
Yes.
Yeah. That's an alley in. Again, that angles back really after it's past the stumps and it went above stump height. And then moved backwards into the hands of Michael Burgess. You are hearing a buzzing today, because we're certainly hearing a buzzing. There's an electricity cable somewhere that's disturbing the ecosystem of the commentary position. I'm not getting any more technical than that. That's an alley in again. Oh, that's a good leave, shall we say, because it was a safe leave from Fletcher Middleton, but it's getting a little bit closer to his stumps, bit by bit, this over from Hassan Ali.
Looks like he predominantly angles the ball into the right-hander, doesn't he?
Yeah. He's testing the nerve of Fletcher Middleton here with the angles of the delivery he's coming up with. Coming to complete the over. 24 for 1 Hampshire, 431 runs behind, and this is steered behind square on the leg side by Middleton. And they'll come through for a single down to Alan Dolby will hold on to the ball. Presumably continue his spell into a 7th over. We were just talking off air, and I think apart from a couple of really good going overs that Will Rhodes had in 2 spells from James Fuller, in terms of orthodox seam bowling, what Hannon Dolby has produced in the last 45 minutes is probably as good as anything in this match so far.
Agreed. He's just got the ball to just shape fractionally into the left-hander, hasn't he? Straight into the right-hander. Yeah, he's looked good. Tall. I love the description that Simon Hughes gave him, looking like he's running for a bus holding a briefcase. I think that's the best description I've heard of him, because it is fairly unusual.
It is,
the way he runs in, holding the ball.
Yeah, that right arm does wave out, whereas Bob Willis's would tuck in behind. His goes outwards.
Yeah. Comes in, runs away from us, bowls to Middleton. Middleton on the back foot, steers that off a thickish inside edge out on the leg side, and there's no run. But I love that, and that phrase will always live with me as long as I'm watching OHD bowl. Now, this email has come from Michael Lithgow under the term of nightmares. And speaking of old terms, he says, sonatcricket@gmail.com if you want to get involved this afternoon. He says, speaking of old terms that we now use unknowingly, the term nightmare comes from the days of coach and horses.
Oh.
Yeah, there's more. And Dolby again with 2 slips waiting, and Middleton again turns that away on the leg side. The term nightmare comes from the days of coach and horses. The mail or post coach was entitled to have the first choice of horses at every coaching inn. This clearly upset all the other coaches. To get their own back, when the night coach came through, the hostler would sometimes harness up the not so good horses. Those were known as the nightmares. I suppose it's obvious when you think about that.
Well, getting a bad horse on a ride at night would be your worst nightmare, wouldn't it?
Here's Alan Dolby bowls, and another good length ball which Middleton pushes up to mid on. Neil Prowse has emailed sonatcricket@gmail.com. Apparently Simon Hughes mentioned about the car park. Which one? There's several. We always wonder about this, he says. Car park is often practically full, even when there's really small clouds. I think the club have 1 or 2 deals with 1 or 2 local premises around, which I think they're allowed to park here as well. I know that was the case a little while ago. When I say a little while ago, we're talking of a year or 2 or so. That may still be the case. Fall down the leg side, whipped away by Middleton down to fine leg. Hassan Ali is down there. It's a single. Middleton moves on to 18, and it's 26 for 1 Hampshire, trail by 429. And Alice has emailed sonatcricket@gmail.com. I wanted to thank you for the perfect distraction that you are providing today as I prepare to run my 14th marathon and 7th London marathon tomorrow. Good luck to any other runners listening today. Trust your training. You've got this. Of course, Simon Hughes is apparently shouting for the Good Samaritans.
Yes.
On the embankment in London tomorrow as a volunteer.
Very good.
Yeah, so there you are. So that's probably the reference that Alice has picked up on. He's round the wicket this time, Hannon Dolby, to the left-hander Gubbins. It's full. Gubbins drives into the ground, and the ball just makes its way up to mid-off where Rob Yates fields. No, tell a lie, it's Alex Davis, the captain.
It's making my knee twinge just the thought that people are running 26 miles tomorrow.
Crazy.
I mean, I might have a crack at 26 metres tomorrow, just in the honour of them doing it.
That's big of you.
I know that the interim manager of Birmingham City is running it tomorrow, Gary Rowett. So they're playing at Rotherham today, then he drives down to London. And he's done it 4 or 5 times, London Marathon now. He's hoping to do it in under 4 hours tomorrow.
Uh-huh. Anything under 4 hours, as I understand, is pretty good. Outside the off stump, just about carries through to Burgess, the keeper. That ends Hannon Dalby's over. He's bowled 7 overs. I wonder if that might be his last in this spell. 1 for 9, and Hampshire 26 for 1, with Gubbins 4, Middleton 18. Hampshire trail by 4-2-9 on the first innings.
He doesn't look done to me. I think he looks like he might be keeping going. He is capable of very long spells, and they might feel their best chances with this new ball. Just saying, the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy, the Central Sparks bowlers have got off to a bit of a flyer. Defending a score of 213 for 9, they have the Blaze 19 for 3 in the 12th over. That's a pretty good start, isn't it? 2 wickets for Emily Arlett and 1 for Izzy Wong. That's a good line from Hassan Ali, just outside off stump. Middleton in 2 minds there. Kelly, Graves and Munro are all back in the hutch.
Sophie Munro, yep.
That's 3 good wickets to get.
Yep.
And needing 274 to beat the Southern Vipers, the South East Stars, a 71 without loss in the 15th over.
Oof. Bryony Smith is obviously starting to...
Bryony Smith is on 29 on out. Tash Farron opening the batting, he's on 41. Ooh. Hassan Ali in, that's another good ball back of a length. He's getting good carry there, Hassan Ali. He's a skiddy bowler, and that has gone through at just above hip height to Michael Burgess. And the oohs and ahs from his teammates are those of real encouragement for the Pakistan fast bowler. You have to be sharp to get anything out of this. Ball is defended back into the path of Hassan Ali. A member of the Warwickshire media team is asking me, when does a new ball cease to be a new ball? And it's an interesting thought, isn't it? But, you know, in terms of the shine, in terms of what it's offering, what are you looking at? A good 15 overs, or?
Kookaburra about 10.
Yeah, but this week at Dukes, what do we reckon?
I suppose it depends on the conditions and the surface, how harsh and abrasive the surface is, I suppose.
Driven by Middleton up towards mid-on. No run.
How hard it's been hit back to the boundary and how often early overs, I suppose it does make a slight difference, but I don't know, new ball is what you make it, isn't it?
Yeah. But you're going to get 15 or 20 overs where you're hoping it's doing something normally, aren't you?
Yeah, and you know, as I say, depending on the conditions, you probably hope to get more out of it than that, but I don't think it varies from game to game.
Hopefully he's hearing that.
I've been chucked balls that are 40 overs old. I've thought, well, that feels better than that.
Hassan Ali again back of a length, again looking to angle it towards the top of off stump, and once more Middleton very sure of where that off stump is and allows it to go through.
I think you can certainly be sure that when a team's looking to change the ball, it feels softer than it should be.
Well, this ball's still new at the moment anyway, in its 14th over. Will Rhodes has just been stretching as if he might be coming on to replace Hannon Dalby. Still got Miles and Barnard to come in terms of seamers. That is a short bouncer that bounces again a second time before it reaches Michael Burgess. It hooped over the head of Middleton at the end of the over. A maiden from Hassan Ali. 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 5. And 26 for 1 after 14 overs. Hampshire have struggled to get going with any real purpose. And Will Rhodes is going to come on for Ollie Hannon Dalby, which, you know, given that Ollie is probably the person I'm closest to in the Warwickshire team, just shows how brilliantly I read his body language. I was sure he was going to get another one in, but there you go.
Yeah, I suppose you could make a case either way, really, couldn't you?
He didn't look like he was coming off to me, but there you go. Having said that, it was only recently I discovered that he loved biscuits as much as he does. Everybody, at the launch of his testimonial at the dinner at Edgemaston, everybody's talking about his knowledge and love of biscuits. And I'm thinking, we did several series of a podcast. At no point did I have you doing a blind tasting of biscuits, because I had no idea. No idea.
Well, now you know.
Oh, just disappointing.
Will Road switches ends. He's bowled 3 overs, none for 12, and all those 12 runs came off 3 shots. Not to this man, Nick Gubbins, who works it up to mid-on, but Fletcher Middleton at the non-striker's end. Got an email here from Paul Arnold, sunandcricket@gmail.com. He says, what are your thoughts on Ali Orr? Early days, admittedly, but a significant drop-off in his average last year, plus a lack of ability to rotate the strike. A bit of a concern, being honest, considering our well-known issues with openers. Is it not a surprise we didn't make a move for someone more experienced? Well, I suppose it's like a lot of things really, is whether anybody's available, whether they fit into the team ethics, blah blah blah. That's pushed away on the leg side by Nick Gubbins, but I think there was no doubt, or there is no doubt, that he does have a good record. He's only 22, so it's still early days, but you're right. He burst on the scene, 1,000 runs in 2022 with Sussex. 23 only played 8 matches because of injury. He averaged 39 in his first season in 2021 and came here with an average close on 40 as well. So it's there, but yeah, a bit of a stop-start season last year with injuries. Gubbins always plays onto the stumps, has to kick it away with his back leg. Played it into the ground, looked back. Fortunately, was aware. And that left foot, nice bit of football.
Did really well to react to that, Gubbins. Round the wicket, he's settled into a nice line here, Rhodes, with this change of ends. And induced the false shot, but very quick reactions. You can get yourself into a right pickle when you're not quite sure where the ball's going and how to get out of it.
Yeah. There's Rhodes again with his right arm, medium pace round the wicket to Gubbins outside the off stump, and that's left alone. Stephen Eason is on the emails once more. I think he's up the other end of the ground, or he was the last few times that he's emailed. Silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, just to endorse what others have said about the ground commentary. That's new for this year. I think it's the best innovation at the bowl for years. However well you think you understand cricket after 50 plus years of watching it, it makes a real difference to have the simultaneous opinions and analysis of expert commentators. A bargain at £15 too, he says. Great work, keep it up.
Expert commentators and the rest of us.
Yes, and those. Edged. Oh, it's fallen just short of second slip, I think. It's gone through the slips in the end, so Gubbins will pick up at least 2. But that definitely caught the edge. Debatable whether it carried. We may have to watch the live picture feed. If you're listening in your earpieces and you're in a better position than us, you can email us and tell us your thoughts whether it carried or not. Just waiting for a replay.
You got Bethel diving left, you got Yates diving right, and the ball dying on them.
Yeah.
It's a good delivery again from Rhodes, who just bowling around the wicket reminds me a little bit of Craig White. Just the sort of build and a lot of shoulder about the way that he's releasing the ball. And White was very effective around the wicket to left-handers. Outside
the off stump, and that's left alone. Well, you're right. I never faced Will Rhodes, obviously, because he's too young and I'm too old. I certainly faced Craig White. My honest opinion is Craig White hit the deck a lot harder.
Yeah.
But I know what you mean.
But it was all in the shoulder, wasn't it?
It was.
I mean, Craig White had bowled off breaks in his younger days, but became a really good bowler of Yorkers and had a particular strength of bowling around the wicket to left-handers. Did it with enormous effect.
Yeah.
So Rhodes unlucky there. We didn't see a replay of it. So again, as Kevin was saying, if you did have a better view than we did, do let us know if it carried. Reaction to the fielder suggested not, as Hassan Ali's first ball of a new over angled in towards off stump again, met by a keen straight bat from Fletcher Middleton. Game between the academy and a local league team over on the nursery ground has finished. I wonder if it's a double header. Do you reckon they're going to go again over there?
I don't know. It's South Wilts, it is. It's a
Wilts.
pre-season match.
Yeah.
The academy and South Wilts, who are a team that are based in Salisbury.
Well, I walked on the edge of the pitch to come back after lunch, and I was making sure I kept my eye on every delivery just in case, because you're not far away on that boundary.
No.
Hassan Ali in once more, reaching forward and dabbing down his Middleton. Jacob Bethel is fielding now at an old-fashioned silly mid-on, so his left foot is almost on the cut strip, and he's standing once he's stationary, probably 12 to 15 yards away from Fletcher Middleton's bat. There's another short mid-wicket who's slightly further, but not much further away. And then square leg is in front of square. So all three of them there for the ball that he turns into the leg side. And with the ball being angled in by Hassan Ali, a little bit of a leg side trap being set for him. But Middleton again is dabbing it out into the offside. He looks very composed at the moment, Fletcher Middleton. He got those 3 boundaries in the first over and now has just dug in deep. I think he's only scored 6 off his last 44 deliveries. Doesn't matter. Hampshire have got to bat long in reply to this 455.
Yeah, and I think it would be good for Hampshire fans to see Fletcher Middleton just fighting it out a bit, really. He has the potential. We know he has.
Hassan Ali driven, won't get past straight extra cover. Alex Davis. It's funny, each time I come here there's the chatter about Hampshire openers or whatever, but it's a bit rough for people to be second guessing whether Ali Orr's going to make it when this is his second appearance of the season in that the first match gets rained off, and you've got to give a lad a chance to have a bit of form, or you only have to receive 2 decent deliveries, and it's a bit early to question the lad. Hassan Ali in and guided down towards third man. The chase is on. I think it should be cut off on the outfield. They'll come back for 2. Is the one on the arm? No, Craig Miles has got that airborne quickly and gets a yell of well done Milo from his teammates. 2 more to Middleton. He's up to 20, 30 for 1 Hampshire.
Of course it's too early. You're right, but I think the caveat to that is we've played on 2 pretty flat wickets here. The first one last week being with a Kookaburra as well, and we've seen a lot of batters score a lot of runs and not too many wickets taken. So when you put that in the mix,
Hassan Ali in, and he's chopping down on that late. That might have kept a bit lower. He's done well to protect the middle and leg stump. End of another over, Hampshire 30 for 1.
And then you put Ali Orr's scores of 10, 13 and today 4 in there. Of course it's early days, but you now start to look at that, don't you? And you think, right, now the next innings is quite important, and then of course if you don't score runs in that, then the pressure starts building.
But it feels like cricket then ends up being like football, where 2 matches is a crisis, and you think, well, and that's not a way of anybody settling into a new club.
Sure. Oh no, it's too early days, and he'll be around for a while, whatever happens. But
nobody's feeling the pressure more than he is.
No, agreed. But you do feel that these 2 pitches maybe put pressure on the batters to make sure they do score runs. Here's Rhodes round the wicket again to Gubbins, who's forward. Plays it out to short mid-wicket, but he can play. He got a half century in one of the pre-season games here. I think it was Worcester, one of the 2 anyway. Worcester and Middlesex were here, and I did watch some of that. There's no doubt, and his record does suggest he can play. His career may have stalled a little bit in the last year or so, but the guy can play.
And he's also stepping up to Division 1, so he's facing, and I think where the biggest gulf in class is, a different type of bowler. Agreed. At this level.
Yeah. And make no mistake, folks, there is a difference between the 2 divisions as that's pushed up towards mid-on. Hampshire certainly haven't been in Division 2 for a while. I can't remember the last time Warwickshire were.
No, it's not that many years ago. No. It's not too far ago.
But it is a difference. As Durham have found out, an 8-year gap between the 2 divisions, and of course they didn't play against us because of the rain, and then found very quickly at your place how difficult Division 1 can be. So I think sometimes you can just get a bit blasé about Division 1 cricket, and you've seen it for a few years, and you forget that when you see some Division 2 cricket, there is a difference. Gubbins pushes out on the offside. An email here from Simon Peel, sonatcricket@gmail.com. We talked earlier about the old saying of nightmare and had a story. Well, Simon's questioning that. He says, I'm afraid that nightmare story is a very well crafted fallacy. In Old English, a mare was a goblin-type monster, and a nightmare was the monster that plagued your bad dreams. As a Kent fan, I've been visited by more than my fair share, says Simon. So there's another version. As Rhodes comes in, outside the off stump, good carry, but Gubbins leaves alone.
Do you want me to call in somebody to judge this?
Well, if you feel the need.
Okay.
Have you got somebody in mind?
Yeah. I've got somebody who's replied to my tweets before.
Please do.
I might just...
A definitive nightmare.
Yeah.
Answer. Yeah, because we've had 2 now, haven't we?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll see what I can find out.
Okay, that sounds good. Rhodes runs away from us. He's got the 2 slips. Gubbins once more comes forward and leaves alone. That's quite close to off stump, but it is a good leave, no doubt about that, despite Rhodes getting a little excited. After this ball, we have 7 overs until tea. With Hampshire 425 runs behind. Just a reminder, they'll need 306 to avoid the follow-on. They have knocked off 30 of those for the loss of Ali Orr. LBW to Hannon Dalby. Good opening spell from the tall right armour. Rhodes has replaced him at this commentary end as Gubbins drives, doesn't time, and that goes out to mid-off. We're talking about Ali Orr's sort of early season struggles, but it is very early on. Nick Gubbins has started pretty well, 50 and 69 not out last week against Lancashire. So he's probably not quite in the Warwickshire batters sort of form with the huge scores they've been piling up, but nevertheless, 2 half-centuries in your opening 2 innings. It's a pretty good start to the season. I'm sure he'll feel good about himself. I've spoken to him once or twice pre-season, and he felt that everything was right. All his preparations, he felt good, and that's what it's all about. Sometimes it's about what you feel going into games as much as anything else. So Rhodes has bowled 5 overs, none for 14, and we have our first look at slow bowling in this Hampshire innings in the 18th over, and Danny Briggs, who gets 1 or 2 rounds of applause. The crowd remember him here. I'm sure most do. Was here until the end of the 2015 season, having made his initial debut in 2009. Did actually make his T20 debut in 2010. So had a significant few years here. Born on the Isle of Wight, so very much a local.
What was the second definition of, or derivation of
nightmare?
Yeah.
Well, the one I just read out.
Yeah.
It was an old English saying about a goblin-type monster. A nightmare. Well, you're looking at that. Shall I do Danny Briggs' over?
Yeah. I'm just
No
finished
problem.
off doing a message now.
Briggs is round the wicket then. Outside of the off stump. That's a good tight line and a good leave. Got 1 or 2 of the close fielders excited. There is a leg slip and a slip for Danny Briggs, who's bowling from the pavilion end. I seem to remember him bowling mostly that in when he was here, I think. I don't know. Might be making that up actually. Comes in and bowls, and forward is Middleton. Saw Danny Briggs last night in the car park. As you do.
That was glamorous.
Yeah, well, there's better locations. Oh, there's a drive and there's an outside edge, but it's safe as it's gone through the vacant gully area. Won't make its way all the way down to the boundary, but well, that was a little bit of a flail there from Fletcher Middleton. He wasn't anywhere near the pitch of the ball. So he's got away with it. Moves on to 22. 32 for 1.
I'll let you know the outcome, and I'll let you know who I've asked if they reply. Don't say anything. But
Dick Turpin. Old English saying.
Yeah.
Outside the off stump, left alone.
He's actually, it's very noteworthy that Dick Turpin isn't on Twitter.
Samuel Pepys. All from that era, I presume.
Yeah, he's busy doing his diary entry for today.
Here comes Danny Briggs, full, almost yorked. Fletcher Middleton, who plays it back off the bottom of the bat. Looking forward to it. So we got. Is this endorsing one of those 2 answers or a new theory?
No. I'm asking for a definitive answer from somebody as to what the correct derivation
you're
is.
still waiting. Right.
Well, it relies on them seeing that I've sent them a message and whether they actually reply to it or not.
Susie Dent.
Might be.
Oh, hello. Hey, look at that.
But
That's a single out of the deep cover, by the way. Fletcher Middleton keeps the strike.
she has replied before.
Is that right? So you have actually messaged Susie Dent?
I've interviewed her a couple of times.
The Susie Dent?
Yeah.
Wow.
Tremendous, isn't she? Isn't she
Wow.
brilliant?
Wow.
Is it me who's leaving at this point? Am I leaving? I'm leaving.
Yes, you
Charlotte's
are. Yeah,
getting
you're
ready
gone.
to balance herself on the stool again.
Yeah. Wow. The great Susie Dent, and Richard Wilford has a direct line to her. Wow. There we go. My estimation of you, Richard, has gone sky high after that revelation. Wow, he knows Susie Dent. Do you know Susie Dent, Charlotte?
No. But he did just say that, Richard did just admit that it's just a...
Forward is Middleton to start of a new over from Rhodes.
It's just a message and reply relationship.
Yeah, well,
it's
that's
not
more than I...
go round for afternoon tea type of vibe.
Oh, right, no. But they're still closer than me.
And me.
Yeah.
Not really a countdown fan, really.
Are you not? No, I don't watch it.
It's on that 4 o'clock where I tend to fall asleep. Does that make me old?
You and me both. No. Well, I'm much older than you, obviously. And I do from time to time, yes. Rhodes bowls. Oh, it's an edge. Dropped at first slip. A chance gone. And Burgess was rooted to the spot. And at first slip, I think...
It's Jacob Bethel.
Bethel, yeah. Who dived to his left.
It would have been a carbon copy of Liam Dawson and the one you were describing of Dean Elgar if he'd taken it.
Yesterday at, yeah. Maybe a fraction higher.
Do you reckon?
Do you think, yeah, maybe about 6 inches higher off the turf, but nevertheless, it went quite quickly, didn't it?
Whenever it goes to a first slip's left hand, I always think, could the keeper not have got there?
Should be keepers, that. Mind you, the first slip, I'm just looking again, actually, he's fairly wide. So maybe Burgess can be forgiven a little bit. That's pushed out on the onside, but that's a good delivery from Rose, wasn't it? Just that little kick. We saw 1 or 2 of those kicks this morning for Carl Abbott. Short of a length that bounced a little bit off that sort of length of delivery, and that one did.
But maybe it's just the luck that Middleton needs with a high score of 12 this year so far. It's might just need that little hint of luck.
Yeah, always need that little bit. Rhodes bowls and Middleton's forward. That goes out square on the offside. Yeah, it went quite quickly, I think. And you're right, as a first slip, you wouldn't expect to be diving to your left towards the keeper, but he is a little wider than a conventional first slip. I don't know if you can see it on the live picture feed there. Probably doesn't quite give the right angle. We're looking straight up and down. And I think normally a first slip would be at least half a pace to his left, traditionally. Middleton works that straight delivery down to fine. And that will be 24 now for Fletcher Middleton and 34 for 1. I know players, individual players, nobody received any more luck than anybody else. It all evens itself out in the end, of course it does. But I don't actually remember last year him being dropped. Anyway, you know, if he edged something, it was taken straight away. You know, you usually reckon during the season, somewhere along the line, somebody drops you at least once, maybe even twice if you're very lucky. I don't remember him having a life like that at all last year. But I could be wrong. That's worked down to fine leg by Gubbins, who moves on to 7, 35 for 1.
Let me do this one, Kev. Sorry, I just completely...
What's that?
Oh no, it's the end of the over.
It's the end of the over, yeah. Rhodes has bowled 6 overs, none for 16.
He's come back well, actually, considering his first over went for 12.
Yep.
And he conceded 4 since then. And then a first look at Briggs in the last over. First look at slow left arm bowling.
Yeah, when I'm sorry, just to continue the story, when I bumped into him in the car park, he said he'd gone to see some space something. Is there some space something parked between here and the motorway? Because he said, because he was with a couple of his teammates, he said, we've just gone to look at this space something. And I thought, what?
I don't know any space something. Forward and defence is Gubbins off the bowling of Briggs. As in like something to see or just like a parking space?
I don't know. I should have asked. I mean, the obvious question now is, what was that, Danny? What are you talking about? But I didn't. I just said, well, Howie, nice to see you. I haven't seen you for a while.
Forward and defence again as Gubbins, and that one's just dropped into the offside and no run is taken.
I don't know if it's a name for some sort of accommodation, something, you know, one of these things you sit in and it's parked, because there is a sort of a place with a car park just in the corner behind us. I don't know.
Briggs in again, driving this time as Gubbins. Nice looking shot out to deep cover. One more's collected. He moves to 8. Hampshire 36 for 1. And he said it was local.
Yeah, I've got a feeling it's one of these little pod things that you can get and sit in. But, you know, it has a name, space something. But you think it's something to do with outer space. It's not, it's just a space something.
Okay.
I think that's what he meant.
This time around the wicket And this been pushed nicely. Actually, it's going to run all the way for 4 out to the deep mid-wicket boundary. It's pushed brilliantly by Fletcher Middleton. Brilliant bit of timing. Picks up 4. He moves to 28. I wasn't really that excited about it when it came off the bat because I just thought it was going to be collected by the fielder running round to his left at deep square, but it just kept going. It's almost sped up a little bit, this outfield. 40 for 1 now, Hampshire.
Must have a good bat in his hand. Good middle.
It's always the way. Briggs this time. Nicely in defence. This time as Fletcher Middleton. Solidly so. Can't find anything about space.
No.
Something. I needed a little bit more, I think. Yeah. Driving this time, Gubbins. Makes a little bit of room for himself, but finds the fielder extra cover. Dot ball to finish that one. Hampshire 40 for 1.
Yeah. I don't know what it is, but I don't think it's anything major. I think he just went out for a little stroll away from the hotel, and I just caught him in the car park. But we ended up talking a bit about golf. Really, I thought he'd gone to look over the golf course or something. So it's a very brief conversation, but it was nice to see him. He's a nice lad.
He is.
And very popular here when he was here. Helped Hampshire win a couple of T20 tournaments when he was here, and I think in those days it was a 40 or 45 over tournament that they won at Lord's. So he was in the right ball at the white ball mix, that's for sure. As Rhodes starts a new over, length ball to Gubbins, plays it out quietly on the onside. This partnership currently worth 24 between Gubbins and Middleton. Alior, Middleton put on just 16 before Alior went LBW to Helen Dorby.
Yeah, I feel for Alior. He's worked hard.
Yeah. Over
this winter, cementing himself as an opener in this team. Hasn't quite got off to the start he would have liked.
It's a length ball played back to the bowler by Gubbins, and I mean, the only time I've really spoken to him was when he signed, when he moved along the coast from Sussex, and I have to say my first impression was this is a really nice guy. Just
he's
a nice
just a genuinely nice guy.
Yeah, I agree.
Always got time for you. He says hello and how are you and how are you getting on and all the rest of it, which is really nice, as are most of the boys here.
There's nobody really anything other than that, are they really? But I think one thing that struck me just by the move as Gubbins pushes forward is that he's obviously quite ambitious and quite wants to do something. I don't know how much he fell out with Paul Farbrace. I think there's a suggestion that he did a little bit. So I did ask him that. No. But I think there is a suggestion that may have been the case. But I think there's no doubt that he felt there's an opportunity here and wanted to play Division 1 cricket. Whether he felt Sussex were still going to be in Division 2 for another 2 or 3 years or whatever, I mean, nobody knows that as Gubbins pushes forward. But I guess even at 22 years of age, he thought there's an opportunity here. Hampshire clearly wanted him. So rather than just think, well, no, I'll stick around with Sussex and see what happens, I think he just took the opportunity straight away, and I don't think anybody can blame him. But it was interesting, the fallout at Sussex from that, wasn't it? It was straight away.
It came with ripples, that's for sure, and I think the sort of inconsistency in Hampshire's opening pair over the last sort of 2 or 3 years and not having sort of set partnership as such, and he saw an opportunity and he's jumped for it, but I just feel from he's not had the start he might have hoped for. Yeah,
that's for sure. That's cut away by Gubbins quite deliberately. Nice shot, played it very late, probably gone through about 4th slip, all along the ground. It's gone for 4 at the top end of the ground. A little shorter this time from Rhodes, gave Gubbins the time that he needed. And he moves on to 12 from the Hampshire total to 44 for 1. Yes, Chris Adams, who former Sussex captain, who did very well, of course, down there, who had, I think, some sort of consultancy role. I don't think he was on the committee, but he had some sort of consultancy role to the committee. Came out publicly and said, what's going on? This is not right. We shouldn't be losing players like Ali. Needs to be some answers. I heard the chairman say publicly that the first he knew about the move was when it was announced. And you think, blimey. It's pushed up towards silly mid-on by Gubbins. End of the over. Rhodes has completed 7 overs now, none for 20. Hampshire are 4-11 behind. And there are 3 overs to go until tea. And then Ian Gould, former player and former umpire, who I think had some sort of role at Sussex, resigned straight away over it. So clearly there was a problem with that one particular move.
Yeah, Ingold was over here last week on the nursery ground, recruiting to see if anyone wants to go into female umpiring, and I thought that's just not for me.
Did you really?
Yeah,
oh, right.
saying that there's a future in umpiring, which of course there is, but I'm just not sure that's for me.
No?
No.
Why?
I like to do lots of elements of cricket as Danny Briggs continues from the pavilion end, and Fletcher Middleton just about keeps it out. I don't know, I'd love to coach and like commentate obviously and talk about the game, but officiate it, not really sure that's for me, and I don't really know why. Driving this time is Middleton to mid-off, and there is no run. Fielder gets round nicely. And I don't know whether it's because I can't stand still for long enough, like I get itchy feet, and I just want to be moving, and obviously you can't, or whether I want to, give my input and say maybe you should be doing this if I see something that's not quite...
Well, you should be appealing that one.
Yeah, that's the type of thing that I would probably do. Just for my, my coaching background and wanting players to get better and all the rest of it, and whether I could keep my opinion to myself is probably, and stay impartial. Probably I've just given a number of reasons really. Played nicely, Fletcher Middleton back to Danny Briggs on that occasion, so yeah. And then there's always a thing when it is cold and you've got to stand still. I think I'd much rather be in a scorer's box with a cup of tea and a hot water bottle. Playing in defence out on to the offside this time, Middleton. And he picks up one more to the Hampshire total. It's 45 for 1. He moves to 29.
That's the good thing about a player, that even if it's extremely hot or extremely cold, you're not on the field the whole time. I mean, obviously if you score loads and loads of runs you would be, but as an umpire you've got no choice.
No, and you've just got to stand there. And I've done kids games before, umpired kids games. Excuse me. I'll just continue that in just a second. Back of the length delivery, Gubbins is defending that one into the offside, and I found, and they play 18 overs sometimes, and by the end of the 18 overs I think, oh my god, my legs ache. And that's just because you're just standing rooted in one spot.
Yeah.
I end up sort of walking around in circles and moving around, and defending again is Gubbins into the offside. Not looking for any type of quick single, even though it was in a gap. That's the end of that over. 22 overs have been bowled, 2 overs to go before the tea interval. Hampshire 45 for 1.
That's Charlotte Taylor, who's going to be head coach tomorrow for Hampshire's game against Surrey.
Big game against Surrey tomorrow.
It's in the first of the 50 over rounds of county women's competition this year.
Yeah,
New competition.
Yeah, we had a warm-up game a couple of warm-up T20s actually last week against the Vipers Academy on the nursery ground that we can see to our left, and they went swimmingly. 1-1, lost 1. I thought it was quite a good result.
Was that the game you got presented with a shirt?
Yeah, I got my 100th. So last year, I played in my 100th game for Hampshire. I got injured in it, tore my hamstring, but I managed to make my 100th appearance. And there was a few discrepancies in terms of whether it's 99 or 100 or whatever. No one could really decide. Anyway, the stats guy here, Richard Isaacs, eventually confirmed that it was my 100th appearance. And,
okay.
And because then I never played another game that season because I was injured, I then got presented my 100th shirt with Taylor 100 on the back of it. It was lovely. Charlotte Edwards presented that to me, and last week, and it was really quite humbling because I played for Hampshire since I was 11, under 11s, and then all the way through until the senior women's team. So a long time.
Some off spin. Rob Yates is on, taking over from Will Rhodes, and Middleton drives off the bottom of the bat out towards mid-on. I did see that picture, and with you in the shirt, and I thought, hang on a minute, I thought you were injured because I couldn't work out that you obviously hadn't played in that game.
No,
and I thought,
yeah.
have you played in that? You're injured. But that was referring to last year, but only just received the shirt as that's driven up to mid-off. A little bit more up the bat, but still not out the middle.
Yeah, so I think I'll get that shirt framed and sort of make something out of it. It's quite a proud moment for me in my career.
It's not many people, men or women, reach 100 appearances for their county team as that's driven up to mid-on. Nice and full from Rob Yates for the first 3 deliveries that he's bowled. 9 balls until tea. Especially
in the last few years when you've played sort of 4 games a season, you're kind of crawling towards that mark.
Yates again bowls. Again, it's quite full. This time it's a dead bat from Middleton. Yep, no, nice moment. And
yeah, it was lovely.
I'm sure there'll be another 100. All these games now, and all these county teams, there'll be
absolutely, hopefully,
plenty of opportunities. Here's Yates again, bowls, and Midland leg, worked to the leg side by Middleton. That's still no run. 45 for 1 Hampshire, replying to the Warwickshire total of 455. Warwickshire resuming this morning at 340 for 4, lost their last 6 wickets for 115 in all today. Middleton's well forward. That's the end of Yates's first over, and that's a maiden, so we've got 1 over until tea. With Middleton already having a life. Edged Rhodes to first slip, and Bethel diving to his left at first slip, which is unusual, but he was a little wide, wasn't able to hold on to it. Middleton got a life, he's now on 29, and Gubbins has 12.
Just before we go to tea, a little update on the Rachel Hayflint Trophy. Southern Vipers made 273 for 9 in their 50 overs. They're in a bit of a hole at the minute. South East Stars going well, 131 for no loss after 25. Bryony Smith has 66 not out. Tash Farrant opening the batting is 64 not out, so can't find a breakthrough there, can the Vipers? So they're on the back foot a little bit as Stars are going well, and Sparks now have the blaze 51 for 4 as Gubbins turns that one up to mid-on off Danny Briggs, and there is no run. So 51 for 4 of the blaze in pursuit of Central Sparks, 213 for 9. So they're crawling back a little bit, the blaze. Briggs in again. On the back foot, defending is Gubbins. Dead bats it for no run. So, yeah, it's all to play for at the minute, but the Vipers are struggling to find a wicket at Beckenham. Briggs in again. Just gets the outside edge of the bat as it's played into the ground off Gubbins. Oliver Hannon-Dolby does the fielding at point.
I remember the Vipers losing their first game here last year in the Rachel Hayhoe to the Sunrisers, and I thought, oh, hello, here we go.
Driving this time is Gubbins, but Yorks himself as he pushes it to cover. No run taken again, 4 dots in this, the last over before tea.
Yes, I thought the Vipers might struggle just on that one result, but they shouldn't have done. They got the double. But there's been a lot of close games between you and South East Stars over the last couple of years. I know you've always come out on top, but they've been close.
They have been close. We've never been beaten by the Stars. As Danny Briggs bowls that one and Gubbins pushes it to extra cover. No run is taken. One more run, sorry. Forward in defence. This time is Gubbins up to mid-off, and that will conclude that session. I think that will be tea here at the Utilita Bowl. The maiden over to finish from Danny Briggs, and Hampshire 45 for 1, chasing down. We're in pursuit of 306 to avoid the follow-on, but ultimately the deficit 410 between Warwickshire, who made 455 in their first innings. So after 24 overs being bowled, that is tea. Ali Orr the only wicket to fall in that session. He made 4 of 21 deliveries before he was he was dismissed in the when the score was on 16, should I say. And that will be tea. So we will take a quick break now for 20 minutes or so, and we'll be back. Myself, Kevin James and Richard will be back after a short break. Thank you.
We are coming towards the end of the tea break on day 2 of this county championship Division 1 fixture between Hampshire and Warwickshire. The state of play: Hampshire, in reply to Warwickshire's total earlier of 455 all out, are 45 for 1. The 1 wicket Ali Orr, LBW to Oliver Hannon Dolby for 4. The score then was 16 for 1. The not out batters are Fletcher Middleton, 29, who's been given a life when on 23 he was dropped in the slips off Will Rhodes, and Nick Gubbins is 12 not out earlier in that 455 total, of which Warwickshire added 115 today for their last 6 wickets. Liam Dawson picked up 5 wickets in the innings, 5 for 146, 3 wickets of those today, and that was the 10th 5-wicket bag of his first-class career. Your commentary team for this evening: a little later you'll hear from Richard Wilford from BBC WM, also Simon Hughes, the analyst, is still with us. He'll be back in about half an hour or so. But to take you through for this next period of play is myself, Kevin James, and from the Southern Vipers, and she's keeping a very close eye on what's happening at Beckenham, is Southern Vipers injured bowler Charlotte Taylor.
I'm
Hello,
keeping
Charlotte.
a very close eye.
Because big wickets fallen, isn't it?
Yeah, big wickets fallen. Bryony Smith's gone for 90. So South East Stars are 173 for 1 now in the 32nd over, chasing the Vipers 273 for 9.
Okay, here's the first ball after tea, bowled by Hassan Ali, Warwickshire's overseas pro, and it's pushed out in the covers by Fletcher Middleton, and there is no run. So just under 32 overs to do in the session. About the same time yesterday we had 38, so we should finish by the law of averages slightly earlier than last night, but you never know. Central Sparks, how are they getting on?
2 seconds, I've got an update. South East Stars are now 2 down, 173 for 2 they are now. So Paige Schofield's gone for 1.
Former Viper. As Middleton's forward, thick outside edge, gone through the vacant gully area, along the ground for 4. Middleton moves on to 33, 49 for 1 Hampshire.
It's a nice looking shot, guided down. Tash Farron, the wicket. She's on 80 not out.
Oh, she's still there.
Yep, sorry.
Pace Schofield. She had a good start to her South East Stars career last year, wasn't it? A couple of hundreds early on.
Yeah, she did. And then found herself in an England A shirt for the winter, which was good. And then Central Sparks, they made 213 for 9 off their 50. And the Blaze 72 for 4. So the Blaze need 142 from 23 overs, only 6 wickets remaining. So they're fighting are the Blaze.
It'll be tough against that Sparks attack, as that's pushed out towards extra cover by Middleton. Is a bit getting close to 1 or 2 results maybe in that competition.
Yeah, so the Sunrisers beat the Western Storm quite a while ago now. So they got their first win of the competition, and the Diamonds, they only needed 6 when I last looked. So yeah, the Diamonds have beaten Thunder. They chased down their 165 quite easily, only for 1 to be honest with you. That game at Chester Street.
Hassan Ali bowls and Middleton gets a link ball, which pushes up to mid on. Well, the Diamonds fell away horribly at the end of last year's competition, didn't they?
Yeah.
They were odds on to qualify at this horrible end.
Yeah, Northern Diamonds sort of did that and came into sort of a pit of misery, and we came out of our pit of misery and managed to qualify.
Which was
we were waving to them going into the pit as we were coming out of it on the way out, which is quite entertaining.
I think you played them last group game, or second to last group game?
Yeah, second to last group game, yeah. It's just cricket though, isn't it?
It is, it's what it's all about. Hassan Ali edged along the ground, fielded at first slip by, I think that's still Bethel, who put Middleton down before tea, although it was a difficult chance. He did dive to his left towards the keeper. It was going quite quickly. He got a lot of hand on it.
I'm not sure it is Bethel.
No, is it not? Have they changed?
I think Bethel stood in front of us at short mid-wicket.
Okay.
But it was a good piece of fielding nonetheless, because it was going at quite a rate.
It was.
You had to pick it up cleanly.
Temperature's suddenly gone up a little bit, which is very welcome indeed, as Middleton pushes forward to Ali. Just the 4 runs off the over to get the evening session underway. Hassan Ali 6 overs, none for 11 for the Pakistan pace bowler. So yeah, keeping a close eye on things there. Next round of Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy games are Wednesday, when the Vipers
come thick and fast.
Yeah, the Vipers and the Sparks.
It's always a tasty fixture, I find. It's always a good battle.
Yeah, I enjoyed that fixture there last year between you two. Though that was the Sparks home game, wasn't it, that one?
Yeah, it was, 'cause it sits almost like right in the middle.
Yeah.
Just in Buckinghamshire, which I think is just about in our region.
Live commentary on the BBC Sport website, as well as the picture feed via the Vipers Twitter feed for that game. We'll be there. Charlotte Taylor, myself, Kevin James, and Phil Green, the Hursley Park ladies manager, will be bringing you live commentary of that game.
Ed Barnard, the first we're going to see of him from the pavilion end, comes round the wicket. The left-handed Gubbins, who's forward in defence and plays it cleanly into the offside, but no run is taken. Medium-paced Ed Barnard.
Yeah, very much an all-rounder. 292 first-class wickets for Ed Barnard. Might be a lot asking him to take 8 wickets on here. A lot for any bowler. Unless you're Liam Dawson, he's pretty close. He's taken 5 already.
He's in again. 2 Gubbins. Again, forward in defence. He goes into the offside. No run is taken. Only taken 2 wickets so far in this competition. I can't see my screen now because the sun is absolutely blaring in, which is really quite enjoyable. But it does make my life a little bit more difficult to see my screen. 25 overs bowled. Only 2 wickets so far in this 2024 season for Ed Barnard. Nice looking action, clipped into the leg side this time Gubbins, and the fielder collects at short mid wicket.
A bustling medium pacer, I think
I
you'd
like
call
it.
him, wouldn't you?
I like bustling, that's a good word.
Bustling. Energetic.
I've done a lot of coaching sort of work over the winter on fast bowlers and upping my knowledge. I know a lot about spin bowling, and when I say I know a lot, I know enough to have some impact, and learnt a lot over my years of being a spin bowler myself. Driving this time as Gubbins, doesn't get any of it though, back to the bowler, no run. And learning about the mechanics of fast bowling and how to bowl quicker and all those kinds of things is new to me generally. But it's been really, really interesting actually, and then being able to impart that knowledge on younger bowlers in our pathway has been really quite good. So when I see a good fast bowling action, I'm like, I appreciate it a bit more now. So he's got a good one. Nice, strong, repeatable. He's in now, clipped off the hip of Gubbins. I think that sounded a bit paddy to me. They pick up one more to long leg. No, it was off the bat, so he's going to collect one more as Nick Gubbins. That's Hampshire 50, comes up in the 26th over. Crowd appreciate that. 50 for 1.
Are you going to be taking your coaching badges?
I've got my level 2. And I will be getting my, well, hopefully getting my level 3, if I pass the course, of course. In October, I'm going to undertake the course.
Okay.
So I got into it last October, but I fell ill, so I wasn't able to complete. So usually you have to reapply, but they allowed me to just defer a year, which is really kind of the ECB. Over the wicket to Fletcher Middleton, who's up on his toes and pushing it into the offside, and fielder collects a ball at extra cover. 50 for 1 at the end of that one. 30 overs remaining in the day. Nick Gubbins 13, Fletcher Middleton 33.
And what does level 2 allow you to do?
So it allows me to coach by myself effectively, or lead a team, or whatever you want to call it. And it's really sort of up to the discretion of the level that you want to coach at. Like you can coach a county team at level 2, or even coach on an elite pathway as a level 2. It's just sort of it's very much about experience. I think you can coach at any sort of level, whichever coaching badge you've got. Like you don't have to say, right, to coach in a professional team you've got to be a level 3, level 4. It just adds those level 4 as your sort of specialist skills. But level 3 just gives you that extra little, you probably maybe be a head coach of an elite professional team with a level 3, But with a level 2 you can pretty much coach anywhere and assist and learn and develop.
Yeah. So level 2 would be a minimum, really, you'd want, as Hassan Ali bowls round the wicket to Gubbins, slightly in the air. There is a fielder at short mid-wicket, just out of his reaches, his clutches, as he was diving to his left. Is that Danny Briggs? No, I don't think it is. It's Ed Barnard at mid-wicket, but a couple to Gubbins there. Just pushed at that one a little.
I thought he'd almost hit it straight to him.
Yeah, fortunately for him, it was to his left. 15 to Gubbins, 52 for 1. So a level 1, what does that... so that's the basic one.
I don't think the level 1, as it was a level 1, exists any longer.
Ah, right. Gubbins drives up to mid-off.
So you've got like an ECB core coach, I think it's called, which is basically like you can go to a club and assist, and you couldn't necessarily lead a session, but you can sort of have input, and if you're a younger aspiring coach, you can sort of obtain that qualification and do a little bit of coaching on that, but you'd never be able to lead a session by yourself, as far as I'm aware.
Yeah.
I don't think it would limit you slightly, so any sort of aspiring coaches definitely go out and obtain your level 2.
It's pushed up to mid-on by Gubbins. I see. Raymond Howell has emailed silentcricket@gmail.com. I mentioned earlier about bumping into Danny Briggs in the car park last night, and he said he'd seen some sort of... he'd been to some sort of space thing, and I thought he meant just outside the door, and he may very well have done, because I don't think he got out of a car, but anyway. Raymond says there is a space centre just outside Winchester, that's right. It has a planetarium, it's sometimes called the space centre. I don't know if Danny Briggs had time to go all the way over there, look at it and come back when I saw him, so it can't have been that, but thank you very much, Raymond, anyway, for your comments. It's pushed out on the onside, and there's no run.
Well, that did sort of come into my head momentarily, but then I thought, well, it's not in the sort of within a 5-minute catchment area of where we are, so
no.
Getting all the way to Winchester and back would be a bit of a...
Yeah, I don't think he made it all the way over there and back in the time, though. But anyway, nice comment.
It's probably available if you want to go and give it your time.
I think it's the sort of thing schools go to, isn't it? I don't know. Gubbins works that away behind square on the leg side. Gets 1. May get 2 here. It's fielded just inside the rope, away to our left. Nice time there by Gubbins, who just opened the face, closed the face even. And Gubbins picks up 2 more, and he moves on to 17.54 for 1. Hassan Ali playing his first game today for Warwickshire. He was supposed to come a little earlier, but there was an extended Pakistan training camp apparently.
What did you do?
He's delayed his arrival in Birmingham by somewhat. Outside the off stump, didn't bounce very much. Gubbins leaves alone, end of the over. Hassan Ali has 7 overs, none for 15. Played his most recent of his 24 test matches in Sydney back in January. Hassan Ali. Bustling. He's a very bustly, well, he's built more than a medium pacer, but he does sort of rush in a bit, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. Bowls well. Good signing for Warwickshire. It'll be very handy to add to their attack when they've got Rushworth back fit, and likes of OHD, as we now call him, on the scene.
OHD, yeah. Barnard
makes quite a
Miles.
lively attack. Yeah, good variety. Briggs bowling slow left arm, and Yates as well. Got all of the options covered. As the sun flares down now, it's quite nice as we head into this evening session. And Barnard to continue up on his toes. Fletcher Middleton pushes to the fielder at mid-off, and no run is collected. Kevin James just checking that the whole system isn't going to overheat with this now blistering sun that we're now experiencing.
I just got rid of
up
that
on
hum.
The sky deck.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody else could hear the hum. We could in our ears, and I've just found the piece of kit that's been causing it, and I've just moved it. Yeah, it stopped.
Well done, you.
Thank you.
Ed Barnard again leaves that one alone. Does Fletcher Middleton. 54 for 1 Hampshire. 25 past 4. The sun's out. It feels like summer.
Well, finally today it feels warm, doesn't it? And it's taken until the last 20 minutes.
Almost fell off my chair then. That would have been really quite hazardous for everyone involved.
I noticed Simon Hughes didn't realise you was.
No, I know, he actually thought I was about 6 foot tall. I thought absolutely not. Ed Barnard then to continue. Fletcher Middleton thought about driving at it, decided against it, leaves it alone, goes through to the keeper. Yeah, he just sort of looked and then realised I was stood on a chair, and I thought... because I said I was 5'1", I think he looked at me as if saying, I don't think you know what 5'1" looks like. And I said, no, I definitely know what 5'1" looks like. It looks like I needed to rearrange my entire kitchen cupboards 2 weeks ago, because I just kept almost dropping plates on my head, and thought, why am I doing this? Why am I not bringing it down to more of a level that I could reach without potential injury? Good bowling from Ed Barnard, full delivery, attacked the stumps, played nicely back to him by Fletcher Middleton.
Do you know, this is completely random, but I spoke to somebody during the winter, and they'd been for one of these health checks, and they do all sorts of stuff, or whatever. And they got measured, and they'd shrunk 3 inches from the last time they'd been measured. Apparently, it was a few years ago. Or whatever.
Right, okay.
That's an awful lot to shrink.
Yeah,
isn't it?
I don't really want to shrink 3 inches,
No.
thanks. I'm not going for one of them checkups, so they tell you that. Driving this time is Middleton's nice looking shot, but Ed Barnard collects in his follow through nicely. No runs scored again. 5 dots so far in this, the 28th over of this Hampshire reply. They're chasing down Warwickshire's 450. I say chasing down like it's an absolute like horse race, but it's not really. They're sort of just crawling towards it, more tortoise vibes than anything else. But they're getting the job done slowly. Deficit 401. 2 men on the drive, waiting. Fletcher Middleton finds one of them on the leg side. Maiden over from Ed Barnard. 2 overs he's bowled. No wickets so far, but he's bowled well since he's come on. 54 for 1 Hampshire. The game to our left over on the nursery ground, the Academy versus South Wilts. It's team near Salisbury in their pre-season friendly. They've got a nice day for it. Would tell you the score, no idea, no scoreboard, can't tell you.
No, they playing a second game, did you say?
Well, there was an interval, but I assume that was a lunch interval, just a change of game. I'm not really sure. South Wilts are definitely fielding, and when I walked past after our lunch break, obviously that was some time ago now, South Wilts were batting at the time, and now they are fielding, but I don't know how many times they have fielded today.
It's just a bit of pre-season practice as Gubbins flicks it away down to fine leg for 4. Fine leg that down there is almost on the 45, and that went a lot finer by Gubbins, and 4 runs takes him to 21. 58 for 1 Hampshire, trail by 397. Just a reminder, 306 is the follow-on target. And we are deep into day 2 of this game, which just feel very like a game here against Lancashire. Although we have had 7 wickets for today, which I don't think we had last week in a day. Hassan Ali round the wicket, Gubbins forward. Plays that back straight along the pitch, back to the bowler. So there are just under 28 overs left in the day. Best part of the day, weather-wise and temperature-wise anyway, which you actually feel like you quite enjoy standing out in it now, whereas, let's be honest, up until tea, oof,
Yeah, it wasn't
cold.
Yeah, it was cold.
Don't
Couldn't
feel
have
like
got
that.
much above 10 or 12 degrees.
No. Ali Bowl was outside the off stump. Gubbins leaves that one alone. Played 6 matches for Warwickshire last year, Hassan Ali. Took just the 4 wickets, actually.
We were talking about earlier, this is completely random again, about Ian Gould saying, would anyone enjoy sort of
We're going back to that.
umpiring? Yeah, going
Female
back to
umpires,
that.
yeah.
And do you reckon there's any job in cricket that you just wouldn't do?
Umpiring.
Same
as you.
Right, okay. For a similar reason, I gave about a whole list of reasons why not, but do you have a specific reason?
You said you didn't like to stand still. Gubbins flicks it away up towards mid-on. I think the reason... I don't like making a decision.
So if I asked you what you wanted for dinner, no idea.
Yeah, I'm not very good at that.
Okay.
And I don't know about you, but you do muck about as an umpire when you're a player, whether professional, amateur, whatever. You do, don't you? Sometimes just if you're in club nets or any nets, you stand where an umpire would be, and you just for a muck about. You don't want to do it for any length of time, but and you sort of test yourself, don't you? And whenever I did that, and I did stand in a couple of games here and there, like a mate would ask me to go and play in some evening league game, and of course you have to umpire, don't you, and do your stint for a few overs. That's a slower ball down the leg side, bounced twice before it reached Burgess, and I just found myself not very good at working. I shouldn't say this because there I'm passing comments on all sorts of LBWs and whatever, but I think when you're actually there, right in the middle there, and you're on the spot, that I was struggling to work out what was stone dead LBW and what wasn't, and so you work out your own level of what you're going to give out and what you aren't. And when you see that with umpires here, don't you, where you think they're a bit inconsistent here, they're not being, whether they're big outers or not outers, that's driven up to mid-off and there's no run. All you want is consistency. and we've seen it here over the years, and when I was playing, and when you play, I'm sure you're never quite sure what a particular umpire, what they're going to give and what they aren't. And I always think that's the worst kind of umpire. If you know what you're going to get, that's fine.
Yeah. Like so and so won't give.
And
that.
I just thought I couldn't do that as an umpire. I wasn't sure I was good enough, so that put me off straight away.
That's fair enough. We had, and I think also, just before I get into that story we had Sue Redfern come down and have an umpiring session with us as the Southern Vipers in the winter. It's really, really interesting that she came in. A couple of the umpires came in. I'll tell you about that in just a minute. As Ed Barnard starts a new over from the pavilion end. He's got 2 men on the drive once again, and Fletcher Middleton again finds one of them on the leg side, and there is no run. But I think before you get to sort of elite level umpiring, and you think, I thought in my head when he thought about umpiring, I thought about umpiring in big games and international games. Thought, yeah, that looks great. But you've got to do all the hard yards before you get there about doing all the qualifications, but also you don't have the camera work to help you out, or the review systems, or the rest of it. That part of umpiring would be quite difficult because you've literally got to make every decision for yourself. Yeah. Barnard in again and played gently into the offside as Fletcher Middleton, who's looking for a single and doesn't quite get one. But yeah, you don't have that sort of extra things to fall back on in terms of the sort of review systems and all the rest of it. So it becomes quite challenging.
Yeah, I agree.
And therefore your concentration skills are tested, and mine aren't great at the best of times. But we also, when we had Sue Redfern and a couple of other umpires come in the winter and talk to us about umpiring and a few rule changes and bits and pieces that have come into the women's game this year, as Fletcher Middleton defends solidly behind that one again from Ed Barnard, she sort of went on to actually tell us more about how we can use what's in the rules already to assist our game, which is really interesting. And I'm not sort of going to divulge that because that will give other people ammunition to go off. But there were some really interesting things that she said in that sort of meeting that would help us as professional cricketers gain an advantage on an opposition through a rule that's already in the rules, but maybe you didn't realise how to use it to your advantage. As Fletcher Middleton defends that one and goes to first slip all along the floor, and there's no real threat there at all. No run taken. Hampshire 58 for 1. But yeah, it was a really interesting conversation, and she sort of went through all the different, LBW ones. If this happens, if it hits the pad first and then goes through to the keeper, but there's an outside edge, and what takes precedent, and if there's a runner involved, of course you can have runners sometimes in cricket, and that just becomes all too chaotic. And I thought after that whole meeting, it went on for 2 hours, really interesting. She sort of asked at the end if anyone wanted a professional umpire. I said, you haven't really sold it to us, Sue, to be perfectly honest with you. As Fletcher Middleton just drops that one into the offside and Point does the fielding, there is no run. Because actually, I thought there's so many things you've just mentioned that I wouldn't have a clue where to start when you make a decision, and it would just overwhelm me completely. And I just thought, no, there's just too much going on. So hats off to all umpires out there, because it is probably the toughest job in the game.
I agree. I would. What really put me off was I'd hate to turn up to a game and the players turn around and say, "We've got that rubbish umpire here again."
Here he is, Kevin again.
Oh well, people appealing for him.
Interesting field now is there's sort of a line of fielders in front of Fletcher Middleton as he defends that one into the offside. Another maiden for Ed Barnard. He's bowled 3 overs now. Not taking a wicket, but he's bowled very well since he's come. Very well. That sounded really posh, didn't it? Before. He's come on 58 for 1, Hampshire, 26 overs remaining in the day. I see you keep glancing at the Southern Vipers scorecard.
Good news. There's some good news from
okay,
the Vipers.
Please give me a good news.
Well, who would you hope from a Vipers point of view that has lost their wicket?
Well, Tash Farron.
Correct.
Okay, good.
She was out in the 90s. The bad news really is that there is Sophia Dunkley in with Alice Davis and Richards, 2 England players. So there's still a bit to do.
There is still a bit to do.
But Tash Farron is out in the 90s. So currently the South East Stars, I'll come back to that. Is it me? It's me, isn't it? Hassan Ali outside the off stump. He's over the wicket to Gubbins, who's left it alone. And looks like there's 4 runs there, so I'll add 4 runs to that total. So they're 202 for 3, the South East Stars. So currently there are 80 balls remaining in the game. They have 7 wickets in hand, and they need 72 to win.
Okay.
Mary Taylor's currently bowling.
I'll brought it back a little bit then, so keep a half an eye on that game, because that could be an interesting finish.
Wasn't Mary Taylor out in Sri Lanka with the England under-19s along with Ava Lee and
Abby Norgrove? The 3 of them had a little tri-series against Australia and Sri Lanka, did very well between them. And they came back with good experiences, and I mean, Allgrove and Averley now on rest whilst they do some of their exams.
Gubbins works Hassan Ali square on the offside. He's timed that nicely. That's 4. Beautiful piece of timing. Just let the ball come onto the bat, opened the face, found
Lovely
the gap.
shot.
Moves on to 25. Now, it looks like we have another doctor listening, or a doctor listening, because, you know, I said I just happened to be randomly speaking to somebody during the winter, so they'd lost 3 inches in height. Which, Joe, I don't know if it's the same Joe that's on the ground, but it's a Joe that's emailed sunandcricket@gmail.com. On the subject of height loss, who thought we'd be talking about this? With age, your discs lose fluid, and so the spaces between your vertebrae get smaller. So obviously there's the theory. As Hassan Ali comes in, Gubbins plays that into the ground on square on the offside. Also, women tend to shrink more due to the osteoporosis. So Charlotte may find herself under 5 feet as she ages. Sorry, Charlotte. Well, that's not very nice, is it?
Well,
I mean, what? Poor Charlotte. I
Yeah.
mean, that's something more for you to worry about.
need to get to some stilts.
We'll get you on a rack.
Or one of those stretch
And
machines,
we'll
is
just
that what you
keep,
mean?
just keep turning. Each day we'll give you some rack practice.
Well, they say if you're going to measure yourself, you need to do it first thing in the morning before gravity's taken hold of you.
It's all right. So there we go. There's the theory behind losing height. Outside the off stump, and Gubbins leaves that one alone.
But 3 inches still seems quite...
That's a lot, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's a lot. Yeah, that's
Like,
what I
how much
thought.
space between your vertebrae can there be to lose 3 inches?
Agreed. Must be something else going on.
It's almost like you've lost a whole disc.
Yeah. So there we are. I've learnt something there. That's the actual reason why.
You always learn a lot when you come
62
to a
for
day of
when
the cricket.
you
I
do.
find.
Oh gosh, it's not just about the cricket.
I've learnt where
62
hat-trick
for-
originates from, thanks to Simon.
Yes, well that's right.
If that ever comes up in a quiz, I'm going to know.
There you are. That's an alley to Gubbins. Gubbins gets one that bounces, keeps it down nicely, turns it away square on the leg side for a single. 26 he moves on to. 63 for 1, Hampshire trail by 392. Central Sparks latest. Should we have a quick look?
I can have a look for you.
Go on, I'll leave that one to you, Charlotte.
Central Sparks playing the Blaze at Edgbaston. The Blaze are 107 for 6. They've lost a couple of wickets since the last update. They need 107 now from 14 overs. Chasing Sparks 213 for 9.
Fancy Sparks there, wouldn't you? Just about.
You would.
Outside the off stump, just comes back a fraction. Good leave from Fletcher Middleton. Ends that over from Ali. 9 overs, none for 24. Joe's just messaged to say that actually was her on the ground.
Thanks, Joe.
So there we are. So not only does she know all her cricket,
Also knows about
his
spinal.
height loss as well. Quite handy.
2 wickets in that game for at the Central Sparks at Edgbaston for leg spinner Hannah Baker. The last 2 wickets to fall. She got the overseas Nadine de Klerk for 43, who can be quite dangerous. And the on loan Daisy Mullen, who's on loan from Lancashire. She went for 18. So 2 good wickets for Hannah Baker there to pick.
Just lost to England Central contract less than a year ago.
Yeah, and obviously left the South East Stars for the Southern Vipers this season, so would want to go there and make an impact. Not to be today for her. Clipped off the hip, Gubbins into the gap, but well fielded in the leg side by the Warwickshire fielder. No run collected. That field that Ed Barnard set in the last over was sort of like a ring in front of the bat. Sort of had 2 or 3 covers, an extra cover and a mid-off, and a ring of similar mirroring on the leg side has completely gone. That lasted 1 ball. Not sure what that was about. As Barnard's in, Gubbins dead bats that into the offside. No run taken once again. 4 dots so far in this over. It's been a steady start from Ed Barnard. He's only conceded 1 run since he's come on to bowl. This bowl's up the stumps, nice and steady.
Yeah, it doesn't
give
look
you a
as
lot to play with.
Yeah, I agree. Not too much movement either, is it? Really, it's just
Straight up and down.
trying to keep the batters under pressure with not conceding too many.
He's doing the job at the moment. That was Fuller on the leg stump of Gubbins, but still he's defending into the leg side, not looking to drive or play any sort of attacking shot at the moment. Nick Gubbins just quite happy to bat long here for Hampshire. Between him and Middleton, forming a nice partnership. It's building.
They put on 47.
Yeah. There's a ring of fielders in front of the bat on the leg side. And Gubbins finds one of them in the mid-wicket region. No run collected though. Another maiden for Ed Barnard. He's bowled 4 overs, 3 of them being maidens. He's only conceded 1 run since he's come on to bowl. 63 for 1 Hampshire is going to be a double change. So I will make way for Richard.
Thank you, Charlotte. Richard Wilford will be the next voice after me, and then Simon Hughes, the analyst, will be alongside Richard. 24 overs left in the day's play. 32 overs done in the Hampshire reply so far. Looks like there's going to be a bowling change, Richard.
Yeah, it's going to be Craig Miles for the first time. He's kind of the James Fuller of the Bears attack, in that he will look for a little bit of shorter stuff at times, although they're absolutely packing this leg side field. They're going to continue with that for now. But Miles, who spent the first week of the season playing for Glamorgan and then got recalled by the Bears last week because of an injury to Michael Booth. Now there's an injury to Chris Rushworth, so Miles finds himself back in the Bears seam attack for the second week in a row. Claimed 1 wicket last week against Durham. But it wouldn't be too much of a surprise to see some shorter stuff from Craig Miles now that he comes into the attack already. I think the 7th bowler used by the Bears. So they've tried a few things here. And Miles will skip in just 1 slip, and he's quite wide as he bowls now to Middleton, who just defends that on the back foot. Got to get creative, Simon Hughes, today, haven't you?
Yeah, well, I think it's that sort of pitch, isn't it? I mean, it asked for that in the last match here as well at the Lancashire game. I just think it's amazing. I find it bizarre that bowlers who are so good in white ball cricket, using different variations and different deliveries, they don't use them in the red ball, even when they're not taking wickets.
You know, the odd slower ball, the odd Yorker could be just as effective here. Middleton awaits, turns it towards the diving short mid-wicket. When it goes past him, it's only up towards Alex Davis, who's reasonably wide at mid-on.
It's almost like they don't remember that it works with a red ball as well. I mean, actually, I took probably, I'd say, a quarter, if not more, of my first-class wickets with a slower ball.
Yeah.
And you know, a lot of people would say, well, they were all slower, but they were.
An even slower ball.
An even slower ball. Yeah, it's amazing, though. If you've got a good one, use it in any situation.
Miles charges in, he's gone past the back. Might have been a little inside edge, judging by the stifled appeal from Warwickshire. Hands on the head from Will Rhodes. Almost through there, and that was a fuller length delivery.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, you know, you are going to go for a few boundaries probably, but it's worth trying, especially a tall bowler. You know, where trajectory's not so easy to see. You facing someone who's 6'3", 6'4", you've got to look up as a batter and then suddenly down again when they bowl short or full. And so, yeah, it is worth varying your length.
Miles approaches once more, short of a length, left alone. It's funny when people talk about the hostility of the great West Indies attacks of the 70s and 80s, whether it be sort of Roberts and Holding and Croft and Garner. Yeah, the short ball was one weapon, but they were also going for your toes a lot of the time. Yeah. The toe crusher was big weapon.
They were. And actually, they were all tall. And another thing about a lot of them was that they bowled from beyond the vertical. So what I mean is sort of from 11 o'clock if you're behind them, and that made it look as if the ball was coming in, but then they made it move away.
Fuller outside off stump, left alone. That was particularly exaggerated with somebody like Colin Croft, wasn't it, who was wide of the crease as well.
And Courtney Walsh actually as well. It was very difficult to play. And I mean, it's interesting, but talking to Rob Key recently, he identified 3 great bowlers of the modern game: Pat Cummins, Jasprit Bumrah and Kagiso Rabada, all of whom come from slightly beyond the vertical, so from about 11 o'clock, and they angle it in, but then they all can make it move away. It's hard to play.
Pushed into the leg side, will be picked up at mid-wicket. Decent start for Craig Miles. Bowls are maiden over. Warwickshire have kept the lid on Hampshire, tried to put as much pressure on as they possibly can on what looks a fairly benign surface.
Yeah.
63 for 1.
It does look a benign surface, and I just wonder about, I don't want to be hypercritical here, but I wonder about Hampshire's tactics, because I admire the way England have played over the last few years, because they're trying to make something happen with bat and ball and trying to take the initiative. And somehow, to get a result here, to get a positive result with 2 days and a bit left, Hampshire got to, hopefully, they've got to overtake the Warwickshire score, which isn't, I know it's not going to be easy, but they need to sort of step on it a bit, really. This is Ed Barnard bowling to Nick Gubbins. Gubbins, 26 from 75, and Middleton 33 from 102, so strike rate of about 32 or 33 each. It's a bit slow. I mean, I know they're fairly defensive fields and they want to build a foundation and so on. Maybe it's not that easy to time it on this pitch because it's so slow. But I don't know. I think you've got to try and take the initiative if you can. Barnard bowls. Gubbins just pushes up to long on, mid on, and there is no run. It's 63 for 1. I don't know. Am I being hypercritical there? Maybe.
They've gone very much into their shell, haven't they? I mean, bear in mind, Fletcher Middleton scored 12 runs from his first 5 balls faced in the second over. So since then, 21 from 97. It is on the dour side of watchful. I mean, Dom Sibley would switch this off.
Where is Dom Sibley, by the way, as Ed Barnard bowls, and it's turned into the mid-wicket region and no run?
I'd rather presume he was batting at the moment at Surrey. Let me have a look and see if he's in, because I think Surrey are batting now against where are they? Kent. So yes, he's 20 not out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Off how many?
Oh, well, they've been batting 16 overs and they're 58 without loss. Rory Burns has 36, so they're going okay there.
Okay. So 2 men catching on the leg side as Ed Barnard bowls to Gubbins, and Gubbins defends, pushes it back towards one of those 2 short mid-wicket fielders. I quite like those 2 catchers, sort of mid-wicket area, but nothing has gone in that area that could have been caught. So I don't know if that's deterring Gubbins from trying to on-drive the ball. I think Barnard is looking to bowl straight, looking to bowl wicket to wicket, probably aiming at middle and off, or maybe even middle actually. Nobody back on the offside, short boundary on the offside. Round the wicket comes Barnard, bowls straight. Oh, and there's an appeal, or a strangled appeal, but Gubbins got an inside edge on that, clearly. You could pretty much hear that.
Yeah, he's just angling it, isn't he, from round the wicket. He's got the 3 short mid-wicket or short mid-on for the one who's closest to the playing surface itself. And this is a real demonstration of how slow they feel the wicket is.
Look at that, 3 men catching now, 3 short mid-wickets. They're almost in touch. It's almost like slip cordon in the mid-wicket region as Barnard bowls, and Gubbins tries to dab that down to third man, but doesn't get the pace on the shot. So at the end of another over, a maiden, was that? 5 overs, 4 maidens, and none for 1 is the Ed Barnard analysis at the moment. And Hampshire 63 for 1, is it? 63 for 1, yeah. So it's a bit like stalemate at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, it's. I mean, they've added 18 runs in 10 overs since tea. And from Warwickshire's point of view, the only way that they can win this game is you would think by managing, whether they want to enforce the follow-on or not, but they've got to keep Hampshire to well below 455 and maybe bat again to set some sort of target. Miles has just the 2 short mid-wickets, and he's going to be launched straight towards one of them. It's a good diving stop. Middleton, from his own sake, mercifully got over the ball. Jacob Bethel tumbled to his side to capture the ball.
It's a long way to go yet, actually, but I used to love, and I know this probably sounds a bit old-fashioned, but 3-day cricket, because you were forced into trying to find a way of getting a positive result, and that meant declarations, sometimes some rubbish bowling, some filthy bowling to give batsmen a few runs and then set a target, but which was poor. But in the main, the objective was to set up a run chase on the final afternoon, and it was all quite exciting.
Miles once more into Middleton, forward Sturdley in defence. Yeah, and also, I mean, in those days with 3-day games, you'd play more matches, batters would get more innings, bowlers weren't necessarily worked a lot harder. I mean, it was, when you were playing 7 days a week, it was ridiculous.
Yeah.
When you'd start here on a Saturday and then you'd just move across a few wickets and play the Sunday League game and then back to where you were.
Do you remember we used to have the mat out?
Yeah.
There was always a mat covering the Sunday League game pitch when you were playing on the Saturday. Quite often trip over it if you were fielding at mid-wicket.
There is a revisionist history that suggests that teams always had to drive somewhere on the Saturday to Sunday and back Sunday to Monday. That was quite rare.
Well, no, not that rare.
As this is rapping on the pad, and they'll come through for, I presume, will be a leg bite. 64 for one. Did he get a bit of bat on it? He maybe did.
I've got a bad story about that, actually. I mean, there's lots of bad stories connecting to me, I suppose, but there was one where we were playing Somerset and Middlesex Somerset at Bath, and the Sunday League match was in Worcester.
Oh, wow.
So obviously the main nucleus of the Middlesex team stayed the night in Bath and then drove up to Worcester on the Sunday morning, not that far. I, for my sins, decided to go to a big event back in London on Saturday night, so I got the train, I think, or drove back to Bath, back to London from Bath, overslept, set off for Worcester on Sunday morning rather late, had a flat tyre.
Oh no.
And got to the ground for a 1:30 start at 1:05 with Mike Gatting and John Embry's kit, the captain and vice captain, in my car.
Oh no.
So they weren't able to get dressed or practice or anything before the game. That wasn't good. So this is a new over from Craig Miles, who bowls outside off stump. He's gone round the wicket now to Nick Gubbins, but that was left alone outside off stump. Yeah, that was an embarrassing moment.
You were really popular. Did they still pick you for the team?
Well, I did play, actually. I think I didn't have a good game. It was slightly sort of suffused by adrenaline, tried to bowl too quick and got smacked around by Graham Hick. But that happened to a few people in that era. But that was, so Saturday Bath, Sunday Worcester, back to Bath Monday, as Craig Miles bowls outside off stump and left alone by Gubbins. So, we did.
Yeah.
We did often have to go to a different venue for the Sunday League game.
Yeah, they tried as much as they could to coordinate it. Obviously, it was a 16-match list for the Sunday League in those days, and it was a great introduction to cricket. And sometimes I wonder whether enough is done with T20 and the 100 to really attract families. The family atmosphere of a Sunday League game, the smell of the packed teas.
Yeah, no, I mean it was a great event, actually, and of course it was on BBC Two, so people could watch it and tune in from everywhere. Dabbed down to third man by Gubbins. He likes that shot, actually, a little late cut, and he's got the momentum down to the boundary, so he gets a boundary for himself there off the last ball of that over, and that's a partnership of 52 now between Gubbins and Fletcher Middleton. Takes the score to 66, is it? 66 for one? 67 for one.
I know that partnership, 50 partnership, has come up in just over 28 overs. I mean, that is
quite slow.
Sluggish.
Yeah. I mean, it was a tough era playing all that cricket, but it was fun. I mean, it was, in a way, there was so much cricket, you didn't have time to feel tired. You just had to get on and get out and play. Obviously, there wasn't much time to work on technique or on your kind of fitness, actually, because you were just literally playing all the time.
Although you were working on your technique out there.
Well, yeah.
And when a test player would finish a test match on a Tuesday and be playing championship cricket on a Wednesday morning.
Yeah.
Barnard in, clipped towards mid-wicket by Fletcher Middleton. Nice wristy shot, that. Bit of a chase for Craig Miles, who captures it before it reaches the boundary rope, and they'll come back for a couple. Just loosening the bindings of this run rate at the moment. Hampshire up to 70 for one, Middleton to 36.
We did actually have one ridiculous weekend where Middlesex Notts, it was a championship match at Lord's on the Saturday, Monday, Tuesday, and the Sunday League match was at Trent Bridge between the same two teams, and it rained all 4 days. We never bowled a ball.
Forward in defence is Middleton this time, and there's no run.
I totted up once how many miles we must have done that weekend between the 22 players, going backwards and forwards, and failed to bowl a single ball.
Just think of the convoy of sponsored cars making their way up and down the motorway.
That's right. It was about 130 miles, I think, London to Nottingham. So that was, you multiply that about 4 times by 22.
And again, here's Barnard again forward in defence. Just outside off stump, gets nicely into line. Middleton.
It's about 10,000 miles, I think. I've just worked out. I think so.
There'll be a few sharing a car, wouldn't there?
Yeah.
It depends who you're trusted to be driving in the middle of the night when they're absolutely exhausted.
Yeah.
You know, you've got batsmen who are getting 1,800 runs in a season because they had a lot of time at the crease.
Yeah.
Barnard approaches once more, steered wide of one of the short mid-wickets, Bethel, and up towards mid-on, but there's no run.
I think it's quite an important innings for this, for Fletcher Middleton, actually, because, you know, this is a new opening partnership, and obviously Ali all got out, but they need some stability at the top of the order, and they didn't really have it last year, Hampshire. They tried a few different people, didn't they, opening, and they now feel they've sort of settled on this Ali or Fletcher Middleton partnership. They haven't yet produced, but Middleton could give some stability here.
He's pushing this nicely out into the offside, didn't try and overhit it, just strokes it. And I'll come through for at least 2. Long chase for Alex Davis. There'll certainly be 1 on the throw as well. That's one of the longer parts of the boundary. So Middleton to 39, 73 for 1. I mean, like I was saying earlier, I saw Felix Organ having a net. He opened a bit last year. Joe Weatherly, Holland has opened the batting.
Yeah.
But this is the modern game, Simon, in that Kevin's getting correspondence about Alior. Is it going to work out? He hasn't made any runs. He's had 2 matches because the first one got rained off. The pressure's instant now, isn't it?
Yeah. No, sure. Well, that's where England are good. They do stick with people that they choose, don't they, at the moment?
This is turned off his hips nicely by Gubbins. That's timed well enough to go for 4. So after being very hard to get away for his first 5 overs, Ed Barnard has conceded quite a few runs in that one. 9 off it, in fact. And Hampshire 77 for 1. They're still trailed by 378, but a little bit more freedom there for Middleton and Gubbins, which will probably have Alex Davis contemplating his options again.
What are his options? He's got a lot of quite similar paced bowlers, hasn't he? They're all a bit roundabout, sort of fast medium, aren't they? Medium fast, maybe even sort of 78 to 80 miles an hour, and a couple of spinners. But they all look a bit samey. Yeah,
he's got the slow left arm in Briggs. He doesn't turn it a lot, but you know, we'll get a bit of drift and shape to it. Rob Yates, who's an improving off spinner. Jacob Bethel, another slow left armer.
Yeah.
And I would think that we're not that too far away from Ollie Hannon Dolby having a second go. But he bowled beautifully in his first spell.
Yeah. So this is Miles to Middleton. Bowls and driven by Middleton straight to the mid-wicket fielder. 3 men saving a run on the offside. Just one slip to keep Burgess company, keeping. In a fairly orthodox field, but there's a man there just catching at mid-wicket. In fact, 2 men in the sort of mid-wickety region, a short mid-on, just to try and get that uppish drive. You haven't seen a wicket from that sort of position in the game so far, although both teams have employed one in that area. That's a good ball from Miles. That just asked a bit of a question outside off stump, but Middleton decided not to offer a shot. So 77 for 1 is the Hampshire score in reply to Warwickshire's 455. I just saw Harry Brook got a duck. First ball duck. So he's made 3 runs in 2 innings at Lord's, having looked in fantastic form last match.
That's what cricket does to you.
It's a great leveller, isn't it? When you one week you're the cock of the walk, the next you're a feather duster. He ducked underneath it that time, Fletcher Middleton, as Miles bowled short, back of a length, got a bit of extra lift, but had to bend his back to get the ball up that high.
I know I should know the derivation or the origin of that quote, but it's passing me by at the moment.
Sure, someone will tell us. I remember, I'm sure it's not the origin of the quote, but I remember Piers Morgan using it quite often.
Yeah.
But he would have, as with most things, Piers Morgan steals it from somebody else.
You're saying he's not original.
He's derivative. Here comes Miles, and that's 4 runs actually. I think probably might be off the thigh pad. That yeah, it's just off the hip actually, as the ball strayed down the leg side, ricocheted off Fletcher Middleton's, probably his thigh pad. There was a leg slip in place, perhaps hoping for a catch, but that went fine and straight to the boundary. 4-leg buys, 81 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't be surprised if Craig Miles tried to go a little bit down the James Fuller route, something that increasingly Warwickshire have asked him to do. The difference in the position with Jacob Bethel, we saw James Vince at really very much a leg slip yesterday for Fuller. Bethel now is much more a leg gully where he's standing.
So here comes Miles again, bowls, and it's outside off stump, and slightly hesitant shot there by Middleton. He doesn't look entirely convincing sometimes around the off stump. He likes to open the face and sort of slice it through backward point, and that time the ball possibly just nipped back a little bit, hit him sort of on the inside edge, went safely but wasn't entirely solid. Just gives the bowler a little bit of hope when they see a tiny bit of hesitancy in the batting. Just think, oh yeah, maybe I've got him here. As Miles moves up to bowl again, that's short and quite neatly defended by Middleton off the front foot, going up on his toes and nudging it into the offside end of the over. Maiden over.
You can see the restoration of spin here as well. Danny Briggs, he's going to get ready to bowl against his former county. So some shin pads are coming on and some helmets. I wouldn't be surprised if he has a decent spell in what remains of the day. 19 overs left of play, so we're not too far behind schedule compared to some days. Probably be about a 20-minute overrun today.
When was your first game? When did you cover your first game for Warwickshire?
Covering it, because my first game watching Warwickshire, my mum took me as a 5-year-old in 1975.
Wow.
The game against Lancashire. I remember Clive Lloyd and David Lloyd were in the visitors. Just about caught the tail end of Rowan Canai playing for Warwickshire.
Right.
And then first season working for BBC Radio WM was 94, so Lara.
Right.
So I mean, what a way to start with a bang. But our radio stations share it out. We've got a group of us who just love our cricket. So.
And was there radio commentary in '94?
Occasionally, whereas we were quite early adopters actually with Warwickshire. Before the BBC did it for all counties, we were doing it quite a few years earlier, but not quite as early as that. But we certainly attended every day's cricket. As Danny Briggs' first ball is jabbed out into the offside for a single to Gubbins. There's a lot of space through the covers there with the fielder out on the boundary. And major finals, of course, we'd have been there. I'm not going to remind you of '89 because that's that would just be too harsh.
God, 1989. Yeah. Desmond Haynes still tells me now that I owe him a spoiler and 4 alloy wheels because of losing that game to Warwickshire. Because he'd already bought the spoiler for his car back in Barbados.
This is driven into the offside by Middleton for a single.
That's how West Indian star players spend their bonus money, you see. Spoiler and alloy wheels.
Look, it's one of those things. There's more than one thing went wrong that day for Middlesex. It's just you happen to be the fall guy towards the end, and it's like, it's a horrible position to be in. The ball's dabbed round the corner. It falls just short of short leg. Jacob Bethel's in there.
A hint of spin there.
Yeah, that will give quite a bit of encouragement to Briggs. Not just the turn, but the false shot from Gubbins. Bringing short leg into play. And his reaction is to try and hit on the drive, and he gets that rather squarer than he intended to Hannon Dolby. Liam Dawson had to be very, very patient, but ended up with 5 wickets. Briggs might find he has to do the same thing here. So that one he fires in a little quicker. and straighter, and it's tucked into the leg side and picked up by Yates. He's going to come in a bit closer now. Wanted to put a bit more pressure on Gubbins. Oh, and he's flicked this, got an outside edge, and it's gone through the hands of Will Rhodes, and will come down to third for 4. Now, was that an opportunity? The reaction of the Warwickshire players suggests to me that it was. Might have been the arm ball from Briggs, went straight on. Little Nick.
Yeah, we weren't able to see the replay, but it was an edge, and it was maybe just fell short of slip. But good delivery, good over actually. Asking a couple of questions. That going back to 89 for my sins. Of course, what that did do, it didn't do a lot of good for me, or Middlesex, but it did revive Neil Smith's career, because I seem to remember in 1989 he was on a last month of his contract and probably may well have been sacked. He won the game for Warwickshire. Got a new 3-year contract, and in the end opened the batting for England in a World Cup, didn't he?
Yeah,
in '96.
Went on to a very successful career.
Yeah.
It didn't quite work out for him for England, but he earned the right.
Yeah,
Very effective pinch hitter when they were the thing.
Yeah. Miles bowls, turned away into the leg side by Middleton. Thinking about 2 there actually, because the long leg field is very deep, but he decides against it in the end. So 1 to the score. 88 for 1. No, I just remember thinking, Neil Smith was struggling for a new contract at the time, and the story went that innings, that winning blow over long off to win the match in the last over off my bowling, was sort of resurrected his career really.
So I mean, basically what you're saying is he owes you a whiskey.
Yeah, probably. I don't think I've seen him since actually.
I think he'd probably pay up.
Yeah,
He's a good guy, Neil Smith.
Yeah, very good guy. I think I'm right in saying his sister married Seb Coe.
Is that right?
I think so. Yeah. Miles bowls to Gubbins, who turns the ball to short mid wicket, and there is no run. I'm sure I met Seb Coe, and he came into the commentary box a few years ago, and Geoffrey Boycott was in there. And Boycott was like, why can't I get because Seb Coe was, someone had just been made an MBE or an OBE or a knighthood, and Boyks was obsessed about knighthoods, and he was like, can't you tell someone I should have a knighthood? And Seb Coe said, I'm the man who decides. I'm in charge of the knighthood list or something. That one turned into the leg side by Gubbins.
It's an interesting meeting of minds, that is, Boycott and Coe.
Seb Coe, yeah.
It's a conversation that would be worth overhearing.
I hope Geoffrey's all right. Actually, he's sort of keeping a bit low profile these days. Probably he might even still be in South Africa. Actually, he tends to come back. He spends the winter in Paarl for sort of therapeutic reasons as much as anything. And I think he started to play a bit of golf again after his knee operation. He had a knee operation actually, a knee replacement, I think. But I've not heard whether he's back yet. He's moved to Lancashire actually, or Cheshire. He now lives in Cheshire, not Yorkshire. And Miles bowls and Gubbins defends.
I might make way if the first half of a double change during this over, because I need to do a report for one of our stations as well. But
sure,
you carry on, Simon.
So Miles trying to find a way through here. It's 88 for 1, Hampshire. Gubbins and Middleton looking pretty solid, although that spin over from Danny Briggs just posed a few little issues. Charlotte's back.
Hi, Simon.
Hey.
Need your sunnies on now, didn't you?
Yeah, don't you? Miles bowls, and Gubbins tries to steer that down to third man, but can only get it to a backward point fielder. Gubbins is on 39, Middleton on 41. Miles into his 4th over. Scoring rate is fairly sedentary at the moment. Lovely evening down here in Southampton. Cool but sunny.
Yeah, it's nice when the sun's out.
Sun's coming into our commentary box up here, our eyrie at the top of the Hilton Hotel as Miles bowls, and that's turned into the leg side for an easy single out to deep square leg. Picked up by the fielder, Briggs, and underarmed back to the wicketkeeper. That's the end of the over. 89 for 1. More from Charlotte, and then it's Kevin.
Thank you, Simon. Nice to hear from you today and work with you. Hampshire 89 for 1 then in their first innings here. 17 overs remaining in this of day 2. Nick Gubbins 40 not out. Fletcher Middleton with him on 41 not out. So they're building a nice partnership together. It's worth 73 at the moment, and it's building nicely. Gubbins then to face Briggs, his 6th over. To welcome back Kevin James in just a moment. Pushes it to the offside, gets a single, does Nick Gubbins, out to deep cover. And the ball makes its way back to the bowler. 1 more to the total, 90 for 1. Welcome back, Kevin.
Thank you. Yes, keeping a close eye on the Vipers and the South East Stars in the opening round of the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy, because the Stars need another 32 to win, and there are 29 balls remaining. They are 242 for 4. England batter Sophia Dunkley at the crease.
Yeah, keep a close eye on that. Forward and defence. Middleton that time to Briggs. Bethel in that short extra cover with the lid on.
And Sparks, they looked like they were going to win, didn't they?
They did. An outside edge of the bat of Middleton goes past first slip. Short thirds after it. They'll come back for 2. It was pretty much all the way along the floor, so no real risk. And the ball comes back in nicely. 2 more collected. 92 for 1. Hampshire. Middleton's moves to 43.
Sparks won by 78 runs against the Blaze.
It did look like they were going to do that.
Yeah.
So wins for Sunrisers, Sparks and Diamonds so far in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy. Driving this time is Middleton, back up the pitch and collected by Briggs in his follow-through. Just one more result, the one that we're all interested in here up in the commentary box. Will it be Vipers or Stars to take the first win in that game there for those two sides? Dug out, Middleton plays it to extra cover. No runs collected, just the 3 runs off the over so far. Last ball of this, the 40th, slashed away on the offside. To the left of deep cover, runs round, collects and returns the ball in to Burgess. Another one collected. 40 overs gone in Hampshire's first innings. They are 93 for 1.
And 16 overs left on day 2. In this match, Hampshire trail by 362. Still a long way to go to save the follow-on. 306. Got to bat well to get to 300, let alone get the rest.
Absolutely.
Are we heading for another draw? Certainly would suggest at the moment. There's still not a lot in this pitch, is there, Charlotte?
No, it's fairly flat. Just need to sort of churn out everything that you can.
Just as I say that, the umpires are having a look at the ball. Sure sign the ball was doing...
That's the first time I've seen it being looked at in 40 overs, so that's a good sign.
Yeah, I suppose that's one of the better balls in the batch.
I was joking, but you just jumped on it. 77 runs the partnership between Gubbins and Middleton. 200 deliveries. They've batted for a long time.
We're going to have a ball change after 40 overs.
Not happy with it.
No.
This is when I wish I could find out what was wrong with it. You could find out post-match, obviously.
Well, there's so many ball
Doesn't
changes,
fit through
Charlotte.
the gauge. Yeah, that's
it's
true.
difficult to keep up with them. There's the umpire there with the gauge.
Doesn't fit. Put that one down. Let's have a look in the box and see what else is available to us.
2 boxes to choose from. Wow, too many. It's too many.
Umpire Saggers just decides to sift through them.
Don't choose. Hassan Ali's just blocking our view on the live picture feed as to what ball may be coming out. Don't want one that's too much harder. Don't want one that's too much shiny from a Hampshire point of view. Of course, Warwickshire will be hoping the opposite. Ball decided by the looks of it.
Jacob Bethel looks at it.
Yeah. He's happy with it.
Yeah, he's moving on.
I don't like the look of that. If a fielder gets thrown the ball and he's happy with it, as a batter I go,
No.
Let me look at it.
Yeah. Can I see whether I want to whack it or not?
Not sure I like the idea of that.
Hampshire 93 for 1 then. The only wicket to fall today, that of Alior, fell for 4. when the score was on 16. Since then they put on 77, these two. Is bowled LBW by Oliver Hannon Dolby, who I don't think we've seen since actually. He bowled about 7 at the start and we haven't seen him since, so he's had a long rest, so whether he'll come back at some point in the last 16 overs before the end of play will be decided. I'm sure we will see him have another little burst at some stage, but for now, to continue from this hotel then, is Mr. Miles. He's bowled 4 overs, only conceded 7 so far, and he's going to have first crack with this changed ball. I would say new ball, but that would be a lie, so it's a changed ball.
I'm sure Alex Davis is happy with it. He's giving it back to Rob Bailey. 1 or 2 in the crowd aren't happy with that. No,
I'm going to good old look at it again.
Yeah, at least Alex Davis thinks that the ball's not of the same standard. If I know Rob Bailey, he'll just say, get on with it.
Yeah, he's giving it back to him.
Yeah. If the umpires have chosen it.
Yeah, then that should stand. So here we go. Miles is going to get a go with this changed ball. 49. Lots of noise from the Warwickshire fielders now. They're sort of trying to G each other up to get themselves a breakthrough before the end of play. 15 overs after this one's completed, left in the day's play of day 2. Miles waits, bounds in from the top of his run, and bowls, and forward in defence is Gubbins, drops that into the offside and there is no run taken.
South East Stars need 15 off 16 balls.
It's getting close. We like close games of cricket, keeps us entertained. Field change happening here. I think we're going to see another field around the bat. So Bethel's going to get the helmet on in a forward short leg position. There's 2 men on the hook. There's a wicket apparently at Beckenham. I'll take you straight there. Kevin James is obviously on standby to my left.
It looks like Freebie Franklin has been run out going for a second. So 259 for 5 now. Okay.
So they got 1, so that would take it down to 14, does it?
Yeah, but
okay.
Dunkley's still there.
Okay, that is a bit of a problem, but we come back to this game here. He's got 2 games on the go for you. A bouncer from Miles. Bouncer's just in front of the keeper Burgess. He does well actually to take that because it was dying on its way down. Well evaded by Nick Gubbins. He's on 41, Hampshire 98 for 1. I love this dual sort of commentary. You're getting 2 games for the price of 1 now. You get actual live updates from 2 games. Aren't you lucky listeners? In and around the ground and online and wherever you're listening.
Yep.
It's just got a bit cooler in here in our commentary position from this hotel end. The breeze has come back to haunt us. Miles, and that's another shorter one. Slightly misdirected by him. He looks disappointed as it was nowhere near the batter really. And Gubbins just started to let it go through. 98 for 1 Hampshire. Middleton 49, Gubbins 41. 15 left in day 2.
Ailish Cranstone, the new batter for South East Stars, experienced player. Again, from a Vipers point of view, didn't really want to see somebody like that walk into the crease, not in a high pressure situation.
The problem with half these teams is that batters just keep coming at you and you don't really get down to a tail, you don't feel, for a long while.
So Danny Briggs to continue from the pavilion end. 6 overs, 1 maiden, none for 19 for Warwickshire's left arm spinner. Formerly of Sussex, formerly of Hampshire, of course. We've mentioned that a few times. 98 for 1. Middleton 1 away from a half century as Briggs bowls, and Middleton very solidly playing that back to the bowler. He looks very determined, Fletcher Middleton.
He needs this, doesn't he, little half century, but like you say, we need players to go above and beyond.
Middleton cuts that away, but to point, and there is no run.
He's worked hard for his runs so far.
Yes.
But it's the difference between getting out in 80, isn't it, and then going on to get 150. There's a big difference.
So Middleton drives, there's his half century, up towards mid-on. That'll get a warm round of applause. Popular figure here, local boy. Father played for Hampshire as well. Tony Middleton on the coaching staff here. Raises his bat. And that is 50 off 129 balls with 6 fours, and that is his 6th first-class half-century, all 5 of those in his first season last year.
He's done well since he's come in and opened the batting for Hampshire. He's really impressed me in his temperament and his patience as an opener.
He has today, isn't he? I think that's been the feature. Gubbins drives out to the man at deep extra cover. And that's the 100 up for Hampshire in the 42nd over.
You hear the crowd appreciating the hard work that these Hampshire batters are putting in to going about chasing down this total. They know they've got to bat long, so they're just going about it in the right way. 160 minutes.
Only a third of the way there in terms of saving the follow-on, so plenty still to do. Got a couple of emails here actually, which I'll come to in a moment. Spriggs bowls. Middleton works that to mid-wicket. Of course, now the challenge for Fletcher Middleton is to convert this into 3 figures. We know he can do it. He has the skill. He has the technique. It was just the one question mark against him last year, that he couldn't convert any of those half centuries into centuries. Drives up to extra cover, but I have to say he does. It feels he's like he's given off a vibe that he's determined to actually show everybody that he can go on. Stephen Clark emailed just a little earlier, suncricket@gmail.com, says, isn't this free entry after tea wonderful? That's right, there is free entry after tea here now. So bear that in mind in future championship matches. Wife Cherry has come over with daughter Jo, son-in-law Ian and grandsons Lucas, who's 15, and Jake, who's 12. Just a thing for them to come in and watch, and maybe even become interested in cricket without breaking the bank. I haven't touched the bank as it was free. They are all back for a 100 game and the women's international T20 versus New Zealand. I hope that I may encourage some interest in the blast.
As Miles is in, starts a new over from the hotel end. Driving is Nick Gubbins, who plays it back to him in his follow-through.
Although scheduling's not brilliant for the blast, I agree, it's more elongated, it's not great. As you would expect, we're sat at the top of the Shane Warne stand. We'll give you a big wave.
Doing it now, I can see you. Should we wave back?
Yeah. Hello. Ah, there you are. Very good evening. Top of the Shane Warne stand. Obviously got the live commentary earpieces in.
Yeah.
Working fine, that's good, because I have to work the kit.
You're doing a good job. Miles, and again, bouncer and cut back, and it's going to be 4 actually. I thought there was a deep point fielder, but it's just somebody else walking around the boundary that's not in white clothing. And got well on top of the bounce there, did Nick Gubbins. Finds the boundary, he moves to 46, 104 for 1. Do we have an update from Beckenham? I'm poised, Kevin James.
I think there's another wicket fallen. I've just looked at it, and they're congratulating Georgia Adams, or Georgia Adams is congratulating somebody anyway. There is a wicket that's fallen, although I have to say the South East Stars are still in a very good position, because they only need 5 with 9 balls remaining, and it's Ailish Cranstone that's been caught by Mary Taylor off the bowling of Georgia Adams. But I'm afraid Sophia Dunkley is still there.
Yeah. And for England cricket fans' point of view, good that she's scoring runs again, and in a bit of a drop-off of form, finds herself playing for the South East Stars to get herself back in some form and get her England selection in her own hands. Just clipped off the hip this time from Gubbins off the bowling of Miles, and there is no run as the fielder does the work in the... Well, if there was a ring, I keep saying in the ring, I'm so used to saying it, but there is no ring obviously in county championship cricket. So 5 from 9. It's tough ask now for the Southern Vipers to keep that at bay. One big strike could ruin everything.
Rhiannon McDonald-Gay is the new batter, and she's been tipped to do good things as well.
Yeah, she's definitely a promising young player. She went on the England under-19 tour to Oman and India in sort of November time, and then again to New Zealand in March. Back of a length delivery from Miles, and just plays gently into the leg side is Gubbins.
Georgia Adams has just bowled a wide.
Not a good start.
She's bowling in a cap. That's why I didn't think she was bowling. I don't think I've ever seen her bowl before in a cap.
She's... Oh no. You can't be doing that. You can't be doing that. Either the sun's really setting in her eyes and she doesn't want to miss that caught and bowled opportunity, or she's just completely forgotten. There's no way that out of choice she's bowling in a hat. I'll be having words with her later about that. Kevin, don't you worry about that. There better be a good enough reason for it. That's all I can say. Miles in again then. Pulling is Nick Gubbins. That's a beautiful shot. It's gone all the way to the boundary for 4, all the way along the floor. Got right on top of it. That's his 50 as well. 50 for Nick Gubbins. He's batted superbly actually this afternoon since he's come in after Ali Orr fell early, or early-ish. He's come in and batted beautifully with Fletcher Middleton. 50 of 104 deliveries, including 9 fours, and that was one of the best of them.
Certainly was. Third consecutive half-century of the season, 50 and 69 not out last week against Lancashire.
He's in some
another
form.
one here. He's in good form, yes. Don't forget, of course, Hampshire didn't bowl a ball up in Durham in the first round, so if you wondered why he's only had 3 innings and you haven't been following Hampshire that closely, that is why.
It's brilliant batting from these two. Both now on 50. Both would love to be able to convert these into big scores for their team. Driving this time through the vacant mid-off area. It's going to be back-to-back boundaries for Nick Gubbins. That's a lovely shot through mid-off. There was no fielder there. Goes all the way for 4 again. 54 for Gubbins now. Hampshire racing along, 112 for 1.
Well, that's an incredible ball to bowl with that field.
Yeah, I think
because there was nobody in front of square on the offside.
Well, I instantly thought they've got this wrong, as in they've got fielders in the wrong place, or there's been a mistake, or he's just bowled the wrong ball. Are you going to give me bad news from Beckenham, Kevin James? You're looking at that screen intently.
Right, there is 1 over left.
Well, it's still going.
Yeah, and the South East Stars are 272 for 6. They need 2 to win.
Okay.
And Sophia Dunkley will face the first ball.
And who's going to bowl it for us, Kevin James? Do you know that?
It looks like it's going to be Freya Davies.
Okay.
He's been a little expensive as the innings went on. It was 3.9 for a while, 3.8, 3.7, 3.5. So it never increased. And yes, Hampshire's is 2.5 now, so it is way down. It's Hannah Dorby, but I think Warwickshire bowled pretty well throughout, whereas Hampshire Hampshire were warming up as the day went on yesterday.
The second 50 of this partnership has come considerably quicker, by the way. It's come in like 11 overs, so they have found the release point and they are starting to go through the paces. I mean, someone who's talking about, in 3-day cricket, people were a lot more active in terms of declarations and that sort of thing, and of course they were. But you won't see that in the county championship these days. The two captains aren't going to get together and say, okay, do you want to chase 370 on the final day? That just isn't the sort of discourse in April.
Sure. Full delivery, and Gubbins off the bottom of the bat steers that out into the covers. No.
You could argue that it ought to be. There was a phase, wasn't there, in Division 2 a few years ago when even early in the season teams were more likely to have that conversation, because to go up in that division you seem to need to win 9 or 10 games.
Yeah, they just produce result pitches and everything, didn't they? I don't know what's happening these days. I don't take much notice of it, really. So much. Would be a fair reflection. Driven up to mid-off, quick single, throw comes in at the bowler's end. Gubbins was always going to be home.
I don't think that was quite the throw that Ed Barnard intended. Don't know what part of the hand that came. It did go past the stumps, but it could have been quite tight, but it wasn't. The batsman had stopped, turned round, and was walking back to the stumps, and the ball limped past. It looked rather ruefully at his body, giving up on him.
5 runs off the over so far from Hannah Dorby. Hampshire now 117 for 1, trail by 3:38, I think that says. The sun's quite bright now, quite warm as it shines in the gantry, as it always does from about mid-afternoon onwards. As Hannah Dorby comes in again, bowls to Middleton. Middleton gets another length ball, maybe slightly slower there from Hannah Dorby. That's why the men on the drive are there for, just in case the batter just pushes at it a little too much and the ball travels a foot or two off the turf when it shouldn't.
Curious thing about it is that Alex Davis is using this group of fielding positions quite a bit. The player most likely in this match to hole out in that area, probably Alex Davis. Slightly aerial in his drive, isn't he?
So he thinks everybody will.
Yeah.
And Dolby again. Wrapped on the pad. Good shout. May just have nipped back a fraction. I don't know if it was an inside edge onto the pad there, but umpire Rob Bailey unmoved. In fact, the only time he moved was to walk to his mark at the end of that over. 9 overs to do in the day. Hampshire 117 for 1. Gubbins 59. Middleton 50.
It felt like a double contact, that, to me. And certainly, once Rob Bailey had made his feelings about the appeal known, it didn't linger, did it? There was no... There's no, oh, come on, umpire. Come on. We're in this phase where we were yesterday to some extent now, because if you're Warwickshire in the field, like Hampshire were yesterday, can you win this final half hour? Can you prize out 1 or 2 wickets? 2 wickets in this half hour is a Warwickshire win. Hampshire get through to close 1 down. They've had a much the better of today, actually. Warwickshire's day yesterday, but Hampshire having a good day as Gubbins awaits and just blocks the ball from Briggs. He is getting a little something out the surface. We saw Liam Dawson do so as well, but really it was persistence with Dawson, got himself 5 wickets, deserved those. There was not a lot of help for him yesterday, but he stuck with it. Gubbins forward in defence, kills it just in front of the stumps. Burgess emerges to pick it up with his cap shoved down the back of his trousers. Briggs off about 4 paces, driven back to him, picks it up right-handed, and there's no run. Not been an easy start for the bowlers in April, I think it's fair to say.
No.
Briggs once more, guided behind square, and wrong-footed Ollie Hannon-Dolby, who thought it was going to go in front of square. Maybe the spin on the ball, the revolutions sent him the wrong way, and they come back for 2. And 119 for 1 now. Gubbins into the 60s, 61 not out.
Yeah, it's normally a time for bowlers to cash in, isn't it? Early season, it's been the batters who have cashed in the last couple of weeks. Complete turnaround.
Briggs approaches once more. That's a miscue from Gubbins. He was looking to drive it elegantly through the offside and rather drags it limply into the leg side. Some encouraging roars from 1 or 2 of the Warwickshire fielders. Dabbed into the offside. There'll be no run. End of the over, just the 2 runs from it. 119 for 1. I've got to go and do a brief final update of the day, so I won't be long. I'll come back.
Promise.
I do promise.
Well, we brought you virtual live commentary of the Vipers against South East Stars. South East Stars edging out the Vipers there. A good win for the Central Sparks today against the Blaze. As I've mentioned before, Central Sparks and Vipers meet at Wormsley on Wednesday. We've got live commentary on the BBC Sport website and app, and also on the live picture feed, which will be on the Vipers Twitter feed. Let's bring you up to date with Division 1 games as we head towards the end of day 2. Essex 365 for 8, replying to Lancashire's 146 all out. A few batters contributing today for Essex. The lower order in at the moment, Harmer and Snater. As Hannon-Dolby comes in. Oh, and there's an edge, and it's gone past the keeper. And that's going for 4. It's gone past everybody. It's missed the bat, and it's missed Michael Burgess as well, who's lying sprawled out as well. They may just have dipped back a fraction, actually. Beat the forward prod anyway. 119 for 1, 4 byes there. So Essex are in a good position there. Lead by 221 with 2 wickets remaining. Kent Surrey, not been a lot of cricket in that game. Kent 244 all out. Surrey 128 without loss. Rory Burns 57 not out. Dominic Sibley, formerly of Warwickshire, who returned to Surrey, 65 not out there. That's on the line of middle stump, and Middleton works that to mid-wicket. Nottinghamshire are batting for a second time against Somerset. Nottinghamshire 193 all out. Somerset 454 all out. Now Nottinghamshire have just started in their second innings, 4 without loss, so Nottinghamshire trail by 257. And Durham batting for a second time against Worcestershire. 254 for 3, having been bowled out for 244 in their first innings. Worcestershire bowled out for 184. Durham lead by 314. Outside the off stump, good take from Burgess this time, left alone by Fletcher Middleton. Here 123 for 1 Hampshire. We've had 48.5 overs of their innings. They are scoring at 2.5 and over. As I was saying earlier, it's a little bit below the Warwickshire run rate generally and overall. Warwickshire bowl well collectively. Very tidy, very tight, seamers and spinners. And a Dorby in again. Bowls. Middleton's pushing forward. Play that late, and that's come off the face of the bat. Angled down to third, and that's 4 more for Middleton, who moves on to 54. Got stuck on 50 for a little while, but he's off it. and it's 123 for 1. It might be 127 for 1 actually. I think the scoreboard might be ticking over in a moment because it's still showing Middleton as 50, and we know because we celebrated his half century a little while ago. 54, there we go. 149 balls for Fletcher Middleton. Hampshire now trail by 328. There'll be a double change at the end of this over actually. Richard Wilford will come back, and then Charlotte Taylor is still here. Short. It's always interesting when you have a keeper standing up and you bowl a short ball. It wasn't an out and out bouncer, but it was short enough. Middleton just sways and ducks inside the line as it goes through to Burgess, who took that very neatly. Maybe there was a little sign there between the bowler and the keeper, which often happens. You sometimes don't want to surprise the keeper with a short delivery. Short leg coming in now with a helmet. There was 2 on the drive on the leg side. And I'll just finish off this over. Richard will come in with Charlotte Taylor. Hannah Dolby. Oh, it's nice and warm now all of a sudden. Short. It's pulled away by Middleton in front of square through mid-wicket. That'll go for 4 all along the ground. Sure, he was half expecting that. Throwing it nice and early. He moves on to 58. 131 for 1. And we have 7 overs left to do. And Richard and Charlotte will take you through the next passage of play.
One of the puzzles you sometimes have when you're following a cricket team up and down the country is at the end of any given day, who is going to be the interview? Yesterday it was going to be a mystery for Kevin as to who the interview was. Today the challenge is who to interview from the Warwickshire camp. And that only 1 wicket's been taken. Nobody really made much of a score today.
Names out of a hat?
Yeah, it's difficult, isn't it? I mean, spoke to the captain yesterday. Head coach will talk after the 4th day. It might have to be Ollie Hannon-Dolby on the 1 wicket that fell. I don't know.
And he's bowled the best
out
of the bowlers on show.
What are we going to see now here? Are we going to see Rob Yates for a bit of variety? Briggs none for 23 from 10 has bowled pretty well, but I think we're going to see the off spin, are we? Of Yates.
Does look like that.
Bowled a single over before tea from this end.
About to turn my beanie into a sun visor.
Yeah, you've kept that on all day even though it's getting quite warm, which tells me that you don't want anybody to see your hair.
No one really wants to see it anyway, if I'm being honest. It's not the reason. I just haven't really got that warm. I've still got 3 layers on my top half as well, so just not quite feeling the summer warmth yet, Richard.
I haven't seen my hair since 2004, so if anybody's got any information about it.
Missing hair report.
Yeah. It wasn't doing much good anyway, so yeah. Deselected it. So 131 for 1. How many overs we got left? 7 overs left in the day. If you offered Hampshire now 150 for 1, 155 for 1, I think they'd seize your hands off.
Yeah, definitely. Yates from the pavilion end. Gubbins defends that into the offside. No run is taken. 131 for 1 Hampshire. And they've batted well. 306 to avoid the follow-on. That's what they require as a minimum. A little bit more of an expansive drive, but still the same result. Cover finds themselves fielding the ball. No run again. Robbie Yates will probably fire through this over and not give Ollie Hannon-Dolby a lot of time to breathe in between. And it's just clipped off the hip of Gubbins. He'll pick up 1 in the mid-wicket region as the fielder from mid-on comes round and does the fielding. 1 more to the Hampshire total, 132 for 1. Be interesting to see whether they can pick up just 1 more wicket before the end of play. That'll probably get them into day 3 with a bit more of a sting in their tail. Warwickshire would like 1 more, but see how that pans out. As driving a low full toss as Middleton finds mid-off.
I mean, still looking at 24, 25 overs till the new ball tomorrow, so that won't be due much before lunch. Hampshire with power to add at 1 wicket down at the moment.
So they're poised nicely, pushing into the offside. Middleton gets 1, that's good running. Just a drop and run into the offside. 2 singles from the over so far. 1 more ball remaining of this, the 49th. Is that the 49th? 50th. I don't know why I always look at the scoreboard to the left of the ground when I could just look at the one that's a lot closer over there, but there we go. Back foot cutting is Gubbins, finds Ollie Hannon Dolby at a shortish point fielding position. He does the fielding. 2 more to the total off that over. That's 50 overs have been bowled by Warwickshire in their bowl innings. Hampshire find themselves 133 for 1, chasing 455 that Warwickshire put on. Ali Orr was the only wicket to fall so far for Hampshire. He made 4 and was bowled by Ollie Hannon Dolby, LBW, when the score was on 16.
That's partly it's probably making Ali Orr feel worse because he'll be so eager to get his first decent score in a competitive game for Hampshire. And the 2 who come in after him have added 115, 116. I'll get my sums right at the moment, 117. I couldn't see what the score was. And now they've put it up on the board just to make it worse. Hannon Dolby coming in. Michael Burgess is standing up to the stumps for him as this is clipped round the corner. Down to long leg for a single, 134 for 1. Middleton to 60.
Yeah, a fielder that's fielding down in that part of the ground needs to be wary that the setting sun does not make it easier for Michael Burgess to see that ball coming back in. So he threw it at head height, and it wasn't particularly easy to see as it was coming out of the gleaming sun that's setting behind the Shane Warne stand as we speak.
Oh, yes,
not setting, but it's on its way down.
The fly swat's on the ground now, troubling backward point. The way the floodlight throws its shadow.
It does look like that, doesn't it? People in the ground will be able to see that, I'm sure.
It's either that or a potato waffle on a stick was where I got to yesterday. Some
discussions between Alex Davis and Ollie Hannon Dolby and whether he wants to leave this cover region open. He's decided to do that. It's having 2 mid-wickets. Jacob Bethel moves across to the leg side.
And an extra cover does emerge. And the guise of Dan Mosley, but it's going to go between him and the point fielder. Don't think it's been timed well enough necessarily to go all the way for 4. Indeed, the chase is won with a tumbling stop, but they'll charge through for 3. It was Craig Miles who pulled it up. Gubbins to 65, 137 for 1.
Quite athletic, acrobatic almost. Completed the pull back on the rope and then did a tumbling forward roll and landed on his feet. The other side of the rope to pull it back in. Quite the manoeuvre. Gymnasts watching will be very impressed with that, I'm sure.
He'd be a tall gymnast when he's about 6'5", Craig Miles. He's the rather taller Ollie Hannon Dolby, full delivery, driven up towards mid-on, and Alex Davis.
Well, they do say about gymnasts, they look at young gymnasts now and they look at their parents and they call them in for a meeting, and if both of your parents, or at least one of them, are, you know, seriously tall in stature, they sort of say to you, don't think it's a sport for you, because they just, especially when they get higher level gymnastics, obviously start a lot earlier than most sports, becoming not professional as such, but taking it a lot more seriously at a younger age. They have to. They sort of say to gymnasts now, if you've got 2 tall parents, don't bother.
Back of a length from Hannon Dolby, guided out towards point, and there's no run. Yeah, I think there have been times in some countries where they've used techniques to prevent young gymnasts from growing too tall.
Do you reckon that's what I've had done to me? Not that I'm a gymnast.
I was going to say,
just to throw that one out there.
Until you show me a triple Salco with 2.5 twists.
That sounds like some sort of cocktail. Much rather drink a triple Salco, or whatever you just said.
You're reaching that point of the evening now, aren't you?
Yeah.
You've got some serious coaching to do tomorrow, so
yeah, I know.
Think on. Hannon Dolby once more to Middleton, forward in defence. Got a bit of dust popping up now at both ends of the pitch. That tells you just how dry it is. But whether there will be much assistance for spinners tail end of tomorrow and into day 4, who knows? And if you really wanted something to cheer you up, the weather forecast for the second half of Monday's not brilliant. So, be a day for watching Hampshire bat tomorrow, though, if you come down to the Utilita Bowl.
Also, you can watch on the live picture feed, listen to us online and on the app, BBC website, Sport and app.
Hannon Dolby bowls straight, defended out into the leg side. End of the over, 5 overs to go. Hampshire 137 for 1. So your game sort of South London tomorrow you playing? Or?
Yeah, Reigate.
Okay.
Yeah, so we've got to go there tomorrow nice and early. So from here I need to go and pick up my number one thing is not forget the kit bag.
Okay.
Can't be a head coach without my kit bag, so I need to go across to the pavilion, across the other side of the ground, go and get the kit bag. Then I can get on the road. So I'm going up towards London tonight, so can't forget the kit bag. Have put 6 reminders on my phone to not forget the kit bag.
Don't forget kit bag.
It's all these sort of things that happen when you're being a head coach of a team that you take advantage of as a player. You have to remember to do. As a coach, your BH to continue then to Nick Gubbins. He plays that into the offside and there is no run taken.
How many players you got in the squad for tomorrow? 12.
Oh. And we've got a lovely rolling 12, so the 12th person can bowl and field but cannot bat, which is quite nice for them. Forward and defence again is Gubbins. To Yates. The silly mid-off fielder is lurking, no doubt chatting something in Nick Gubbins' ear, trying to put him off. And Yates is in again, cutting this time as Gubbins, gets off strike, plays nicely out to deep point, and picks up one more to his total. He moves to 66, Hampshire 138 for 1. Yeah, there's lots of things that I'm realising as a coach that coaching team do that as a player you have no real no real notice that it's going on. It all happens in the background and you've got to remember to do it all as the coach. It's quite humbling, really. And there's Yates in again, back of a length delivery and played into the leg side does Middleton.
Well, I'm just a bit disappointed that the sadist in me wanted you to have to make a decision as to who to leave out tomorrow.
Yeah, no. I've negotiated a rolling 12. It's good for me. Yates in again and pushing to the offside is Middleton. He does very well, picks up one more. Good running between the two. Hampshire 139 for 1. I wouldn't enjoy that conversation. That would be is the way of delivering it. I'd have to think about, be gentle, especially girls, a bit more emotional than the boys. A dart from Rob Yates outside the off stump. Gubbins tries to cut it through point, but doesn't get any of it. It goes under the bat. End of that one. 3 overs bowled by Rob Yates. 4 runs conceded. 4 overs left in the day. Hampshire 139 for 1.
I'm leaving your last comment about selection well alone. It's okay for you to say it. If I'd said it, I'd be in trouble.
Yeah.
It's fair enough, though.
No, it is. It's true. And lots of girls would, be the first to tell you that we are more emotional. It's okay. We do take these things to heart. It's more about you drop me because you don't like me.
Oh.
No, that's not the case. That was a joke. That one was a joke.
So no, but it can happen. I mean, it can happen in children's sport. When you got age group sport, whether it's boys or girls under 11s, it can be a bit like that, can't it? You didn't pick me because I don't get on with your son or your daughter or whatever it might be. Yeah.
But actually, I like the rule of the rolling 12 means that we want these kids to play cricket. So the girls, that would be that rolling sort of 12 for come as a 12th person, are there for experience and whatever. But I still want them to have a part to play in the game.
Danny Briggs with a change of ends comes on to bowl now from the hotel end with just 4 overs left in the day. And he's driven up to mid-off for no run. There's a bit of a calm about the closing moments of the day's play. That makes a lot of sense, is that there's not a lot of use in somebody, especially if you're at the early part of the season. This is miscued into the offside. An attempt to create a crowd catch from Jacob Bethel, but nobody was buying it. He's there in his pads and his helmet, fielding his short extra cover at the moment. He's overdressed for the role. And that's a good delivery from Danny Briggs. False shot, really, from Middleton, but so a little bit of a test.
They wouldn't want to lose one now, would Hampshire? Let's see out the day's play.
Driven up towards the straighter, deeper extra cover, and no run. So it'll be more complicated later in the season when you're ready to play again and you're coach/stroke player. Is it push forward, or are all the fixtures done before your fitness?
Yeah, do I have to drop myself?
Well,
or select myself?
And is somebody else then captain in charge of you as head coach? I mean, that would be. Quicker ball from Briggs, defended out into the offside, got through that over very quickly. Maiden over from Danny Briggs. 3 to go. Hampshire 139 for 1 after 53 overs.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. We haven't really thought that far ahead. It's more just to give me sort of like a role to play within the team whilst I'm injured. I'd be going to the games anyway, and and supporting the girls, so just to give me a bit more of a role and a senior head in the team. And
But is long term something you'd like to be doing?
yeah, well, I love coaching. I do it now as a part-time job on the side of playing cricket. It's sort of my main income. So private coaching and coaching in clubs and on the Vipers EPP and academy programs and for Hampshire. So it's definitely my main source of income at the minute. Rob Yates has a half appeal at Nick Gubbins, who was forward in defence, but I think might have been bat first.
Yeah, foot and bat arrived at similar times there.
So I'm not sure what happens when I'm deemed fit. The situation will change, but we'll cross that bridge when we come to it, I think. So Yates in again, and the 1-on-1 bounce. Oh no, it went through the short mid-off fielder. So it goes back through to the bowler.
Never allowed that in my garden. 1-on-1 bounce. No.
It's my favourite game.
Playing the ball into the ground is a good thing as a batter.
On the back foot as Gubbins tried to make some room for himself to get it through the offside, but wasn't able to do so. Finds the fielder at mid-off, no run, 3 dots so far in this over. Hampshire 139 for 1. Gubbins waits for Yates as he plays the ball in front of him, picks the ball up himself and passes it round the field. No run is taken once again, just being watchful here. With 2 overs to go in the day's play after this, Hampshire would not want to lose a wicket at this stage late in day 2. And he's solidly behind that one again as Gubbins forward on the front foot, plays it back to the bowler Yates, who collects, shines the ball and goes to the top of his mark. Just managed to unzip my gilet, so I've sort of half delayered with 2 overs to go. So I look like I'm dressed for winter. A wider one outside the off stump. Gubbins tries to cut but misses it altogether. Goes through to Burgess. A maiden from Yates. He's bowled 4 overs and only conceded 4 runs. We've got 2 left in the day's play.
I think he's looking to go a little bit wider, maybe to just see if he can get a bit of turn out the footholes. I must admit, I admire people who can coach. I mean, I played basketball to a decent level, and I tried coaching a university team. It was the university women's team, and no fault of the players, it was me. I found it really, really difficult to get the message over. In the end, I got an assistant who was considerably better at it than I was, and passed the reins on. I think you have to have a real clarity in terms of how you get over coaching techniques. I've said to you genuinely when we were talking before play today, and the way you were talking to me about shorter batters and the way that they use their wrists and the play low, just the clarity with which you explain things, I can see you thought it through, and the fact that you coach, it comes over.
I think that's sort of gives me my little edge when I'm delivering commentary and stuff. I can see things that, having played and coached, and now I can sort of see things in a different way, and that helps me explain and describe what's going on in sort of a unique way to me, and a way that I'd understand, and hopefully that people listening would also understand. So I think it aids me in lots of different ways, having sort of that technical brain, and I like that sort of figuring it out. And cricket is so diverse and challenging in that way.
See a 7-2 split field here for Danny Briggs, so he'll be bowling, you would think, outside the off stump. It's hit into the ground. He tries to sell a crowd catch, the crowd aren't having it. Middleton remains on 61. You've got to make your own entertainment on a day like this, and Danny Briggs has decided he's going to. Wheels in again round the wicket, forward with some resolve is Middleton. Don't give it away now will be going through his mind. Fletcher Middleton, who we talked very early in the innings about the fact that one of his virtues since he started opening for Hampshire is that he doesn't sell his wicket cheaply. He's willing to bat long. He guides the ball to Jacob Bethel in front of square on the offside, and there's no run. Kevin's on the prowl now. I think he likes to be on to say his goodbyes at the end of the day. So this is floated up and pushing forward is Middleton. The appeals were coming from the nursery ground there. I don't think it resulted in a successful wicket being taken, but that was a yelp you could hear in the background. Briggs loops this up, gave it plenty of air, just jabbed up towards mid-on, and the long barrier is a very long one when it's Hannon Dolby's legs. So 1 ball left for Briggs, trying to complete another maiden. He's got 3 fielders in between short point and short mid-on net. And this is just left alone outside off stump, end of the over. Do you want to come in here, Kev, so you can say your goodbyes at the end, and I'll let Charlotte describe the last over, or... Well, no.
Gonna hear a little bit of Kevin James say goodbye to everyone today. Everyone wants that, don't they? That's why. Hampshire 139 for 1. One more remaining. Hampshire have done very well so far to just build this innings nicely, get to a point where they're going to hopefully avoid the follow-on deficit of 316. So much more work to do. Is Yates going to bowl the final over? And we're going to see a last-minute change to try and take that wicket. Looks like it will be Yates to continue for the last one of day 2. Welcome back, Kevin.
Hello. Nice to see you again.
And you.
Caught the sun a little bit.
No, I know, I feel it now.
Yeah,
Have
I
I?
can feel it a bit as well.
So then, just a slight delay as they get the fielders in the right position. They've got 2 in front of the bat now. Silly mid-off and a silly mid-on. A slip. A short extra cover on the drive. It's moved a bit wider as I've just said that. And a ring of fielders in on the leg side. A mid-off, point and a deep cover. And we are ready. Yates in then. And forward in defence is Gubbins. And it's propped up to the silly mid-off fielder who collects the ball and passes it back to Yates.
That game's still going on the nursery ground, isn't it? Hampshire Academy, or is it a different side?
No, it's Academy, I think, still the same. Forward in defence again is Gubbins. This time into the leg side to the silly mid-on fielder. It does the fielding. 4 balls left of the day. Yates in, and again, same result. Forward in defence is Gubbins, solidly behind that one. Props up to the fielder under the lid. That's silly mid-off. 3 balls, 3 dots so far. 139 for 1 Hampshire. Will there be a last-minute surprise? Solidly behind that one again is Gubbins on the front foot. Plays it into the leg side.
No purchase for the spinner still.
Nope.
Nothing. It's going to take a mistake now from Gubbins in these last few balls. 2
Another
balls.
slips coming in. Alex Davis moves into second slip, so good number of fielders round the bat to keep Gubbins company for the last couple. He's driving this time and gets that through the offside field out to the man at deep cover. Fletcher Middleton's going to face what should be the final ball of the day. Hampshire 140 for 1. This will be the end of the 56th over after this. It's been a good effort by Hampshire to make a pretty big dent in this score. And they've batted sensibly. Great partnership between these two. 124. Again, a last minute field change for the right-handed Fletcher Middleton, obviously in partnership with the left-handed Gubbins. Conversations happening now between bowler and Alex Davis. Well, I wouldn't really know, but maybe it's just to get into the head of Middleton. They're probably talking about something completely off subject, just to make him wait a little bit longer.
Let's just turn our back on the batter and make it look like we're talking tactics.
Yeah, and then see if he plays a rash shot at the end of the session. Here we go then, final ball of the day. Oh, it beat the outside edge of the bat of Fletcher Middleton, goes through to Burgess, the keeper, but luckily for him, there was nothing on it. And that does complete the day's play. Hampshire 140 for 1. It got a little bit tasty there at the end. Maybe that sort of delay did help them in some way, but it wasn't quite enough. 56 overs have been bowled. Hampshire 140 for 1. Gubbins finishes the day 67 not out. Middleton 61 not out. And Yates finishes his little spell of bowling 5 overs, 2 maidens, not for 5.
Thank you very much, Charlotte. Good luck with your head coach's job with Hampshire tomorrow up at Surrey. Thanks for your efforts today. Thank you, Richard Wilford. Thank you, the analyst, Simon Hughes. Emily Windsor will be with us tomorrow. She didn't score too many runs today for the Vipers, so I'm not sure how she'll be. I'm sure she'll be her normal enthusiastic self. Thanks for watching. Thank you for listening. Good partnership that between Middleton and Gubbins. Keeps Hampshire well in the game, but they've still got a lot to do to even get on a path, trailing by 315. Just the 7 wickets that have fallen today. We'll be back just before 11 o'clock tomorrow.